your hopes and dreams.
Don't touch it.
I won't. It's staying right there.
But Leaf, I'm excited about this pre-show because I'm finally getting the spotlight that I deserve. It's in the L bar. My name's there.
Okay.
Can't wait for the segment. I don't know what it is yet, but I can't wait. I can't wait.
Turtle, when are you getting your own segment? I feel like I'd enjoy that more.
You guys always are out here talking about me, but it's never really positive, okay? You guys always have something negative to say about me, my career, everything I've ever done in this game, okay? So when we get to that segment, it's over for me.
Okay, but when Turtle will get his segment is when we do a 32-team playoff bracket because he thinks everyone's going to make it to these final days. So that's when we'll do.
Oh, my God.
I'll tell you what, Turtle. You can get a segment, but you've got to bring the puppy with you. How does that sound?
I'll get the doggo. I'll get the doggo. Then it's worth.
Okay, it is enough bandering for now. We got more of that later. So for now, let's take a look at the teams that we're going to be talking about today. I mentioned 8 made it in today. Gibbs, it was 32 teams at the beginning of this gauntlet. We've whittled it down to 8.
And my favorite part, I don't have to explain Swiss today. So that's the best part. Bracket, simple, win or go home. And we got a lot of new faces, maybe 2 new faces. And then everyone else, they're coming back. Like top 4 in NA that we keep talking about, they're here. That G2 Team MV game is going to be crazy. But the Kansas City Pioneers, #1 seed, went perfect. 3-0, 9-0 on game. So they get that 1 seed. And that's over the heavy favorites in North America. So that's huge for them.
I want to say to Turtle, I want to say it for success. Didn't you make a prediction for one of these teams early on?
I don't know. Gibbs is out here thinking I'm like picking 32 teams to make top 8. I'm pretty sure I was only highlighting KCP out here to make top 8. They come out, they clutch it, and they've been looking amazing. We also got XSET here, which I didn't expect to see in our playoff bracket.
Well, they are playing for more than just victory. They're playing for money and points. Sorry, the prize pool. You know, a lot of money there, but the points is also important. Shogun, 30K at the top there, and you know, a lot of points to help them out in the majors and in the for the World Championship.
Yeah, it's certainly not anything to scoff at, especially when you get to do this monthly and you get the 10Ks every single week in the grid. It's certainly become a little bit of a gold mine over here in Rocket League. But the most important thing is those points. You get a hold of those, you get to go to the bigger mines. You get to go in to the majors, and that is where you start to really pull in the big money. So for these teams, it's a nice thing, and it feels so strange that I could turn around and just go, oh yeah, 30 grand, yeah, that's nice. But you got to look even further beyond. You know, you see the mountain, you get to the top of the mountain, there's a bigger mountain up there, and it's all made out of gold.
Why are we sitting over here then? We need to be running to that mountain. But
I want to be sitting over there. Give me back the spot.
No, get away. Turtle, keep him away from me right now.
I'm trying, dude. I can't control him.
Let's take a look at, of course, the leaderboard for points, because this is regional #2. We've had a regional already, and by the end of the first regional, this is what it looked like. By the end of the day, it could look drastically different. Gibbs, Space Station Gaming sitting at the top, but that could very well change here.
That could change. I don't think it will necessarily, but Kansas City Pioneers, we see them with only 100 points. Well, they're getting 150 at the very least, and of course, they're that #1 seed, so they will definitely move up into that top 8 range, but it's anyone's game. Obviously, you want to make the major top 16 for that, so that is what people are fighting for, and like any team that made playoff bracket today, they're pretty much safe for that major, but now it's about trying to get all the way at the top, trying to catch up to Space Station or NRG, because that's where you want to be at the end of the day.
Well, let's take a look back just for a moment here and recap yesterday. Of course, it wasn't just, one day. This is in all the Rocket League we've had over the past 2 weeks. We've had 3 days so far, and this will be the 4th. So let's take a look back at yesterday at stage #2, where we had dropped those 32 teams down into 16 teams. And take a look at the standings and just what happened yesterday, because it was a battle for sure. And some teams here, Turtle, missing that we maybe would have expected to be here. You know, Rogue being one of those teams specifically.
Yeah, it was definitely a tough day overall for Rogue, unfortunately. If we watched any of their series, we saw that they actually had a couple of close game 5s. The Knights are down here as well. Continuum, they surprised us last weekend, but to see them go 0-3, a bit shocking. And also plot twist, just a bunch of names. You know, you see these guys play out through the grid. We expect big things from them, but then whenever it comes down to the final moments in the weekend where you're getting points, you're collecting a lot of momentum, they just fail. And Rogue, I think specifically, they have a lot of history of not performing, to our expectations, and they've been kind of slugging down a little bit here.
Well, now that you just see what happened yesterday, let's recap a couple of the matches. There were so many matches, as you can tell by that graphic there. Let's break down a couple of them that people should go back and watch. Shogun, I'm going to start off with you. Which one caught your eye?
I think the most important one for me specifically was the NRG versus G2 matchup. Coming into it, the desk made a lot of points about how the fact that NRG, yeah, they're a great team, but they're a great team at beating every team below them. They've been struggling a lot lately when it came to those top teams. Instead, yesterday, they beat 2 of them, and a lot of it came down to their new arrival. Squishy Muffins was outstanding this series. He was scoring some absolute bangers. I don't think he lost a single midfield challenge, especially not up in the air. He's got to keep playing like that if they want to get a big result today, because you got to remember, this isn't a team that we should be speaking about as, oh, you know, they're struggling as the top teams. After the offseason they had, this is a team that should be in the contention for championships.
0-4 versus this team of G2, but they finally get the win here. Plus, it was a sweep as well, so hats off to them. But Squishy was just on fire, man. And every midfield challenge, like, it's the problem with G2. They are always a little bit too confident to be like, yes, we're going to clear this ball out every single time. But Energy midfield defense was great. A lot of wide open nets, as usual, because of G2. But it was because like Energy held so much possession throughout, and that is not very easy when you play this team at G2.
Well, Gibbs, you're talking. I'll just make you keep talking. Which one did you have?
So this is easy. Peeps versus Space Station, turning into a classic matchup every single time. We saw it Regional 1, went to all the way to Game 7, and then this one goes all the way to Game 5. And, man, it's something about the Space Station team, something about Reynolds. He just cannot lose to the Peeps. He always makes big plays at the very end, and this one, no different. Game 5, it goes to overtime, and no one else but Reynolds who scores the goal.
Yeah, and you even asked him yesterday in the interview, you said, you know, would you have been sad if you lost to the team that you left? And he was like, oh, of course, I do not want to lose these guys. And the best part of all this is we actually get a rematch between both these teams. This was such a fun series to watch yesterday. It was my highlight, or one of my highlights, excuse me. And all the saves, the last second goals we saw from the Peeps, they battled back. It was a back and forth. Every single game went one way, and then it would go the opposite the next. It was so fun to watch. You couldn't tell what was happening. And you got to give credit to SSG. They are so composed in Game 5 in the final moments, keeping their cool, dribbling out. Arsenal, I think, is a big aspect of that. And overall, I was just impressed with them.
The fun thing is we get to see them later today as well, because they did match up in the bracket. But let's keep this recap going. Turtle, who did you have?
I had Alpine versus a Rogue. I thought that was a banger of a series as well, because, you know, we got the Peeps and SSG, but then we come down to the lower leagues a little bit, the teams that aren't necessarily at the top yet. And these guys had a bloody battle out on the pitch. There were demos left and right, Magic Bear popping off. I think this was probably the most aggressive we've seen Magic Bear play, and I love it. I love seeing him get forward and also go for some more shots while Percy's sitting back a little bit. And this was one of those series that was also back and forth. There was one game we'd have a total wipeout from Rogue, and then the next it would be Alpine who are coming back. And actually in Game 5, Alpine were struggling so much. It was their defense that got tested. Rogue had all the shots, all the pressure, and Alpine managed to hold on, get some good counterattacks, and that's what won them the series.
There's definitely been a thing of, you can look at either teams here and say, when the pressure gets on, both teams can end up looking quite frail in those moments. And it was going to be a question of which team could end up stepping up to it. This time around, it was Alpine. They were able to step up to the plate, and Rogue again out just before they can end up qualifying for the playoffs. But I think that leads us quite nicely, actually, there, Turtle, because despite the fact that Leaf doesn't want me to take the hosting job, I am going to move straight into this next bit right here. You cannot stop me this time around, because we are going into our top 3 plays from yesterday. And the first one we've got is coming from that series. You want to start off a series like that in the best way possible, and Magic Bear delivered exactly that. Double tap, ceiling reset. Just straight past. There's nothing you can do if you're Rogue. The only thing you can do is look at a goal like that one go in and say, oh dear, okay, well, they've come to play, because your best hope in a series like that is that the slightly less experienced team is going to start feeling the nerves a little bit, but certainly did not end up happening. For number 2, though, we are going to be heading over to NRG. It's that Starman yet again, Squishy Muffins from the corner. He uses the card's glutes to try and reset himself. Gets it straight, and that is just fantastic. I don't even know if this counts as a Doomsday dish. I don't think it does. That's a Squishy, whatever he wants to call it. We'll get in contact with him. If you create the play, you get to name the play. But if they are going to be that championship team today, NRG has got to see more stuff at this level from Squishy Muffins. However, there could only be one first place player, and there could be nothing else. Wavepunk has been calling for it week after week, and he finally got it. Rapid Reset gets it in off Aquadome. Take a look at that. Picks it up once, uses the reset instantly to correct the direction of the car, and just pops it in to the bottom left corner. Rapid continuing to prove that he is so dangerous across the entire field. And I want to see more plays like this today, because whilst this was good enough to get you through to playoffs, you got to do something even more special if you can to take the playoffs.
Yeah, that I think it's just phenomenal how we've seen this team suddenly pop off, and it's like not even just like I understand why now. Like Rapid's been getting plays like that over and over again. I mean, pretty sure he ended up in a top play last week as well with that backboard read off of a boomer just from beast mode. Yeah, that team's just seems like they leveled up huge right now, which brings me on to the next segment right now. I want to talk about underrated players that kind of gone under the radar, maybe not so much anymore that they've get in the spotlight, but let's have a discussion about players that we think should get more recognition. Just to start things off here, let's have a discussion. Gibbs, throw out a player out there and let's start discussing.
Gotta talk Memory. We're just gonna talk about all of these Pioneers players, but Memory was one of these guys through the offseason where he gets signed to a different team like super early on. And I was making the joke, I'm like, there's no reason to sign a player like Memory like early. No reason to lock him up, but he's been popping off. Over 1.5 goals per game for the top 16 round. That's insane. Number one for any player. And he's not known for his offense normally. He plays a lot of defense, but he's been popping off.
Yeah, definitely. I think Memory is a player that we never really pay too much attention to because he's kind of defensive a bit. He wants to stay back a little bit more, and that means that we don't get a lot of spotlight. Because even in the KCP series, it's Rapid popping off, but Memory holds it down on the defense, and I think his challenges are what helps them push forward in the transition game.
I think his biggest problem for the longest time is that he's got the same issue that Illusion had as well, where he's been around for so long with not many great results to his name. It's just sort of one of those names that you're used to. It's like, yeah, okay, you're a pro. That's sort of like as far as the interaction has gone for the longest time. So for those sort of players, those are the ones that it's hardest to reinvent your image, because everyone gets you locked in to, all right, you are this standard of player. So for Memory, he's doing a great job of starting to turn that around.
See, it's weird because in my mind, at least, I don't look at Memory as like an underrated player. As like you compared Shogun to Illusion. Illusion in my mind is more of that underrated aspect here, because I feel like Memory. I don't know how much I stand behind Gibbs' this pick of like being an underrated player, maybe a player that's not maybe like thought of enough, but I don't think underrated. At least I'd maybe disagree with it, but like, fine, we'll give Gibbs this one. We'll just make fun of him in the next day.
But I'll agree with you with Illusion, because he got booted from his team, and then like he really didn't get a lot of tryouts throughout. Then finally, the peeps, after trying out like other players, was like, all right, why don't we try Illusion? And everything clicked. We saw it throughout the past like few weeks or even months now with him. He's been doing such amazing things. We saw Game 6 when they played Space Station, the incredible fake play that no one would think of. And so it's plays like that he is really just playing out of his mind. Probably the best he's ever played, I would say, right now. So the peeps are just gonna try and ride that momentum with him.
So let's take it to like, these are players that we've talked about before. Like these are RLCS players. Exactly. Right? Let's take it to play. Yeah, Tara, let's take it to players that like maybe like are not getting that recognition yet.
Well, and I think that's everybody on the Alpine roster, to be honest. And I don't want to seem biased because I basically follow them throughout the whole grid, but legitimately all three of these guys, they're new to the scene, and you know that they have nerves as well. I've interviewed a lot of them, I've talked to them, and they have a lot of emotional issues whenever they're fighting against teams like NRG, because these are players they've all looked up to, and they all have basically watched progress into the RLCS like Justin. They've been a fan of them, or of him and his performance, and to get to play against them now to make the playoffs, these guys, all three of them have come out of nowhere. And specifically, I think Jordan is an absolute beast. I think Percy, he gets a lot of love because he's a striker of the roster. He puts on a lot of shots, but Jordan, if we watch that matchup, even in the Rogue series, he was putting out a lot of passes. He's very mechanical, and he'll pop off whenever he needs to.
Okay, well, if we're going to talk about whole teams then we need to bring up KCP. Like, if we're not bringing up KCP, then what are you doing right now, right? Like,
I got to question this one. I got to question this one, because are they underrated, or have they just finally started to find form? Because, you know, you can't come out of the last regional where they were out in the first stage and turn around and just go, oh, well, they were definitely underrated coming out of that. Is this just now a case of them finally starting to emerge to show what they're actually capable of?
I mean, I feel like if they had been performing better before this recently, it's like, how do you classify what underrated is? Because I feel like KCP, all three of the players, they haven't really done anything for the past few months. Like literally, we look at all the seasons coming up, the past few seasons, they've been so quiet. Yes, they've kind of maintained relevance by staying in the RLCS barely, but now we're starting to see them pop off, proving that they were underrated. They've been working on their skills, and we're seeing rapid resets. How can you not love it?
I'll narrow it down then maybe just to beast mode. Even Reddles himself called him out that this is a player that's going to be one of the best in the world. So I think right now, maybe a bit underrated. It's to keep your eye on beast mode, but from underrated to overrated, it's time to make fun of Gibbs.
Wait, what? What's going on here?
The president of Rocket League is now under fire. It's time to make fun of him. Gibbs, when are you going to stop guessing, man? Yesterday, what was yesterday?
Yesterday was something, all right? You know, so there's two ways to go about this with my predictions. You know, people say a curse and all that stuff with G2 and Rogue, but there's two ways that I can go about this. Rogue fans, like, I know it's hard to be a Rogue fan, and you have to blame someone. You don't want to blame the team. I get it. Throw your blame on me. That's perfectly fine. I accept that. But you know what? There's another option I could go, and here's where I'm actually going to go with this. This is collusion. This is corruption. The RLCS players, they are watching these prediction shows, and they see what the prediction is, and they're like, we don't care about the money. We just want to see Gibbs be wrong. So I think these guys are setting me up for failure. We talked with Kronovi 4 years ago, like I was his teammate, and he had enough of me then when I'm going up for an aerial, and about halfway through, I'll say, I'm faking because I was terrible at Rocket League. I think he was just really mad at me and still holds a grudge.
Gibbs, you can't come in here and take away the roast. I was going to roast you about every time you've ever played this game, okay? Because that's all you do to me.
Go ahead.
You can't come out here and then roast yourself because then that takes away my entire argument, bro. That's not what we're about to do, okay, in the pre-show. This is not fair. I don't like it.
Well, I don't know if you have any ammo left or if he just took it all away from you.
I have nothing.
Are we done?
I was going to roast him for staying in the goal.
Do I want to make fun of... Give me a moment here. Got to make sure I'm ready for this. All right.
Okay.
Gibbs. You're welcome yesterday, is all I want to say. You are welcome for me sending all of the love to you after the G2 match. By the way, remember when your team does lose today, I believe it is at Gibbs0O. That's the letter O, and then 0.
What is this tag? What is this tag?
Yeah,
it's really bad.
No, because he's gone out of his way to make this as awkward as possible because he knows that he's going to send it over to some other Gibbs. Whoever has got the regular at Gibbs on Twitter, my apologies on behalf of the entire team, on behalf of the Rocket League community. It is this guy's fault, and we are sorry. We are all sorry.
But all right, so terrible Brandon, but I think I still have more Twitter followers than all of you. So I'm trying for a handicap here.
How far have you gone up since the Kronovi days, Gibbs?
I'm just saying. Yeah, that's true. Like, I did ride those coattails pretty hard. That's true.
Segment's done. We're moving on. The president of Rocket League, we've given it to him now, but we still love you, buddy. Let's move on and talk about the teams that are fighting for the major right now. Some of the teams are already locked in. Let's talk business here, Gibbs. There's some that are still on the edge here. I'm just going to list them all out here and see if you guys think any specific ones are going to lock down their spot into a major. So just on the cusp of making it into the major here, to that top 16, we have Jamal Jabari, 72 PC, Down to Earth, which was Continuum, Plot Twist, Version 1, Charlotte, Phoenix, Adept, Nefarious, United, and Omelette. I'm just curious, out of these teams, I got them listed in the document here, so you don't have to look at the Sky Shogun. Which of these teams do you think have really that best chance to lock it down? Gibbs, I'm gonna start off with you since we did just drop into you pretty hard there.
So we listed 10 teams. 5 of them will make it into that top 16. These guys are all right on the cusp. So I'll give you one in and one out. Like, I'm gonna give version 1 in. I know they've been inconsistent, but I think, like, I don't know why I still like this team. I still like Gimmick. Like, even though I know he's not playing as well as he used to, but I still think these guys are good enough. They'll make top 16 when we get to the final regional, and then they'll have enough points. And one out, I'm going to go E-United because they're making that roster move at a very questionable time, and I'm a little worried about them, so I don't think they're going to make it.
Turtle, you didn't look to agree with that one.
That's the thing I'm confused on, man. Like I saw E United playing with the new pickup, Tristan. I thought he had a lot of potential. And then they come out here in the first stage and they get slapped up. And I'm wondering what happened between E United and also Omelette. Like what happened to these teams? Coming into the new format in RLCS, I thought Omelette was gonna exceed all of our expectations. They were going to completely pop off. I'm a fan of all three of those players, especially with Lion Blaze being the 1v1 legend himself. I think that they have so much potential. Then they've just been flopping this entire time, unfortunately. And I don't know what the issue is, because every time I watch their games, I feel like they're so close to pulling a KCP, but they're just not there yet.
Shogun, is there any teams here besides the ones they've picked so far you think that'll
I
make
mean,
it for sure?
they've both just picked E United so far. So I will not pick E United, but I will quickly jump on the bandwagon of that roster move, the state of it. I'm going to be looking towards, I think 72 PC will make it. That one's probably less so of a jump up in expectations. The one, however, I'm not expecting to make it is Adept. I've been looking at them. I've been wanting to see something Griffin. I just don't see it right now happening. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it when the pressure is fully on. So I'm a little worried about them.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's some really early predictions. Let's make some more immediate predictions right now and talk about today. We're going to look at the bracket here again, just so everyone else can understand who's where on the bracket, and let's figure out our grand finals. Turtle, I'm going to start out with you. From each side of the bracket, who's making it to grands today?
All right. So I think it's difficult whenever you're looking at the bottom game, Space Station versus the Peeps. That's going to be a crazy series. And we've also got NRG. So how do you pick? I think it's either SSG or NRG. They're going to make it to the grand finals on that side. And I'm going NRG. They have been performing well against the top 4 teams. That's our issue with them. They haven't been able to come out here. But Squishy, the man is popping off. They're looking incredible. Even Red Ells himself said it in the interview. Whenever you have 3 players with huge potential, all 3 of them can pop off at any given moment. That's when you got to be scared of them. And NRG, I think today is their day to make it to the grand finals. And then I'm going to go with a bold pick on the top. We can see KC Pioneers versus Alpine Esports. I think KC Pioneers have the edge in that one. And I'm guessing they're just going to go all the way, because as the underdog, you're coming out here, you get momentum early on, because one of those teams is going to be an underdog up against G2 or Envy. And I think they're going to carry that on. So we're going to get a KCP versus NRG grand final.
You know what? I'm going to go next year, and I'm going to back this up. I think now I have to go off of how the teams have looked the past couple of days. We got to see them play yesterday. KCP came into this top 8 in style, a full 3-0 on the day, and each series they played was a 3-0 as well. Man, I think these guys are just going to ride that wave right to the end. And on the other side, I have to agree with the NRG pick, because we've seen Space Station starting to struggle a little bit. I don't even know if they're going to be able to get past the Peeps. And then I feel like that would be the best bet on that side of the bracket to make it to grands is Space Station. And there's a chance they might not even. And I think NRG, not to count out Xset, but I feel like NRG, based off what we saw yesterday, should be able to make it to the semis, in stride, and then just right on through into the grand final. So I'm gonna back you up on that one for sure. 100%. Shogun, who you got?
All right, I'm going to go agree with half of what you guys have got there. I am going to join you guys on the NRG pick to make it through to grand finals. Reason being is that I look at that bottom side of the bracket, you mostly are picking between NRG or Space Station there. And whilst I do think Space Station is the stronger team, they are also out of form right now. And if NRG brings that level of squishy muffins to this potential semi-final match, good luck to anybody over there. However, for the top half, I'm going to go against you here. I'm going to go with Team Envy to make it. Now, the reason being is because Team Envy have been getting good wins, and they've been doing it not without necessarily their entire team playing all that great. I think Mist has been just incredible lately. He needs to keep that going. I have no doubt that he can keep that going. Question becomes, are we going to see it from Atomic, and are we going to see it from Turbo? I feel pretty good about Turbo. A little bit more question there about Atomic.
Well, I'll agree with you on the Mist thing here. I just feel like the results have been a little off. So to have G2 as their first matchup is a pretty bold pick in my opinion. Yeah,
I think my main question about G2 is just their shooting accuracy lately. a tough team to get goals like that on when their rotation is actually working properly. Yes, yesterday we saw Team Envy dropping goals, but they were dropping goals by scoring them themselves. You know, they were passing to their opponents. They were scoring own goals. All perfectly good. G2 are going to be needing to be the team that break Team Envy down. I'm not too sure they're going to be able to get those infield passing plays working as well. And I'm very unsure whether or not they can do it without getting it intercepted for a missed double tap.
Okay, Gibbs, we've all got NRG.
Yeah, you guys are nuts. You guys are nuts. How do you pick NRG when Space Station is on that side of the bracket? They had one bad grid, all right? Let's calm it down about Space Stations in this big slump. They beat
Did
NRG.
you see Squishy? Did you see Squishy, though?
I did see Squishy, but NRG has not beat Space Station at all this entire season. They've played them 3 times. They've lost 3 times. I expect Space Station to win that. Like, I'm more worried for Space Station when they play the Peeps. So maybe, like, I could see 1 or 2 picks for NRG, but no one picking Space Station. Got Space Station going to the grand finals. Then, on the other side, how is no one picking G2? What is wrong with all you? Back-to-back grid champion. Sure, they lost to Kansas City Pioneers back in weekend 1, and they haven't been perfect. But at the end of the day, Championship Sunday, I think they finally show up, and G2 goes up.
Mate.
This is why we make fun of you.
Mate, Gibbs.
What?
All right.
You guys
made these mistakes yesterday, and this is the reason why your pro career didn't last all that long, because after making those mistakes, you haven't fixed it. You
Double or nothing,
said that
Shogun,
G2,
all right?
Double or nothing. We've bet nothing to start with.
Isn't it every time? I think every player on G2 just sighed collectively because now you just picked and you're the sole person picking for them. They're going to lose.
Yeah. So he's done the same thing. He's gone for G2, where whenever he goes for G2, doesn't work out. And he said the exact same sentence about NRG that he said yesterday about how they can't beat a top 4 team, which they then went on to go and do twice.
Let's not forget the region.
Gibbs?
Let's not forget Regional 1. I had Space Station versus Energy and Space Station 1, and I was the only one to pick that. I'm just saying, I don't get everything wrong, and I get it right more often than not. Well, watch your back.
We'll find out. We gotta move on. Let's take a look at the actual matchups that are coming up right now, guys. So you have a little perspective. Of course, there's a bracket's a lot more straightforward than a Swiss style tournament. This is just a single elim bracket. You know what to expect. You know what it is. You win, you move on, you lose, you are out. Down to the top 8. This is how it's going to go. The Peeps and SSG, we alluded to this one at the beginning of the show. Let's talk about it. Guys, this is a big matchup for them. They matched up yesterday, and now they've got each other in round number 1. Gibbs thinks SSG is going to take this one pretty handily. He thinks they're going to the grand finals, but we got to talk about Red saying that the Peeps is their kryptonite, and this is why, Gibbs, I said I don't think they might not even make it past their first round.
Yeah, but Riddle said that, and he keeps beating them. He doesn't care about that. Like, he knows he can beat them, so he's not worried about that. Plus, they figured out their issues for the last 2 days. He said, hey, we figured everything out. We're the best in NA. But, of course, we're talking about Riddles. He's always going to say that, so it doesn't really matter. But I believe him this time. Space Station.
Well, before we talk about, we're going to get predictions on here, but first we got to get to our Verizon fan vote chat. We need your help. Is it the Peeps or is it SSG that's going to take this match? This is an age-old matchup now that I'm starting to love to see in Rocket League scene in North America. Let's get our predictions out while chat gets those hashtags in chat. We'll find out what they think in a second here. I'm going to get Gibbs out of the way because I'm sick of him right now. Just tell us who you're picking.
I have to back up for a second.
We know it's SSG.
So I just want to show you real quick my pants. I'm wearing pajama pants because I'm sleeping on the Peeps. I'm sleeping on the Peeps. Not only will Space Station win this, they will win 3-0. I got Space Station easily here. Easy.
Turtle, tell him why he's wrong.
3-0. What are you talking about? Did you not?
3-0.
You have eyes. Did you see the series yesterday? I
did. All
right,
and I am very comfortable.
You did. So you know that the Peeps are going to get a game or two. I still think SSG are going to win. SSG take it. But the Peeps, it's going to game 5. It's got to go to game 5.
I'll speed this one up a little bit. 3-2 for SSG. I think best of 5 actually suits the Peeps a little bit more. And I think Space Station might get caught out a little bit at the beginning.
Yeah, no, I think this is going the distance all the way. I'm going to agree, with Shogun, SSG on this one as well, but they're not going to make it to those grand finals. And of course, chat thinks that it's going to be in favor of them as well, 66%. But guys, is everyone sleeping on the Peeps right now? Let us know on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCSX, and give the Peeps some energy. But it's now time to head over to the Verizon Skybox with your commentators.
Hey, you didn't get rid of me. I'm still here. That's right. You're stuck with me forever. And guess who else is stuck with me? It's our favorite commentator, Johnny Boy. How you doing, Lado?
Hey, not too bad, man. Not too bad. Yeah, you really are working hard today. Keep it up. It's been fun so far. I've got to, agree with all of you guys. I'm also sleeping on the Peeps. Space Station for the win here.
Right, so many people are expecting Space Station to be the team that gets through. However, the Peeps, as an org and as a team, very historically known for, upset results. And if they are going to do it, I think best of 5 is the chance to do so. I think the question is, what version of Space Station are we going to get today? Because whilst we did have the segment there where we get to speak about, who we're expecting to get through to the finals, maybe who we're expecting to win the finals, a lot of it was all dependent on previous day performances, which has not been great from Space Station. Today, we're looking on them to perform a bit better straight from the off here in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, Space Station have been, they haven't been playing up to their, I'd say, first month of RLCS Season X itself, but that's a pretty good start from them. Rails puts in the opening goal off a great pass from Sypical. He took off his own back wall for this. Managed to pirouette over one, and AJ couldn't keep Rails out.
I do love that he goes straight down the middle as well, because you can see most rotations try to split left and right. But when you go straight down the middle, it causes a bit of confusion about who's supposed to go. This Rattle's now going to get over to Sypical one more time, who ends up backing down. That's a fantastic fake challenge. And takes straight back over. So for Space Station, perfect start, and it is probably the 2 players that they want to see it most on, especially with Sypical starting well. Here comes Gyro, goes looking for Sypical, and he needs a response from Illusion, and they can't find it.
Yeah, Arsenal just managed to hang in front of that ball. Just barely cover it. It was dodgy defending by Arsenal in the run-up to that, though, so he had to make up for his previous mistake, and he did.
Still, that pressure is on. The question becomes who can control the back boost the most. Rattle's already up. This is such a huge play for his team. They can now transition, grab hold of those 2 mid boosts. Start to lock down their opponents. Play straight down the middle. Oh, huge block from Arsenal. So far, challenge game going pretty even. The only issue I have right now with the Peeps is that they're getting to the follow-up ball second best every single time. Relying an awful lot on the first man to do a little bit more work than you typically expect, and that's what you need better. Illusion waiting on the goal line, and Gyro will deliver.
What a carry by Gyro. No boost, and he still pulls off the center ball to perfection. And I'll tell you what, he almost stole the goal as well, just to add a little cherry on top on the play. But that's a great comeback. Gyro dominant in a couple of challenges back-to-back. Space Station needs to be careful not to allow that to happen. It's all about not losing the challenge too hard in the back corner, as opposed to winning it, which I think was Space Station's mentality in that play.
It's going to be a continued offense here. I do like that the Peeps did actually send their shooter up that far across the field, because it is pretty normal, especially when the nerves are on, that you don't want to press two players right next to your opponent's back wall. They were brave enough to do so, get the result for it, and get the reward. Arsenal now moving in by himself. Very difficult to play too much from there, as AJ is just going to take his time. Sypical sees it, it's going to start moving in. Wow. That is fantastic play. And so far, the Peeps ball carries have been the deciding factor when it comes to their ability to stave off pressure.
Yeah, Space Station are taking the direct route straight down the middle every time they attack. That is going to put immediate pressure onto the Peeps every time that they do it, but the Peeps are going around. They prefer to go via the wall by the looks of things. And to strengthen these 50-50s and these close-to-the-wall outplays, that's allowing the Peeps to have success in that area. You do get faster recoveries when you're making an outplay near a sidewall.
AJ, running back out to Sypical. Peeps need another big play here if they want to try and get rid of this. Force the challenge out from Arsenal. First player to it is Illusion. Off the backboard, it's actually going to be unchallenged. Could have maybe got there if the recovery from the first touch was a little bit better. Ball's going to ricochet back into the corner. Just under 2 minutes left now. Sypical looking to just try and dance his way all the way, and you have to always respect him. Arsenal now over to Rettles. Didn't have time to get the extra flip. Peeps just, keeping this at a very regular pace here. Happy to sit behind the ball. They're not trying to force this right now.
Yeah, Peeps don't really have to force it. The Space Station keep on just barreling straight down the middle and giving them the ball. So as long as they can defend these direct plays as they have been, they shouldn't be having too much trouble. That's a really tricky play, though. Typical has been playing for the aerials over and over again, and that's pretty scary as a fan of the Peeps. You never really want to give Typical space to attack you in the air, but they're doing well enough. They've got some good aerial defense, I would say. And, AJ's blocking most of Typical's plays single-handedly.
I want that to continue. However, now they've got AJ out, and he's going to be away for a while. 0 boost in the midfield. Space Station weren't able to do too much with it. And AJ is now finally back in position. It's been a very defense-oriented approach here from the Peeps. They've now finally got a chance to move forward. It's not the best flick from Illusion. But I wanted to try and get that one off the backboard to try and get a teammate to move in. So far, a mild affair in game number 1. Typical again takes the air. Would like to take out the next player. AJ forced to jump early. Arsenal floating in. Rattles over the top of one. Gyro already up, and he will clear away. Only as far as Arsenal. Might have Rattles to aim for. Instead, goes for the block. He's managed to get it. Lands on the ball. Typical off the backboard, and there is going to be no follow-up from Rattles, but what a goal that would have been.
Oh, you really feel like Typical could have shot that on target. I don't know why he's struggled and ended up hitting it way high, way wide. The pass from Arsenal was exquisite and recovered brilliantly midair. Now Rattles off the back wall. Space Station are taking it easy. They know that they're going to get chances against a team who are defensive like the Peeps and sitting this far back in their half. But are they going to find a way through? Peeps defense holding strong.
So far, Space Station haven't shown any vulnerabilities to getting impatient and going for the double commit. And just putting question after question forward, and Peeps have answered thus far. Gyro for the backboard. Typical tries to catch, although Gyro's going to keep following him. Good response. Typical has not really gone for the power hits too often. Might as well now get the pressure from it. Drops down. Typical keeps it out. Illusion would like to follow, but Arsenal cuts it away from him nice and quick. Almost went underneath AJ. Just about makes contact. Illusion still keeps it out. They've got Gyro. They've got AJ both up. They need to follow up nice and quickly because here comes Arsenal. Gets another good challenge, and Space Station Gaming locking down this final third. Typical has managed to get it past one, but I think he was expecting the block. Didn't quite get it, and we still continue on as AJ to the other side wanted the hook shot.
Yeah, that's a really dangerous position for Space Station to be in. AJ bounce dribbling, looking threatening, but they did get the save. It's very interesting to see the Peeps style of defending the air dribble attacks the Space Station keep going for. Usually in 3v3, when somebody's air dribbling at you, you just want to get in their face as early as possible, but they're in fact backing off and trying to wait for the touches to run out for Space Station. It's quite an old style of defending air dribbling, but because it's not so common these days, I think Space Station are getting caught off guard by it. That's another good infield pass, well shut down by Typical.
We haven't seen that big shot on target though just yet. Typical and Arsenal both went. This might be the big one as Typical barrels through the follow-up challenge. Great recovery from him out to AJ to take it right down the middle. And that is a recovery save, and it's well done. Space Station Gaming, stay in it.
And that's some good control by Arsenal. Again, using the sidewall to recover more quickly after a dodge into the ball. Tense game 1. Space Station aren't really rushing their attack, but they are air dribbling the majority of them. And, you know, they love to do that. They love to set up these flip reset plays and go for the solo plays on their opponents if they're given the space to do so. But as yet, it has been mostly ineffective as Peeps defense holds strong once again. This is, you know, it's very impressive, like I said earlier, to be able to nullify the air dribbles that Space Station are playing for with the style that Peeps have gone for over and over again. Now, this might be a chance for Arsenal. Going to continue himself, but once again, there's plenty Peeps on the goal line, blocking the shooting angle, and indeed every angle. The pass wasn't available either. But unless the Peeps can get one of those strong 50-50s at the near post to lead to a center ball, I don't really see what else they're trying to do to get goals against this Space Station team.
No, tense has definitely been the perfect word for it. Defensively, Peeps doing really well. I especially like how quickly they are sending the first player before cleaning up with the second. Not trying to overreach with what each player is trying to do. AJ can't quite use the reset. 3.5 minutes of overtime played. Feels like we haven't seen a major opportunity just yet. A couple of half chances. Off the backboard, this might be the first big one. And it is. AJ will take it, and it was one mistake from Arsenal that ended up giving it to him.
Yeah, Arsenal tried to pop that ball higher onto the back wall so he could land, catch it, and take it to safety, but it drops straight down into the middle. AJ decides to go up early, and that is the end of game one. Really interesting game. Peeps defending extremely passively, and Space Station, despite all the space that they were given, were not able to connect with many effective shots on target. They had 15 shots in this game, but not many of them were too scary for the Peeps to deal with. They were mostly saved with relative ease. And I really think that this solo play focus that Space Station had was their downfall in this game. We didn't see too many of their passing plays that they're quite well known for. It was, very like NA Guild. The ball just bounces in front of a player and they air dribble at the opponents. And then next attack, another air dribble. Next attack, oh look, it's another air dribble. And they're all being defended well. So I think Space Station really need to switch it up in this game. They've got to start passing. Peeps, meanwhile, well, they got the win. If they can just play this really solid defensive style, it's going to make Space Station's life difficult. But I do think that Space Station still have control of the series because of the way the play is flowing.
The moment you mentioned Guild's air dribble plays as the person that covers them for the grid, my face just dropped. It has been a frustrating point, but they have been a little bit better for it lately. As here we go for game number 2. Over to DFH. Yeah, this was, I'm not too sure what the strategy was for the Peeps, but it was operation successful. They do take game 1. You gotta say, if this was a longer series, it might be a bit difficult for them to keep going with that, but they have stolen 1. They can now start working into the rest of this series now. As for Space Station, it's pretty much a question of how much do they want to let their hands go. Are they going to go for it? Here's Rattles. Don't know how they managed to just chip that one over the top. We're going to need more players like that. They've got to start catching the Peeps out, because whenever they go for the sensible play, the Peeps are sensibly dealing with it.
Well, Peeps played a defensive game 1, and I feel like playing defense as a priority at the highest level of Rocket League right now is like playing Rocket League on hard mode. The attacking team usually have the advantage because that's just how Rocket League goes. It's such a fast-paced game. You'd rather have 50-50s and chaotic things happening in the other team's half. But Peeps are defending so well. Oh, what a save that is. Nice deflection from Space Station. They, despite being in offense for the majority of the last game, they were the team that caved first. They made the first defensive blunder that threw the game away. So Peeps, more consistent of the two teams by a fair margin.
I have already seen from the Peeps a couple more occasions where they have thrown 2 players at the board in offense. I do like the point you've made there, though, Johnny, is that this game does favor offense an awful lot, and maybe this will favor Space Station, but they don't send everyone for it. Instead, AJ looks to get it over the top. Backboard, Gyro keeps the pressure going, drops down for Illusion,
wow,
who will score it. And suddenly, this starts to feel a little bit more real.
Gyro beats Rattles to that by a long way, and Illusion, backing up the desk, backing up the analysts in the pre-show, calling him.
We're going to give him specific credit.
He called him one of the most underrated players. I would agree. This team would not be having the success that they are without 3 players playing well, and Illusion is the one who hasn't been getting as much praise recently. I think AJ, obviously, there's a lot of hype around him. Gyro being that part of that Peeps team that won DreamHack Montreal last year. He's always, in the conversation for players who can pop off. Illusion, yeah, I think Illusion and Memory, good shouts in the pre-show for most underrated currently in North America.
All right, he's not getting all the credit. I'm the one that brought up Illusion, but it was Turtle that said, I'm not letting him have all of this. It was Turtle that said that he actually thought that the Peeps might just take this. It was either him or Leaf. Gibbs didn't say it, and I certainly didn't. We'll give it to both of them if need be. But right now it is...
I thought
you
Space Station would win this. I did call the SSG to take the W, but not feeling so confident anymore. Space Station look out of sync. Their passing is really non-existent at the moment. And that's unusual, because when this team were dominating at the start of this season, they were mixing things up. There were mind games, there's fast plays, there were solo plays, there were team plays, there were demo plays. It was the full package of unpredictability. Whereas right now, they are just, again, air dribbling or just dribbling the ball straight at the Peeps, who are defending way too consistently for this to be a viable strategy.
I remember coming into this, Space Station Gaming were being compared an awful lot whilst we can't do international competition to Team BDS, who are back-to-back regional champions. They want that result as well. They want to prove that they are capable of doing the exact same thing, as Typical will try and follow it. Can't get the flip reset. Typical now making a few mistakes when it comes to his air dribbles. Here's the issue when you keep going back to the same play over and over. You're making small adjustments, but it's not good enough so far. Gyro's going to give chase. Just over a minute left. Another demo. We'll pull Illusion into the play, but so far the Peeps so good. The moment that a hole is created that the water starts piling into, instantly plug it up.
Yeah, they're not having to plug up large holes though. It's very easy right now for the Peeps to control this Space Station team. Such a direct offense again and again. There's almost no lateral movement with the ball. And when Peeps have only got to think about one thing, and that's okay, Space Station are probably just going to come straight at us with the ball once again. It's a lot easier to figure out, where to position and what angles to cover. It's up to Space Station to try and create those angles, use the far side of the field to stretch the defense out and maybe make some bigger gaps to aim for.
Well, so far, the defensive playstyle, as we do come across the middle. AJ,
there we go.
And he couldn't get the car far enough behind it. And that is a much-needed goal for Space Station.
And when you look at that, not a solo play, it's a passing play. It's not a direct play. We got some lateral movement, an infield pass to the halfway line. Suddenly, Space Station, they put it all together. This is, I think, what's been missing from their play, that unpredictability. And you can see Peeps just didn't see it coming because this entire series so far, Space Station have not been moving the ball like that.
This is their chance now to see what has worked. Continue to build upon it as we go into our second overtime. This is already very big here, Johnny. Feels early in the series, but a win here. 3 match points for the Peeps to eliminate what was the tournament favorites coming into this a couple of weeks ago, but suddenly things feel very different. Gyro to the other side. He's going to take his time, and he took a little bit too much. Rails had him covered.
Yeah, Gyro's trying to surprise Rettles with a full volley there. He had time. He had the space to wait for the bounce, like he has here, but that's good defense by Space Station, scrambling to get goal side of the ball. But if you're going to try and catch the ball full volley like that, I think you need a bit more of a run-up. Gyro didn't really wind up into that one, so the power was lacking.
One thing I will say is it does feel like this game is starting to open up a little bit more as Typical almost catches AJ after the flick. Been a near flawless performance so far when it comes to defensive plays for the Peeps. Gyro already up, off the crossbar, or off the ceiling in fact. How quickly can he get to this? AJ again, he's now managed to catch out Rettles. On the backboard, here's Illusion again! And it's difficult to shut that shot down. That has been Illusion's shooting zone so far in the last few games. Off the backboard, Gyro will clear and pick up the 100 boost. That's massive. It's going to slow down Typical quite a bit on his rotation back.
Yeah, really key pickup of the boost in that position. That's how you avoid getting boost starved. You try and land on that pad after you make the clear and fall off the back wall. But, Space Station are the team who are having to make these last-ditch saves. Maybe game 1 of this series, it was more the Peeps who were doing the goalkeeping right on the goal line at the very last moment. But game 2 has been Space Station that spot. It's another 1v1 for Gyro. This time he's got Illusion to support. Rettles has their number. That is a monstrous defensive play by him. He's looking infield, goes for the mind game. There's Gyro on the recovery.
Just couldn't quite time it correctly, but Rettles, massive for his team, and now they're pressuring goalkeepers on their own. AJ and Gyro haven't quite got this figured out. Typical will be thinking about it. Holds the midfield instead. Oh my goodness, Typical is starting to become a one-man wrecking crew. But it wasn't the follow-up from Space Station. They didn't want to pull the trigger just yet.
I can't believe Gyro will be killing himself, or kicking himself rather, for not scoring one of those chances. He had 2 clean dribbles, 1v1, and he was unable to put some real shots on target. Oh my goodness, that's on. Is it in? It is. Typical stuffs it over the goal line. And how did Arsenal find that angle? It looked like the net was mostly defended, but he's found a gap.
Just every single time we hit these overtimes, it becomes a question of not can you score cleanly, can you force the pop into a shootable spot on the field? This time around, it was Space Station Gaming that came out big, but my goodness, we can look at the 2 goals from Typical and say, yes, congratulations, but I have to be pointing towards Rettles there. Rettles was phenomenal this game.
Yeah, we did see, of course, Arsenal was the one who made those the passes to actually rip open the Peeps defense. That, I think, really was lacking from Space Station in the run-up to this game. So they've managed to get a win against the run of play here, just like the Peeps did in Game 1. This is back and forth in the most absolute fashion. But thank goodness for Space Station that they took this W, because Peeps had them on the ropes. They had them scrambling in on their goal line, diving in front of the ball again and again to just hope that it would bounce to safety. And it did. This is a chance now for Space Station to get their noses in front. But both games so far have gone to the team who played defense for the majority of it.
I think we described the first game as tense. It has now become a tense series rather than a tense game. This has been almost methodical in the midfield. Both teams not really wanting to press too far, waiting for their big opportunities in a series that big opportunities have been few and far between. Lucian does have AJ in support over on the right-hand side. Gonna keep going by himself. He'll be low boost now, but still enough to go up on the wall. With 2 players committed, don't expect to see AJ too far forward. Typical again going for the air dribble. And if this is going to work, they've got to see some success from Typical at some point soon, because all they're really doing is getting rid of pressure, but he's dropping it in spots that's playable, and AJ manages to find a way through.
And, you know, AJ just shows them how it's done. You know, Space Station have been going for these air dribble plays all day long. Hasn't worked, but AJ just kind of fumbles one in. And that is the respect being shown to AJ's capability by Space Station. They thought he would shoot that one high. They thought he would shoot it quickly. It's just rolled right by.
A major issue right now of these air dribble plays is the fact that they are dropping them onto the floor. They're not forcing challenges. So when it does drop, it is so easy to control for the defending player. It really is just a slight reprieve from defense, and then you're instantly getting it put straight back into your side of the field as Gyro attacking both Rettles and Typical.
It's a really weird series so far. I think the two teams have to be nervous. You know, best of 5 is a tricky situation.
Are they going to do this?
Oh, we've got a Typical versus AJ head-on collision.
AJ, mate, this is a great trade.
I don't know if it. Well, I don't know if it is. I mean, Space Station are probably the better 2v2 team here.
Oh no!
I don't know. Yeah, Space Station are way better than the Peeps at 2v2, I would say. You know, Arsenal's Typical are always pushing for rank 1 in 2v2, so those guys are likely to be the favorites for as long as this continues. It's actually going, the play is going really close to the two deadlock players quite often.
I think Typical has been the more powerful car, as that is behind Illusion, and he will get rid. No, Typical is being pushed away. AJ is currently got control of that as Arsenal looks to continue. And another one back to the midfield. They're still here. They will be here for a while.
Look at that. Gyro didn't want to dribble the ball into the corner for fear of breaking Rule 2 there. He doesn't want to cause it to stop earlier than it should. Yeah, I really do think Space Station are going to get the next goal. Rettles and Arsenal, I would take them in a 2v2 against Gyro Illusion any day of the week. And they have had the majority of the realistic chances so far. It's the defense. This looks a bit awkward for Gyro and Illusion. They're positioning as if they've got a third player. I mean, they do, but he's not part of the game right now.
All right, so this is now Universal Open 2.1 that we have got ourselves into. Rettles plays it around Illusion quite well.
Illusion, where's he going? He's got challenge rails from behind there. This is 2v2. There's nobody on the ball. Oh my goodness.
Peeps are going to continue playing goal line defense, no matter what. 2v2, 3v3, 1v1. As Illusion is actually going to pop. He can't follow it after Arsenal clatters into him.
Well, you see, in 3v3, that was the standard way to challenge. Your first man goes in, fakes the challenge, then rotates out. But in 2v2, if you're going to fake that challenge, you have to ball chase in the recovery. You don't want to leave one man at the back to cover the goal and challenge the ball at the same time. It's just too much for one player to do. So, yeah, I'm stand by what I said. It looks like Space Station have the edge here. It's a more significant edge than they've had in any of the 3v3 components so far today. Rettles gonna pop it in field. Oh, that was a big chance, but it's well defended by Peeps. They are hanging on and keeping this at least for now, in a tie game position. Reynolds has actually moved in pretty close here. Oh, Gyro jumps over the two players in the corner. Huge play by Gyro. Make sure not to collide with Typical. Oh, man, what a play.
Oh, acrobatic.
Oh, another drive-by, this time to pick up the boost against Typical. Barely avoiding collision. That's so impressive. The full lobby is playing their part here. Usually it's just up to the two players who are locked in to keep that going, but we've seen everybody contribute by avoiding them.
Gyro to the back. I can't do play-by-play right now. It's not happening. It's just not. My only question becomes, will they hold this all the way to the very end?
Oh,
wait a
Illusion!
second!
A free
Huge
jump!
fade from Rettles.
Wow.
Arsenal's taking the most roundabout way possible.
Rettles, he didn't think Illusion had that much boost. He didn't think he was going to attack that ball so quickly. That was the best chance the Peeps have had.
Lucian. Oh, that's
Oh
actually
my
going to be
goodness.
Huge
Oh!
into the goal line, and Gyro
What?
sees it away. Sipical and AJ still in the background. They're maintaining this. Both players happy to see this through. As now here comes Rettles. He wants the kill shot, and Gyro went under him, limbos to get the save.
Oh, this is crazy. Are we really going to go to OT? Are Typical...
not even
Typical
OT,
and
they're
AJ,
gonna
are they
take
going
it.
to find each other? I think what they need to do in overtime
It's
is...
not overtime, it's 1-0.
Oh, it starts 1-0. Oh, man. I really was hoping it was overtime. I'm so obsessed with this rule number 2. I didn't even look at the scoreline. I was thinking, you know what they need to do if this does go to OT? Is they need to find each other and reconnect. They need to reinitiate the rule so that the game can continue. But it's not going to happen.
All right, so it's got to continue in game 4, surely.
I would say so. I would say so.
So as we can see on here, Gyro has got 473 points. Illusion's got 320 points. AJ's got 245, but he's got plus 1,000 lad points for continuing that one on. That was... Yeah, if this is your first time watching professional Rocket League, you're welcome. That was fantastic.
It's a weird one, though, because, you know, I think for Space Station, it was actually a good play. You know, it made sense. 2v2 is a more volatile game mode than 3v3. They're down by 1. You know, contrary to what I was telling you at the end of the game, they were losing. So you want to get any kind of volatile state of the game is good for you. Kickoffs, you know, great thing for a team that are behind. 2v2, 1v1 situations, great things for a team that are behind. But even better, they are, I think, the better 2v2 team, and they're playing like the better 2v2 team there. But well played to the Peeps. They managed to hang on.
My question becomes now, Johnny, nothing related at all to the analytics of the game, but what level of this tournament would you have to get to where they would break it? Is it a major finals? Like, was it a regional finals of staging the majors? Oh my goodness, the Peeps already on offense. Would we take having to get to the World Championship? I really don't know when it comes to these guys.
Well, you know, it's all about timing. There were no really big opportunities to break that rule. Nice shot there by Typical on the flick. We're going to keep talking about the last game, though, because it's obviously much more important. I reckon if there was a clean breakaway for the Peeps, then maybe, just maybe, there would be a chance that you'd see Typical to, you know, break free of the headlock and go for a challenge on the player who's just dribbling into an open net. So in that sense, you'd rather have the head-on collision happening in your back corner. And just another reason for that to be good for Space Station, as if we needed any more.
I just know that we love it. I would be very optimistic to talk to some of the coaches out there as well about how they feel when their players do it.
I think it was smart. I don't know about the Peeps. I don't think it was a good idea for the Peeps to do that. The position of it, the fact that they're against Space Station and 2v2, I think that was probably a bad idea for them. For Space Station, yeah, go for it. Like, why not? Bait the other team into making that play.
Well, they have now pulled Typical off the sub bench, and he has already scored for us as Illusion and Arsenal almost locked themselves into another one. AJ to Gyro off the backboard. It is going to be the Peeps that have got to press the pace this time around. Was they're going to go to a tiebreaker game yet again, same way they did in the regional last time around, in the semi-finals that was. So best of 7 went to 4-3 for Space Station. Arsenal wants to keep going. It's going to pop out over for Rettles, and Arsenal was getting contact to Gyro's car. That could have very well been in if that was on target.
Absolutely. You know, Rettles just hit that right under the bar. It's a goal. Nobody was ready to save that. Nobody was getting up anywhere near quick enough for it. Now here's another air dribble from Arsenal. Same sort of problem that you identified earlier. All these air dribbles are falling short of the goal line. They're not putting pressure on the Peeps defense by air dribbling way, way high up into the, above the crossbar and threatening rebounds, threatening air dribble bumps. The air dribble is the only threat. And whether there's maybe there's a flip reset on the play, but again, these things are happening so far away. Gyros, he got the double. He does! 1-1. Huge play by Gyro with the very slow start. Beautiful recovery on the side wall to take off much faster than the defender was ready for.
And after all the joking in the last game, it has to be pointed out that this is getting serious time now for Space Station. They can't lose this, otherwise they are out in the quarterfinals, and what would be considered a very disappointing result for them. Typical wants to keep this going. It's actually a bit better this time around. He manages to force the challenge from AJ. Remember, possibility of either Exet or Team Envy for the winner of this. They'll be up next on our stream. Gyro moves in. He's got a Lucian behind him, so he can take a little bit more creative liberty here. And Gyro's carries so far have been so good. A huge miss, though, allows Typical to move through, but he just barrels it straight to the other corner. And see how easy it is for the Peeps to recollect.
Yeah, very clean play by the Peeps today. Outside of the couple of passing plays that SSG had in Game 2, they have not looked on the same page at all. And their time is running out. I think they made a good play in the last game to attempt the comeback, and it didn't work out. But all in all today, their strategy has been largely ineffective. A very tame offense for Space Station compared to what we're used to.
Gyro off the backboard. This is where we've seen follow-up goals coming in throughout the series. This time around, enough there to get for the rebound. Gyro, oh my goodness, typical. Little bit out of sorts, but he's not going to watch as Rettles takes the ball up. He wants to go the whole way. Double tap for him. He's got it down. He just needs Typical, but Lucian recovers. Typical stays up off the backboard. In comes Rettles, and it's a huge save. AJ with a play that will probably be his second best of the series, only behind locking in earlier on against Typical.
Wow, the placement has been lacking for Rettles in this game. How many times will they have uncontested shots from very close to the Peeps goal and have to watch them saved or come off the crossbar? They only have a minute left to try and take this in regulation. Space Station are a pretty confident team, but after the recent results and how much of a struggle this game has been, I don't know if they fancy it.
Rettles tries to find Typical, back down. Didn't want to go for the tight angle shot, instead wanted to see if he could find a teammate. Now with 40 seconds left, that goal becomes all the more precious. AJ into the midfield, nobody around for him. What a touch that was. There's Gyro, he can recover this, and he's got it on time, and he gets the follow-up touch. He would know nothing about it. What we all know is that Space Station Gaming have got 27 seconds to get one back.
Wow. Space Station go for another direct play straight down the middle. Typical gets dunked on. Hard read by Gyro. Yeah, I mean, at this point, he knew it was coming. It's all Space Station have been doing today. But a bit of good fortune as well. Rettles save, bounces off the bar, hits Gyro for the double touch. They are just 15 seconds away from semi-finals and eliminating the defending champions of RLCS XNA.
Gyro clears over to the far side. Typical has got a half rotate, or half flip, I should say. And there's no one in the midfield for him. He's going to touch the floor, and the Peeps are through to top 4.
They have done it. Well deserved as well. This was definitely the better team on the day, getting the win. They defended effectively. I think they were more unpredictable in offense, and they also managed to hang on and beat Space Station in what was mostly a 2v2 game in Game 3 of this series. Space Station, I think, are the best 2v2 team in North America, mostly. Obviously, Arsenal Typical are the duo that are most well-known, but Rettles is also an extremely high-rated 2v2 player. And the Peeps were even able to throw in a little bit of 2v2 bragging rights into a series that they've won overall in threes. Just a great day for them. They're on to semi-finals, and you've got to wonder, how far can they go?
I mean, it's starting to sound eerily familiar, isn't it, Johnny? But as we get throughout the day, we will see just how far they go. When we come back after break, we're going to hear how the desk feels about that and whether or not Gibbs has decided to put some actual trousers on properly, some jeans or something, rather than pajama bottoms, because he can't sleep on the peeps anymore. When we come back, it's Xset against Team Envy.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35. The network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
They'll know how we do it. They'll never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible. All with a smile on our face. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Body freaks, body freaks. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. Mind all day.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series, brought to you by Verizon. Guys, we just watched quite the match there. We were looking forward to this one for quite a while, but it turned out to be a little bit different than we expected. Gibbs.
Man, so this was insane. Peeps, obviously, they beat Space Station 2-1 in 3v3, and they beat them 1-0 in 2v2. Like, that's fantastic for the Peeps here. That Rule 1 was one of the longest Rule 1s, and I was like, all right, this is 2v2. This is probably Space Station's game, but no one scored for, 4 minutes? For 2v2, which is pretty rare. But the Peeps, man, they continue to perform. Space Station, yes, they were in a slump. I did call a sweep. But all the cowards on the desk, they also picked Space Station. I just want to point that out, Leaf. So this is a big upset here for the Peeps.
You don't need to point that out. Don't worry about it.
Gibbs will just take any win he wants, whenever he wants. It's fine. I thought overall, real tight game. Obviously, I think the Peeps played very well. Say what you want about game 3, however you think about it. But at the end of the day, the Peeps are the ones that had to make some real tough stops, some good approaches on offense from Space Station Gaming. They were able to win the 2v2 in what I thought Space Station Gaming had the advantage. But at the end of the day, they pull it out and they do it in good fashion. And then, of course, go on to win game 4 and a real tight win again. So well deserved for the Peeps overall.
Well, speaking about that victory, let's talk to the winning team. Gyro here from the Peeps joining us on the line. Gyro, congratulations on the win there. It looks like everyone was sleeping again.
Yeah, I mean, I can't blame them. SSG is like nuts, but thank you.
Yeah, I right off the bat though, I think we got to bring it up. Of course, we got to talk about it as much as you can. We got to talk about the Rule 1 there. I thoroughly enjoy it there, but I don't know if we can talk about what was going through your head there, or if you guys preferred that 2v2.
So AJ was like, do I break it? Do I break it? Do I break it? And I was just like, who's on it? Typical. I'm like, yeah, keep it. And then we just played the clock the whole time, and like, yeah, that's pretty much it. We just waited out the clock and hoped that they didn't score.
So this is two regionals in a row, 2 top 4s. Did you guys expect this when you first came in, or did you think that this would take a bit to get to this level?
I mean, I think we're all like underrated players on our respective teams, like when AJ was on the Rogue and all that. But we all knew we were good. We knew what we were capable of, and honestly, beating SSG like in the first round was kind of like not expected. But no, we thought we would be a top 4 team.
And of course, sure, maybe a little bit unexpected to go through SSG round 1, but like you said, you find yourself in the top 4, and now you're looking at NRG or XSET, obviously. Some opinions, I'm sure, but I'm imagining you'd rather play XSET, so I'm just curious, what's your take on what XSET's going to have to do to beat NRG? What do you think?
I don't really know. I mean, we play good against NRG. I feel like NRG, just like raw talent, is just too good to beat as XSET. But I think they just need to implement more demos, maybe, and they'll probably get them tilted or something, and maybe they'll win.
Now I got to just ask then, who's meeting you from the other side in grand finals? We know you're going there. We're not sleeping on you anymore, but who's meeting you there?
I think it's gonna be G2. I think we're gonna play G2 on the other side.
I don't like that because it means you're agreeing with Gibbs here. You have a chance to change your
move.
choice. Bad move.
Envy.
That's awesome, Gyro. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, man. Congratulations on the victory and good luck going forward.
Thank you, Leaf.
I don't like it.
Hey, it's tough when the players all agree with Gibbs too, because it never feels fair. And I'm glad to hear that he changed his pick though after you told him, because he realized his mistake. So thank you, Gyro.
Well, we do got to talk about our next match. Of course, it's NRG versus XSET. You were just alluding to it there. Gyro was mentioning to Cheese that this one he feels like is going to be a tough battle for XSET here. You asked him the question of what they got to do to take down NRG, and I'm curious if maybe you had some answers on what maybe they're going to employ here.
Yeah, I was just curious. Always curious what the players are thinking about teams, right? And obviously, he's definitely aware of the raw talent of NRG, as all the players are. But XSET was playing very well yesterday, and it squeaked through, sure. And perhaps going against a newly revitalized NRG, as they went 3-0 and XSET went 3-2. But if obviously Gyro can be trusted, yes, demos are good. But the one thing I have about that is I'm not sure if it's going to tilt NRG in the way that you would want it to, right? Because I suppose it could. Like, if you demo a player like Justin, like, you've seen it before, right? He can absolutely just start taking the game into his own hands and try and force too many air dribbles or something like that.
Yeah.
So it's entirely possible. The question is, can you pull it off? That's the hard part. And if Squishy continues to play like he did yesterday, you're in for a long game.
Yeah, this is not going to be an easy one for XSET here, and I'm very curious what chat thinks. It's time for the Verizon fan vote. Get your opinions in chat with the hashtags XSET or NRG. I feel like, Gibbs, this might be lopsided. I think for our predictions, I know where we're all going to go. If anyone's disagreeing, raise your hand right now. But I want to do a chat prediction again here, Gibbs. I want to see if we can get a percent on how lopsided it's going to be in favor of NRG. So, Gibbs, how's chat going to vote here?
I was way off last time with energy. I forgot about the fanboys with Squishy. But it's XSET. I feel like it's the one underdog. I'm going to go 89% for NRG this time around. I think so for a team like NRG, we talk about their top 4 woes when they play those teams, and probably you could throw Peeps in there as well. But the last time they lost to any teams outside of those, week 1 of the grid. So it's looking very unlikely.
I think there's a lot of hype around T. Carell, so I'll go anywhere in the 70s for NRG.
Wow.
Really? Okay. This is very interesting. Now, I'm going to guess real quick before we pull it up. I'm going to pull a Johnny Boy and go really high on this one. 94%. I'm going with 94% in favor of NRG, and we're going to find out right now if chat, who wins here.
88, Gibbs.
I
Well
think Gibbs
done.
takes this one.
Back on top, baby.
I overshot. I overshot on that one. There are some XSET fans out there that think that this newly rejuvenated roster can pull it together. But we're going to find out very soon after you guys get on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCSX. Can XSET upset NRG? Let's find out over in the Verizon Skybox.
Thank you very much there, Leaf. And yeah, I think XSET will be looking at this one with a little bit more hope after the previous result that we've got, Johnny. But even then, this is a much further out long shot than the one we just saw.
Oh, yeah. I think this is a 3-0. I don't think that XSET are quite at that level yet. And I definitely don't think that they're going to have a chance against NRG if the NRG that we saw yesterday shows up today. Now, it's like I said yesterday, mostly to do with Squishy. If he's playing well, then I think the vibes are going to be good. The energy comms are going to be flowing, and they're going to play their game, which will be unstoppable. But you know, it's all about getting Squishy involved in offense. The more he can get into attack, then the more he tends to thrive, and just let Garrett be the glue at the midfield, filling the gaps and preventing XSET from getting anything going.
And that has been the major difference for NRG. When you look at their 2 previous teammates for Justin and Garrett, between Fireburner and Turbo, much more of a holding midfielder in the sort of play style they go for. Usually be them holding whilst Justin and Garrett go and do their offense and then start rotating behind them to come in and get a save. For Squishy, they've got to try and figure out a different way of inserting him into that rotation as it goes off the backboard from Garrett. So that has been on Garrett to make those adjustments. Squishy takes his time. Going to be NRG, who have started this one very quickly, forcing a lot of defensive pressure on XSET. Don't want to be making the same mistakes that Space Station just made.
Yeah, I don't think NRG should have a problem, the problem that Space Station did today, and you know, having the mix-up of offense. If anything that we saw from NRG yesterday, it was that they were able to surprise their opponents. They had goals flying in off the sidewalls. They had some clever passing plays, and obviously the speed and the mechanics of this team, I think, are absolute top tier worldwide. Is that double reset by Garrett? Oh my goodness! You've got to give Garrett less space than this. That was crazy. I think just the one. He may have had a reset with the landing, but he didn't need it because the final shot there was just way too fast for him to catch up with. Beautiful by the NRG captain.
Well, yesterday against G2, we got to see what NRG are capable of against a team that are trying to match them for pace, even beat them for pace. Today is a different test against XSET. This is a team that will not be able to do that, but will get a shot. Squishy will clear. So NRG are going to be the ones that are going to have the vast majority of offensive pressure. Just got to try and break down that defense, although now with the goal up, XSET have got to go hunting as Alpha Cap will not be able to pass it over down to a teammate. Garrett G backs down. Justin, well, is just back. Forced to off the demo.
Yeah, that was really useful by AlphaCap. He knew that Justin was going to try and set up a shot from that position. So while he's recovering, he thinks, well, why not just drive into Justin from behind? Really smart play. It's more of a 2v2 thing. We talked about that in the last series between Space Station and Peeps, but there are times and there are definitely spots you want to do that in threes, especially if you look up and see that your team have an isolated defender who has to try and cover the goal and challenge the ball. And, you know, the best thing you can do to help them is just to drive into the back of the player who's about to take the shot.
Booming clear from Squishy. You see how awkward that is for T. Corral. Can't quite put it into a position that he can really work with after the fact. And J Powell straight down, but nothing so far. They got one little play over in the final third earlier on. Except have struggled to get anything outside of that. Justin pops up, T. Corral by himself, and it is Justin being his brilliant self.
Wow, that is a crazy angle by Justin. And after seeing about 50 unsuccessful air dribbles in the last series, it's great to see one of them put to good use. That one didn't fall short of the goal line. That one goes high over the defense. And even with the tightest of angles, Justin never looked like he was going to miss from that range. 2-0, NRG have transitioned from yesterday to today with 100% success.
Justin has got to that level of player where whenever we see players go for the double taps, you wonder, can they do it? And then when Justin goes for it, you say, is there any way he can't? That is just how solid he has been over the last few years as AlphaCap has his own reset and forces Squishy up to challenge it.
This is a pretty crazy performance so far from NRG. I think it's safe to say that no matter what happens on the other side of the bracket, no matter what happens in the other teams with the other teams in this tournament, I think NRG are winning this regional if they play like this. This level of precision at high speed is unmatched at the moment, especially with Space Station falling off recently, not producing anywhere near the kind of offense that they did in the first month of this season. NRG, I think, are just in a league of their own at the moment.
It certainly seems so. Main team that I could maybe see challenging this would be a Team Envy, but they need all their players playing well, and that's not necessarily been the case lately. So far, AlphaCap can't get it down to T. Corral. And for Exit, if they want this, they've got to stop hesitating here. There's not going to be a free touch over on the offensive side of the ball. They have got to go and barrage through it. Otherwise, they are not going to get anything.
Yeah, it's a tough one. You know, the last series you saw was so close that you can identify some key things for both teams to work on to try and improve their chances to win it. You know, for Space Station, it was passing. For the Peeps, it was just trying to keep on shutting down that Space Station offense because the mistakes seem to be happening. But for Exet here, I think you're just hoping that Garrett G has the power cut or something, or Squishy has the internet problems again. I don't think it matters what they do. They're losing this if NRG keep playing like this.
That's going to go straight down. J Powell looks to follow, but just nothing there for Exet in this game. And it has been an exhibition of what makes NRG so great here in game number one. Will they get one more for the road? Nope, Corel will make sure of it. But NRG, no drama at all here in game one.
No, it's great to see because we've seen moments and we've seen games throughout the season where NRG have looked like one of the best teams in the world, easily, maybe the best at times. But will they be able to produce another perfect series like they did yesterday? They were able to play at this level so consistently. And like I said already this series, to be able to play with such precision at the speed that NRG play at is something I haven't really seen from any other team. Even Space Station, when they were dominating this region, they were a bit more clunky and a bit more chaotic with their success. NRG are just so clean and so on point with their touches. You know, I really do think that they found the balance between keeping control and making things difficult for the other team to read. And I want to clarify, I don't think Exet are a bad team at all. I just think NRG right now seems to be a level above. Exet, they have played a great weekend so far. Top 8 is, I think, something to be extremely happy about. But it probably ends here. It's you know, sad reality when you're running into a team that's this talented, this experienced, and this on form.
It would certainly be something to work with, though, in the future. And the season is very long. Would maybe be a bit of a surprise, but Exet can use this to build across the rest of the year as Garrett G looks for the top corner, can't get it. Justin looks for the other one. And the woodwork will deny them both times.
So at least for Xset's sake, NRG do appear to still be human. That's got a couple of narrow near misses from them. But at the same time, NRG just don't look very threatened at all by this Xset play. You know, I agree actually with Gyro. He said demos are the way to go. Oh, well, they've got one goal actually, and that's a really random bounce off the corner wall. J-Pow catches Justin on the wrong end of it because it's just clattered into him. You know, let's see if they can do something with this. NRG have played out of their minds so far, but now they're 1 goal down. Maybe a chance for Xset.
Xset decided to employ dodgeball rules for that goal. Can't really argue against the result for it. J-Pow continuously bouncing it between himself and the walls. Oh, Garrett just taking straight over. A good passing play, an inter-team passing play. There's a goal up now for Xset. Squishy can't quite get there quick enough. I'm very curious what Xset are going to do from here. What their approach is going to be when it comes to trying to grow this 1 goal lead. Do they try and maintain the 1 goal lead? Here comes J-Pow. You get the feeling that they've got to go searching for number 2. Surely you're not.
They got to park the bus, Shogun. It's the only way. The only way. Triple goalkeeper, triple Gibbs. It's the only way.
Oh dear. Triple Gibbs has now officially been used as a good example of how to play a series. We have reached the bottom of the barrel here, Johnny. Alpha Cap. Over to the wall. It's off the backboard, and Garrett couldn't quite get there. Here comes J-Pow. That's going to bounce awkwardly. Garrett will keep it away. I say that about Gibbs because I'm just jealous that he actually got to have a pro career.
Oh
my goodness. No way. Corral. How has he got rid of it to the other side of the field? And he's got it.
Are you kidding me? T. Carl with an unbelievable play. It did set up quite nicely for him. The stars are aligning so well for Xset right now, but they've still played their chances. They've taken all their chances perfectly. That was so close, obviously, to an NRG goal, but what a way to turn it around. Really, you don't see 2 goal misses in 3v3 very often, but that's about as close to one as you're going to get. Another crossbar and another post. NRG have been inaccurate at times here. Xset, they've, you know, I guess we were both right, Shogun. They got their 2nd goal while parking the bus.
It's the analyst dream. We never tried to say, oh, well, let's just agree to disagree, but we both agreed to be, well, right.
Yeah, we disagreed, and then we were like, oh, wait a minute. That works for both of us. So let's see that again. Come on, more in and out goals.
Yeah, that's the future, lads. That's the next big mechanic. J-Pow just getting it away from Justin. 2 minutes left here. Alpha Cap for the 3rd, and it is pushed off the crossbar. J-Pow now by himself whilst Corral moves himself into position and taking as much time as he possibly can. He wants that backboard. Corral being very smart with this so far defensively.
Yeah, I love that. He had the chance to obviously to try and outplay the man in front of him, but instead of that, he just plays it safe, just takes it to the back wall, keeps control. Now Garrison a 1v1 and T. Corral actually has Justin off to the side. Good save. And again, difficult defense for NRG to get past. They're going to feel like things are just not working for them this game. It feels like a go next kind of game. But
well, you look at the goals that went in, they are kind of one in extremely unlikely goals. Tell you what, if you're Xset, they are the cleanest goals that you've ever scored in your careers, and they are also the most crucial ones. 2-0 up here in game 2. Squishy continues to put the pressure on. Nothing quite selling right now for NRG, and so far, the shooting is something that you'd be worried about, not just for this series, but let's say they do move on, for other series as well. The Peeps defensively have been a very difficult team to beat. Alpha Caps won the challenge. There's number 3. And if you ask this to anyone else, you'd be able to say this is a very comfortable scoreline.
Yeah, Squishy was trying to go for an outplay there. He wanted to pop the ball over Alpha Cap, recover on the side wall, and then maybe take a shot. But Alpha Cap blocks him on the inside. And it's, you know, if this was a close game, that would be a really, really bad play for Squishy to go for. Just far too high risk, no real reward to compensate. But when you're 2 goals down with less than a minute to go, I think, yeah, maybe it's fine. I think it was probably one of the better chances that they're going to get a goal, which is seeming to be quite hard to get at this point. Wow. That's a huge bump. That's 4. I'll tell you what, Xset have completely turned this into a game that looked like it was just, you know, luck being on their side into them making their own destiny happen. Really well played.
Well, we've seen this a few times this season where teams have been on the wrong end of the momentum of the series, but suddenly a couple of goals go your way, and you build from there. XSET have certainly built here in game number 2. Can they do it in game 3? Because this one is all done. As it will be NRG just looking for some sort of momentum for game number 3.
Yeah, NRG will just try and hit the target next game. We saw, I think, 3 or 4 crossbars and posts for NRG. Obviously, we saw that one goal just hanging on the goal line. It should have probably been an equalizer for NRG. Instead, T. Carl has just launched it all the way to the other side of the field and made it 2-0. But, you know, overall, NRG will probably feel pretty confident about their style against XSET if they can start to put the ball on the correct side of the post and the correct side of the crossbar instead of hitting it flush. Then they're going to be just fine in this matchup. But I'm so happy to be wrong about this. I really did expect NRG to just run away with it. But some huge plays in the clutch by XSET have made this an extremely interesting series.
So there it is, 1-1 in this best of 5. And NRG will look to see where their shooting can improve. And for the most part, the shooting can improve by, well, hitting the targets. So for XSET, though, what was different in this one? In the second half specifically, how were they positioning differently? And can they do it, not necessarily when they're leading, Johnny, but when it's a game that they have to chase as well? Maybe at the 0-0, maybe if they're a goal down.
Well, like you mentioned, they had a bit of luck on their side. You know, you need to get fortunate at times at this kind of level. Playing against a team like NRG, we had a ricochet at the near post falling perfectly for them. Then
that's ridiculous.
The second goal from T. Carell, obviously that had to involve more than a small bit of luck, I would say. But they still made a huge play afterwards, and that for me is the key for XSET. Is they maybe had a couple of bounces go their way, but it's not like they didn't make plays after the bounces go in their way. They're actually proactive. They're trying to make out plays against NRG. They're clearly not afraid of this NRG team. And I mean, after that second goal from T. Carell, I wouldn't be surprised their comms blew up with an overwhelming amount of hype. And let's just see if they can roll with that. Squishy's just put that out for a throw-in, essentially. And we talked about getting the ball on the right side of the post. That's the opposite of getting on the right side of the post. He missed that one by a mile.
We did say about how we want to see something big today from Squishy. He's been a bit quieter so far. He's very much the talisman of the team when he can play well. That's over to the corner yet again. This time it was blocked. Here comes Squishy. His shot is straight down the middle. Holding off the pressure yet again. It is XSET. They've done well with this so far. Justin looks to try and squeeze it through, but Carell holds his nerve, lets his teammate go, and then we'll take the ball afterwards. Still, though, NRG putting that offensive pressure forward. It's pitched to the top, and Garrett will not get back in time. J-Pow comes up massive.
At what point do NRG stop thinking that they're getting unlucky? Because, yes, that was just another 50-50 bouncing into their goal. But where was Garrett going? He just drove a little circle on the halfway line, and by the time he was in position, the ball was already past him. It's only half bad luck. There's definitely some mispositioning from NRG here. And maybe, almost definitely, we've got a bit too excited about them too early, because everything was going their way this weekend. They were playing perfectly. And, they didn't have any problems. They didn't have any adversity. Now they've got some, and they don't seem to be responding to it very well.
My argument would almost be, Johnny, is that they themselves got too excited, because that third man positioning is one that shows no respect for the third man or the defensive positioning and defensive shooting of the other team. It is you expecting to be able to get straight in immediately as Garrett's called into question again. This time able to pass with flying colors. Carell is looking on form right now. He is taking the touches that you wouldn't necessarily want to do in game 1 here, but he has grown into this. J-Pow will leave it for T. Carell. Pulls all the way out. Unchallenged for Alpha Kep. He wants to go by himself. Can't get it underneath Garrett, who does so well, both getting it into a position where you can't go under him or over him. It's all down to timing and judging the height. Look at these clears as well. Coast to coast every single time. Xset still up by 1 as we hit the halfway point. It's going to drop to the side. Corral is going to follow it. Good block a second time now, and the follow-up should be from Xset. It is. T. Corral back over again. Couldn't find a teammate, but it's a bad touch from Justin. Squishy over to Justin one more time, and they have got it. A slight misplay. It turns out to be the best thing for them.
Yeah, I agree. I really don't think that touch was an intentional back pass by Justin. But it's worked out because Squishy was very quick to react to that and had the vision to pass back to Justin, who had the open net from the side of the field. But still, NRG look shaky now, and it's really strange to see a team with this much experience, go from looking like the best team in the world to missing shots, missing the net by a large margin, mishitting the ball, just because they've had a couple of bounces go against them. That's the sort of thing you expect from the newer teams in RLCSX and the newer players. But, as far as combined experience go, you don't get much better than NRG. 3 former world champions. Now that's another chance. 2 crossbars for NRG once again.
T. Corral back to his own corner. They would like to pick up the 100 boost, but it didn't quite settle for them. J-Pow for Corral one more time. He realizes he's got space. All 3 members are around. Pops over the top, and Squishy will be able to save it. I think he'll be very happy that T. Corral tried to take that by himself.
Yeah, he'll be very happy that there is no air dribble bump, there is no run ahead bump, because that's what you would expect from Xset in a 2v1 position. But T. Corral fancied his chances. He saw a gap at the top corner. Obviously, Squishy, a very good solo duelist back in the day. He knows how to cover most of the goal. Justin denied. Crossbar to the rescue for Xset once again.
Squishy's not going to have any follow-up around here for a time being. He is going to be soloing it back into the middle for Justin. Too high again, and J-Pow made sure of it.
You're right, though. It was too high. That shot wasn't on target. This is a consistent problem for NRG right now. The first couple of times it happened, I didn't think anything of it. I thought, well, obviously that's just just a small inconsistency. They're going to be hitting the target no problem in the next few plays. Ever since then, NRG's accuracy has been a little bit off, and they definitely look like they've been shaken by this Xset win. Great defense on the recovery again by Alpha Kep. That is how to help out your last man, to help out your goalkeeper. Don't rotate back post, you ball chase. 10 out of 10.
Just make sure you put it high enough, otherwise you're the one that's getting blamed for the own goal. Squishy clears again, but it's simple enough for T. Corral to move in on. There's a good first touch to set himself up. He's forced Justin to move in. Garrett will push it over the top. 30 seconds left. This feels again like the Peeps versus Space Station game. This next goal is massive in the complexion of this series.
What a first touch that was from T. Corral, by the way. And now he's actually led J-Pow into a double touch position.
Oh!
No, by Garrett, that was actually open. Still might be Justin scrambles for the save. My goodness, Xset were so close to stealing this one in regulation. And it was another whiff in defense for NRG. The inconsistencies are still present.
It's whenever Xset go direct. They have been mixing it up, and that's the reason why it's working. But when they choose to go direct, when they choose to just lob it across the field, they are getting so much success. Justin to T. Corral again. These first touches of T. Corral is just setting himself up beautifully each time. Couldn't get the block. Would have been the perfect way to get at least 2 players out. Now it's J-Pow's turn. Sets himself up for the air dribble. This time he will get the block. Garrett just wants to see if Alpha Kep will make a mistake. Xset not forthcoming with them so far. That's a lot of work for Justin to do. Oh, dearie me. And he couldn't quite get there.
If there's anyone in the world who would be able to reach that and do something with it, it would be Justin, but too high for him. Now team play by Xset. Oh, that is beautiful. No luck there. Nothing to do with NRG misplaying, just a full team passing play to annihilate the NRG defense. Xset are the real deal.
Xset were given a gift in game 2, and they've got greedy with it, and they want more. And they have taken it thus far. They have got 2 match points up against NRG in a bracket that, if this continues, could look like the Peeps or Xset would be making grand finals if they can get this next game.
Just insane. The result here and the fact that NRG are down 2-1, if anybody's just tuned in, will make absolutely no sense, especially in the context of an obliteration from NRG in Game 1, as they easily took that. However, the one thing that maybe does make sense here is Exet. Alpha Kep and all the teams he's involved in, they are very momentum-based teams. That when they make a big play, I'm thinking the TKRL goal for the second goal in Game 2, that probably caused them to gain so much confidence, and it probably caused them to pop off in comms so much that now they're just absolutely loving life. And NRG, the second that one thing doesn't go their way, have actually fallen apart. We saw one bad bounce for them in defense. They conceded a goal, and since then I haven't seen accurate shooting. Not once. They are hitting the crossbar in the post every single time. That is a really, really strange thing, like I said already, to see from such an experienced team, but it does actually follow the kind of trend that we've been seeing from them this season, where they play well for a game or two, then they lose once, and they get swept from that point onwards. It's really a difficult spot now for NRG. All weekend, everything's been going perfectly for them. Now they are up against the ropes.
Well, you talk about things that are unusual to see. One thing that's usually not seen at this level is a team that is reasonably unexperienced when it comes to this sort of play, sending all 3 players forward in an overtime to get the goal. We'd have expected Exet to be happy to sit back defensively and wait for the chance to come for them. And instead, they ripped that game from NRG's hands. Just over a minute played here in Game 4. Now it's going to be Justin. He's gone fast. Oh, what? Justin, you can't do that to people.
Oh, see you later, Exet. That's 1, that's 2, that's 3, and that might be goal of the day. Monstrous mind game by Justin. And you know what? If you can't hit the ball on target with your shots, just walk it in. He didn't want to risk shooting that one. He just dribbled it right into the goal line from point blank range. Very good decision there by Justin, in my opinion, but well executed also to get the ball past 3 players who have been incredibly difficult to get the ball past all series long.
It's been a good day of Rocket League so far, Johnny. We're only up to Series 2. I haven't even got this one finished just yet. And if you are just joining us, you have missed a number of fantastic moments. Justin just adding to them. Now Exet will be trying to find another goal as Garrett will get to go hunting for the goalkeeper. And Justin again just takes TKRL out. Alpha Kep does get the challenge he wants. J-Pal can look at it, but didn't like the look of Squishy moving in. Justin again wants to go on the solo carry. And that will terrify you as well if you are one of those 12% that was hoping for Exet to take this. Justin at his best, and I'm talking his actual best, is unstoppable. We talked about Squishy earlier on, but what we saw from Justin in Beyond the Summit Summer Shuffle was a whole other level to what we've seen from any player before.
Oh yeah, and that's the great thing about NRG is any one of their players can solo carry a series. They haven't had to do it here though. Everybody's contributing. Garrett gets a second goal, and finally, NRG look like they've gotten back into winning ways. TKRL there, just running away from the ball at the near post. I don't think he realized how dangerous the shot was going to be. Well done from NRG. They've managed to get that 2-goal cushion. You think surely from here they'll be able to close it out.
I'd like to try and get that 3rd now, especially with Game 5 coming on the way. You want to make a statement. And that is if Exet can't make this comeback happen, which at this point, I don't put anything beyond them. I don't put anything beyond any team today. It has been one of those regionals so far as Justin will go into cure number 3 for the team, using the post that has been so harsh against them so far this series to get it all in.
Well, they've kept it simple. Just easy shots, unmissable shots. The ones that you can't, the ones that are harder to put off target than they are to score. And when your accuracy, when your shooting is way off, like it has been for the past 2 games, this is a really good way for NRG to play the game. Just keep it as simple as possible and let the goals come. Now, is this going to completely shut down the momentum that Exet had? Riding on that insane solo play game that was Game 2, where they were getting out plays on NRG. It might have just swung back the other way now. NRG do look comfortable, but I don't know. I don't know if I believe that NRG are going to feel comfortable and feel confident in Game 5 against Exet. The pressure's definitely on. They expect to win. We expect them to win. The fans expect them to win. The whole Rocket League community expects them to get the win. And, you know, NRG, they've thrived when things are going well. As soon as one thing goes wrong for them in that game 5, it could be curtains.
I'm just curious about what we would see from Xset in that game 5 as Alpha Cap
Oh,
finds
wow.
the double tap.
Whoa.
Thunderous to make it a 2-goal deficit.
That was a really good read. The ball did not bounce back flat there. It caught the very tip of the curve by the looks of things, and Alpha Caps read it perfectly, giving them a chance here. It's another one of those, you know, huge goals. That is going to get these guys excited. It's going to get them, get their confidence right back. Something that NRG weren't able to do. And now it's just bounced in. NRG were 3 goals ahead just seconds ago. Now they only lead by 1.
Do you believe now? Xset, 59 seconds to get another goal. Johnny, we were talking about game 5. Xset don't want to see anything of it.
This is just ridiculous. The consistency.
Oh, what a save.
Yeah, really well played there with J-Pow. Justin's going to go for the double. He misses the second touch. Alpha Cap's chasing it down. Garrett will make sure to get it past him. He's leaving nothing up to chance there. They've had enough bad 50-50s and dunks on them today. They know better than to let another one of those occur. Now Squishy and Justin in a 2v1 against J-Pow. It's another decent save by him. He's left the ball hanging in front of his goal line, but the team is back. NRG just needs to stay calm here. 30 seconds remaining. Still have that lead intact, especially after conceding such a terrible second goal there. It's all about solidity here for NRG.
Alpha Cap gets a good challenge. It's the first time that Xset have seen the other side of the field throughout this entire time they've been looking for that 3rd goal. And NRG have weathered the storm in the final minutes so far. J-Pow for Alpha Cap. Can't win the challenge. Squishy comes out on top of that. J-Pow again unable to beat Squishy, and NRG, well, they were scared, but they managed to hold on.
Yeah, they just about did enough there. This is just the most ridiculous series. Regardless of the outcome of this, I've lost so much confidence in NRG being the favorites here, just because, once again, they seem to really struggle in dealing with things going against them. I'm not sure why that is. You know, we'd probably have to listen into their in-game comms to understand what is going on. You know, when something doesn't go in their favor, are they just going silent? Are they just completely shutting down and losing their ability to play at that level that only they can? Yeah, that first goal by Justin was exactly what they needed. And then obviously the one goal from Alpha Cap, the insane double touch, it had the exact same effect as all the other crazy good goals that Xset have been scoring have had. And that is Xset continue to pop off. NRG start to choke. This game 5 is all about who can get the first goal.
Now here we go, Champions Field, to see who is going to meet the peeps in the semi-finals. Will it be Xset or will it be NRG? And if this one does go to Xset, it would mean everybody on the analyst desk for the pre-show will be proven wrong with their predictions for the grand finals.
And me likewise. I'd like to be the first to point out how wrong I was about this one. Why am I glad to be wrong? This has been such an entertaining series. Xset can be extremely proud of how they've played, but they'll want more. They know by now that they can take this series against NRG. J-Pow is up for this. So is Alpha Cap. It's actually a free shot, but T-Corral's way back now. Great demos in the recovery once again. All these potential dangerous dribbles are being shut down before the shot can even happen.
I completely agree with T-Corral staying back as well, because it was originally a double commit from his teammates that was somehow recovered to be shot off the backboard. So you don't want to be too risky with that, but off these demos, they're going to have an opportunity.
Wow.
But instead, the shot just blasted up high.
Yeah, the smoke screen was right there in front of Alpha Cap. That's obviously the downside of so many demos. And now a goal, Justin and Squishy combine in the 6-yard box. And it was a brilliant setup by Squishy. Gets the ball past 2 players, and then Justin was first to it at the near post.
So you said that the first goal was crucial. NRG have got it. Now up to Xset. What can they do from a goal behind in the most important game of their careers?
I was going to say, I think Xset have actually got better comeback potential than NRG based on what we've seen so far this series. So it's absolutely not yet over. created some good chances already this game.
Squishy takes his time, realizes he's unchallenged. And now he's got the entirety of XSET second guessing themselves. NRG want to hold on to this midfield. They've got the best players for it. And Garrett able to steal 100 boost. XSET looking a little rough right now with their rotation. Got to get the follow-ups. Got to get the boost. And now NRG are outpacing them. Garrett for the double off the backboard.
Wow.
Justin up. Justin scores.
What a double touch center ball from Garrett G. Corner wall read, perfectly struck. And Justin has been the finisher for NRG in this game. Now, they almost threw away a 3-goal lead in the last game. They're only up by 2 right now. I'm sure XSET still have faith in the comeback potential, but they've got to try and make something happen soon. NRG, the longer they can just sit on this lead, the more comfortable they're going to feel, the more established their rotation will become, and the less likely I think it is that XSET will find a way through.
Well, let's find Alpha Cat, but too far away from him. Alpha Cat will be going for the limousine DLC for him to be able to try and get to those sort of passes. Justin removes the extra player and then clears the ball. That is a huge punch to the gut. J Powell pops to himself off the ceiling. Wants the double tap, and Squishy removes the danger.
You know, infield passes could be the option for XSET. NRG always have pretty good backboard defense. I'm not expecting, you know, too many of these double touches to go uncontested. There's been a couple this series, but I don't think it's the way to come back against an NRG who already have a lead. Let's see what XSET are able to conjure. They have been playing a more physical game 5, but NRG have also stepped up the aggression. And now there's less than 2 minutes to go. Still that 2-goal lead for the favorites.
And NRG are making sure that they can't play a single one of these as comfortably as they'd want to. Everything is being done with pressure. Everything has also been done backed up by another player as well. Justin moves in, daring anyone to come at him. And nobody wanted to take the bait. T. Corral, this is dangerous from him. Justin's just gone full Rottweiler here. He is. His rotation is just the circle he needs to go back for the ball.
Yeah, he just stole one boost, he drives across the goal line, steals the other boost, drives back across the goal line. He's been fully unleashed here. You know, it wasn't what I expected from NRG today. I thought Squishy would be pushing up more. He's sat back. They're just letting Justin attack by himself. But when you've got a 2-goal advantage, why not just sit back with 2 players, make sure you don't leave any defenders alone. And, you know, it was an impressive comeback at the end of the last game to keep it interesting, but XSET have got to do it all over again.
They've got much less time and much more to do. Garrett G clears. He's just going to want to block. Everything about killing time. J Powell, he's got T-Krell in the midfield. Couldn't get to it before Squishy. Alpha Cap wants the bait. Couldn't quite get it. J Powell's moving in, but they couldn't figure out who's supposed to take the shot. And that might be the last major chance they're going to get at turning this into a real game.
And they've still got the ball in NRG's half, but time is absolutely running out. And I think XSET have been so much less consistent with their touches this game. Garrett G makes sure of it. There's no way they throw away this 3-goal lead. And unfortunately for XSET, they had a flurry in the middle of this series, but when it got down to Champions Field, when it got down to the ace match, they were the team who could not keep up their level of consistency. NRG will advance to that semi-final.
And they will be meeting the peeps who'll be looking at this with a smile on their faces. They wouldn't have wanted to play NRG today, but when NRG have been looking like this, I think they'll start to fancy their chances. NRG make it through to our semi-finals.
You know, I agree with you there. NRG were the team, are the team that peeps are going to be more afraid of course, in this matchup. XSET have really struggled this season so far, but now they've played some of the best Rocket League that I've ever seen them play. T. Corral, great addition to this team. The composure and defense is spot on, and he's just gelling so well with J-Pow and Alpha Cap. You know, however, NRG I really am not convinced by their ability to handle things going against them because, you know, Rocket League is such a fast-paced game. Things are bound to go wrong, especially if they play when they play against the Peeps later. That's a team who play quite unconventionally. I expect that they'll be able to surprise NRG now and then, and NRG have to just try and manage these disasters more calmly. Just, you know, start hitting their shots after a 50-50 goes for the other team. You know, game 2 of this series was a worrying sign for NRG fans, I'm sure.
I'm certainly not sure that Exit will look at this as a worrying regional for themselves. They'll have plenty to work on from here as we look towards regional number 3 and potentially the major for them as well, if they can make a deep run in that. But when we come back from break, it is the biggest quarterfinal match of all of them. G2 Esports against Team Envy.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
They'll know how we do it. They'll never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible, all with a smile on our face. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. Grind on till
Well, hello and welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series brought to you by Verizon. I'm Leaf, and alongside me is Gibbs and Johnny Boy to talk about that last match. Johnny Boy, this was, it went the way we eventually thought it would, but not in the fashion we thought it would.
Yeah, I would disagree. I think this was a complete surprise, but I see what you mean. You know, we got the result.
We got the result, yes.
Yeah, energy did get the win, but I was totally caught off guard. I think that one goal from T. Corral, where it looked like, oh yeah, there's Energy's equalizer. Everything is as expected. Then he just hits that banger from one side of the field to the other, and from that point onwards, Energy were just panicking. They were missing all their shots. And until Justin pulled out the triple mind game in the fourth game, it was all Xset. They were playing some brilliant Rocket League. They were playing confidently. They were playing with, incredible composure for such a new team. And NRG maybe need to take notice, because when things go wrong for them, they just they start panicking all over the shop. Yeah,
we talked about, when it comes down to it, when you look at these three players in Energy, they are more gifted than Xset. We didn't see that throughout the series until game 4 and 5. A lot of big plays that turned into passes or shots came out from Energy, and eventually they pulled through, but that was sketchy.
If we had a top 3 to go with right now, I think all of the plays would have been from NRG from that match right there when they did eventually get things back together. From Garrett G to Justin, you mentioned that triple mind game. Garrett G was setting up incredible plays. Yeah, overall, it was a great showing from NRG, but just a phenomenal stand-up from Xset overall, too. But let's take a look at the bracket now that we have a couple matches down and see what we have left. 4 teams left in the quarterfinals, these best of 5s, before we move on to those best of 7s in the semis, Gibbs.
So Space Station is out, and that makes everyone happy in this bracket, because now you can catch up in points, not only because you don't want to play Space Station, but they had a huge lead over everyone. So teams like Energy, I was like, don't throw this against Xset. Here's your chance to catch up to Space Station in points, and they do pull it out for the Peeps as well. Another top 4 finish. And now we get into the juicy game. G2 Esports versus Team Envy. Not only because, these are 2 good teams, but when we look down the line for the World Championship spots, these are 2 teams that are going to be competing for those top 6 spots. And who knows, whoever wins this quarterfinal might win this entire bracket, and that will be a huge point difference between these 2 teams.
Well, Johnny, I want to ask you about that too, because we got our predictions out earlier, and we didn't get to hear from you, but for the other side, obviously we have Energy and Peeps on the lower part there, but for the other side, who do you think's making it through the whole way to that grand finals?
I think it still has to be G2. They have to be my pick to make it, because, coming into this weekend, I thought they were the favorites to win the whole thing, even over Space Station. Obviously, they fell apart against NRG yesterday, but I think that they'll be able to pick it up again. They've got the experience. They've got the ability to identify what was going wrong, and luckily for them, they don't have an early matchup against NRG. Envy are bit of a one-man team right now. Mist has to do a lot of heavy lifting, and although Atomic and Turbo are getting involved in offense, defensively, Mist he's really the only one for Envy, for me, who's been consistently making things difficult for the other team. And he's going to be so critical against G2's offense.
If you think, well, let's just talk about this match then. G2 Envy, that's our next one up. So G2, he thinks we're taking all the way to the grand finals here. So Envy is definitely going to have a fight up. Gibbs, what are we going to see in this matchup between G2 and Envy?
Finally, there's someone on this desk that has some brains. Johnny Boy coming out saying G2's going to win this, and I fully agree. With Team Envy lately, every time we see him in these regionals, Mist hard carries, and there's really nothing else behind that team. Now, they're good enough, obviously, to make it to this spot, but when you're playing against a team like G2, back-to-back champions in the grid, that's a tall order, and I think it can't just be Mist, because if that is the case, then possession for G2 this whole way. They're going to be on the offensive side of the field this entire series.
I feel like this one's going to be pretty lopsided, but it's time to get Twitch's opinion on this. It's time for the Verizon fan vote. Get your votes in chat. Hashtag G2 or hashtag Envy. I know we have a lot of G2 fans out there, but of course, there are a lot of people behind Envy. This is a team that's considered to be one of those top 4 in North America, consistently placing across grid and regionals. So it's going to be a close one, I really think here. But for Envy, I feel like they may have a bit of more of a battle than G2. G2 the favorites, I believe, coming into this one across most people, I believe. What's Envy going to have to do, Gibbs, to be able to shut down a G2? Or is it really just going to be up to G2 maybe having one of those off days?
That midfield pressure, Turbo Pulse is going to have to play some really good midfield defense because you don't want G2 to go on fast breaks and then control the ball on the other side of the field. We need Atomic to probably pull some crazy things out here or there as well. But if you control midfield, you're going to get wide open nets versus G2. But that's easier to just say that than to actually do it versus this team.
Johnny, I want to get a thought on this. Like, do you think, because I feel like in my mind, G2, a lot of their success comes down to them just playing at their peak, and they often are on a roller coaster of not playing to their peak every day. Do you think this victory is going to strictly lie on G2 just playing at their top performance, or is there some sort of factor that Envy is going to be able to shut them down? Because I do feel like a lot of it just lays on G2 playing the game.
Yeah, these days I really do think it's up to G2 to decide who wins this. If they play well, they should just get the runaway victory. But if they don't, if they do start giving away open nets and playing too aggressively with their third man, missing the ball in defense like we saw from them against NRG, then I think Envy have a chance. But yeah, I think G2 hold all the cards. I would agree.
I think we're going to skip our predictions because I already know both of you guys are fans of G2 right now. So I'm just going to, and so is chat, 79%. Honestly, a little more lopsided than I thought it would be. Everyone's starting to get on the Gibbs and G2 train right now, which I don't know if Gibbs track record wise. Is that bad for G2?
That could very well be bad. I'm not sure what's going to happen now.
Okay. Well, we're going to find out right now. G2 fans, get on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCSX, and let us know your actual thoughts instead of just the hashtag. But now it's time to head over to our Verizon Skybox for our next match.
Thank you, Leaf. And this one is one that people are setting their alarm clocks to wake up and catch. G2 versus Envy. You want to see this series go down. Turtle, these are two big names in the scene. And also, it's been a great thing to watch Turbo come to a new squad in Envy and really perform very well. Envy, a team that has put up some good results. G2 also very good results recently. And so this one, I think, could be quite entertaining.
Yeah, and this is where Turbo's going to shine in these clutch moments. You go into overtime, Turbo's got you covered. You get into the quarterfinals, you got to make your way all the way to the grand finals, especially if you're going on the prediction that Gibbs, everybody thinks that G2, or at least Gibbs and Johnny, think G2 are going to make it. It's definitely a solid prediction against Envy, who rely a lot on Miss. I think that's the talk surrounding Envy is, how impactful is Miss going to be, and that's going to determine their success.
Atomic, low shot, read by Rizzo. And Atomic, one of those players, if he can turn it up, he has that ability to carry as well. So this Envy team, lately they've had a little struggles here and there, but they have all the components. And if they decide to turn it up here and now, like we saw NRG do earlier, they could go all the way.
Yeah, and you've always got that question of when's Atomic gonna pop off? Almost does there. We get the final shot from Mist. I was confused for a second because that initial drop down from Turbo. Look at this touch. That was such a pretty pass.
JDAP still
Atomic.
saves it.
Yeah, I don't know how.
So Envy will get on the board first. Mist cleaning that one up. And I don't know which player has it, but I hear a cat engine sound.
Oh, I hear it too. Somebody.
I think it might be Turbo.
Oh, of course it is. Of course it's Turbo. That's what we expect. And Rizzo now the save. How are we getting so many last-second saves from the boys? They turn into a goal. Excuse me. What is happening on the defensive side? It seems like one save leads all the way now to another goal line hit.
And that was a very good breakout from G2. JNAP's getting that pass from Rizzo, immediately turning on it. And so we've got a 1-to-1 game, first minute. This one neck and neck. You wonder if the whole series will turn out this way, or if G2 will continue to dominate like we have seen them dominate in the grid. Chicago loses that 50 out to the middle, but Rizzo be able to pop it up high. Atomic off the wall. Gets it to Mist. Mist. Turned aside by Rizzo. Chicago can't clear it. Atomic with the 50. Rizzo, how much boost does he have? Nothing. That's why he was taking an awkward line on that ball. Turbo's engine sound is going to drive me crazy.
Yeah, that's literally the only thing I'm focusing on right now. I can't snap out of it.
Can't even think.
I'm in the middle of a thought, and then I just hear that engine sound, and everything goes blank.
Missed. Trying to carry this ball upfield. Turbo doesn't get much of a clear. Chicago will punish him for it.
Look at this read, too, from Chicago. I think that first hit was spectacular. Just put it on net, force somebody on the defensive side, which was Turbo, to go for the save. You got to touch that. Not the best clear, and Chicago's there to capitalize. It was a good reaction, too. That's a quick one where you have to focus instantly on where that ball's going to go. And instead of prioritizing boost, just goes for the response. So good look so far from G2 as they take the lead. About half the game left. And I think this is more of what I expected. I think Envy, you know, whenever they're not all popping off and we're just relying on Mist and the defense, he can't stop out, you know, JNAPS and Chicago both. That's going to be almost too big of a task for him alone to deal with. And look at the passing. This time it's not Chicago and JNAPS, but Rizzo and JNAPS.
I love this play from Rizzo. He goes up like he's going to take a shot. JNAPS in the wings. Mist didn't even recognize it. And before you know it, Rizzo's dropping that right down to JNAPS. Yeah. That was perfect.
And there's so many times, too, for G2 where the shooter there, JNAPS, would actually go for a demo. So if you're Mist and you're waiting in net, you have to worry about, okay, is JNAPS going to go for the demo, or do I have to wait and try and block out the pass? In that instance, he thought somebody was going to go for a demo. He assumed Rizzo was taking a shot early on, and you just can't beat that decision-making from G2.
And a big save from Rizzo as well. Mist up in front of net, denied. Rizzo, a great game so far. JNAPS scoring well. Chicago, a goal. G2 playing like we've seen them play in the grid when they win it all. Those passing plays, a trademark for G2. And you also have to watch out if Chicago starts getting physical.
Yeah.
And a big save from Chicago coming across the goal line. Those are two big saves in a very short amount of time for G2. Their defense on point. JNAPS challenging Atomic. Atomic, great speed. Missed with the 50. This one will have Atomic turn around. 50s again. Missed will turn. Can't make contact. Now JNAPS leading the counterattack with Chicago. Chicago getting 50 by, or rather taken over after the 50 from JNAPS. Almost scores it top shelf. Now drop down pass, Rizzo. And you can see Turtle, they're always looking for those passing lanes. G2, and they manage to hit them over and over again.
And I think one of the best things about the passing we see out of G2 is usually it can be predicted, but now as they've incorporated more demos, it kind of throws the defense off. They don't know what's going to happen. And for G2, whenever they find those passes, you also have Rizzo going for demos in the backfield, trying to take somebody out on the rotation back. Or even whoever's the third man will just be a little bit more patient, maybe try and take somebody out as they're getting out of the play themselves. So it's always a question of what are G2 going to do with the ball. Previously, I think they abused the midfield pass too much to the point where all the team had to do was just put themselves in the midfield, find those passing lanes, and you're set. But now there's so many more things to consider when you're going against this G2 offense.
Like who's going to take the shot? You had JNAPS in Chicago, both underneath the ball.
That's what I'm talking
about. Did they catch G2 out? No. Rizzo stretched for that save. And that's game. Game one going to G2. It was a smooth game for G2.
Oh, yeah.
Some lovely passes. Getting that early lead and containing it.
It does feel like you have to talk about the defensive performance, too, for G2. I think they were getting a lot of goal line saves, which is surprising. Normally, G2 always have something to challenge. Maybe their new plan is to be a bit more passive. So it seems like they're not panicking when they have somebody who's alone in defense. Even right here, we see JNAPS get that last-second save. Normally, after he gets that save, G2 can counterattack. That was the one attempt from Envy that did work out. And look at all the plays from G2. They're all different. That's what I love about this offense right now is it's developed so much more than just simple midfield passing. It's gone into so much more complex routine plays out of G2.
Yeah, G2, they're not afraid of those complex plays, Turtle. They don't shy away from them whatsoever. I think that's what makes them so dangerous is how dynamic their offense is. They can go for those double taps off the backboard, but they might just drop it straight down or even make that back pass to an oncoming attacker. You never know where that punch is going to come from. and it leaves defenses perplexed.
Oh, what a touch from Chicago on the backboard. Really nice play there, having somebody stay up there. And that's something that I've noticed that so much more, too, within the current meta of all the players. When they're rotating out, you'll see somebody go on the backboard to get a touch back into the midfield. And usually if they can find that touch, it works so well, G2 making use of it. And we'll see if they can come out just as strong as they did in game one. That defense, a lot of responsibility on those goal line saves, but if they get it, they can go on to offense, have Chicago put a couple of shots on net and sink one.
And this was a rough touch from Turbo. Might have been trying to put it up the wall, ends up passing it right out to Chicago in the middle. For Envy fans, that's a tough one to see. Atomic up to Turbo. Turbo challenging. Going to be out of boost, going for that corner. Missed, over to Turbo. Turbo's shot will be saved by JNaps. Atomic back to the middle. Rizzo out, missed. Will try to pass it over to Turbo, but Chicago was in the lane. However, Chicago gave it up back to Turbo. Ball bouncing around. Team's looking for possession. Chicago gonna blast this one all the way to the backboard. Now Atomic does the same.
What a
that might just go in. It does. Coast to coast. Atomic.
Oh my.
Off his own backboard.
Oh, this is something that I feel like would only work against G2 with how aggressive they play. You have to time that hit perfectly to get it clear with that much power. Atomic. That was a cannon off the backboard.
Atomic. That was a big play from him.
Yeah.
And now Mist beating out the defense, and Envy will take the lead.
The long distance shooting, you see Mist, he keeps it to himself. That last touch to follow it up off the wall hit, kept the possession, then got an early shot on net, caught the third man out of place. And that's how you do it. You go up now 1 goal, 3 minutes and 28 seconds left. Envy, well, it's been uncharacteristic and pretty awkward goals. They'll take it.
Rizzo going for a bump. Gets a demo eventually. And yeah, Turtle, these types of goals, maybe not the kind of goals you'd expect in a game.
Yeah.
But for Envy, coming at a much needed time. Turbo getting bumped around. Gets a hit out. Chicago.
Oh no.
Passed it right out to Mist. Double commit. Still not out of danger yet. G2 scrambling. Atomic has Mist and Turbo in the middle. Mist falling all the way back. Bit of a hard first touch. Turbo will get a piece of it. Atomic helping out also. Ball pinches out to the other side. JNaps hard off the sidewall. Rizzo, the shot! And what a shot from Rizzo! How much power did he get on this one? 91 off of the save. But what a shot!
And this game has just turned into midfield shooting. I love it. It's so fun to watch because it's not a matter of real mechanics. You just got to hit it with power. If you're going from the midfield, make sure it's on net, and you should be golden because we're catching everybody off guard in the rotation, James.
Almost a response. Chicago bailing G2 out there. And, you know, Rizzo, that was a nice shot. I saw Rizzo tweet earlier. It's never a nice shot, Rizzo. Well, it is right now. Right there.
Now we applaud him. Make sure we give him the credit he deserves.
That was a nice shot, Rizzo.
Yeah.
Indeed. Turbo tapping it over. Wanted to get the ball to Atomic. Now Turbo low on boost. Chicago gonna poke this straight up for JNaps, who's speeding in. Double tap to pass out to the middle. 50 from Rizzo. Now Atomic will take over. 1v1. Goes for the high flick. Got it. Chicago left in the dust.
This is what we were talking about with Atomic, man. At first, it's all about Mist, but now Atomic is starting to pop off, get some spotlight himself. And it's that one tap to get it across the field so he can go for the flick. The 1v1 skills coming out. And Team Envy now go up 1 goal. This is a weird game. This is completely opposite of the first one where everything was super close. We had a lot of goal line saves. Now it's just midfield shooting and 1v1 plays.
And Atomic making some big plays for Envy. we talked about Mist, or the desk talked about Mist being that player who's been doing a lot of work recently, but Atomic has stepped up in game 2.
And we've been waiting for it, for Atomic to show up and join Mist with dominating teams. And if they're going to start becoming a duo, I mean, look at Mist faking out one player. So threatening. G2 have their work cut out for them.
Chicago, the drop pass, rebound out to JNaps. JNaps shot blocked by Mist. Now Chicago, only 4 boosts, got up. Pad is able to get that save. Final minute, G2 down by 1. Bounce off the corner, broken up by Mist. Chicago wanted to pass that off the backboard. Atomic will keep the clear going. Rizzo will chase this in the air. Over to JNaps. Kicks out to Chicago. Chicago dunked by Turbo. The challenges at the midfield by Envy have been much better.
Oh, yeah. And you can see, I mean, I feel bad for any fans of G2 because you're going through the ringer right now with emotions. You see G2 have an offensive play like that, but one cutout, one interception, and it could be the end of you. And Envy gets a goal. It just needs one tiny, tiny touch in the midfield, maybe 150, and you've got to be scared because nobody's back on G2.
Could be G2's final attack. See if they pull it off. Ball does kick up. Chicago over to JNaps. JNaps tapping it back to the middle. That win by Atomic. Turbo will get one for the road. And Envy answer back with a game 2 win.
Turbo definitely had a choice. He could have slammed this one on the ground, but you know what? Why not get the extra goal, carry some more momentum going to the next game, and be tied up? This has been a crazy series, James. And G2, they're getting caught off guard way more now in game 1. It seems like Envy were basically able to adapt so much stronger, realize that G2 had some holes in the defense, and capitalize.
Yeah, they've cut out that space that G2 was working with before. They've been able to fill that with bodies, with Octanes challenging quickly, shutting down those passing plays before they happen. And then the solo plays coming out. We saw that long shot off his own backboard. Atomic. Oh, yeah. Look at that missile.
That's insane. Well, that's what I'm talking about with G2. They are so aggressive when they want to use all 3 players. You can see even the third man sometimes pushes up past that midfield line. And Envy are taking advantage of that. Big clears, strong shots from the midfield, and that's how you punish G2.
And that was working. We'll see if Envy can keep that going. Atomic playing a key role in game 2. They're going to need him to continue to play well if they want to take down this G2 team that has been red hot in other regional events.
You also have to credit the dribbling, too, from Envy. You notice they take it a little bit slower. Atomic actually started that play, that 1v1 play, all the way from his defensive end. Took it slower, realized he didn't want to give away possession as soon as possible, and that's what led to the goal. So Envy keeping their cool. See if Mist has something to say about it now on offense.
Turbo coming in for the 50, gets around him. Chicago and JNaps working together. This one out to Rizzo now, down to JNaps. JNaps shot blocked, but it kicks out to Chicago. Chicago couldn't make contact. Atomic dribbling it out. Flick pass up to Turbo, blocked by JNaps. Missed. Over to the wall. Atomic had to bail out, didn't have the boost. Rizzo attacking backboard. Atomic misses, but Mist was there to get a booming clear. Center ball pass cut out by Chicago, but it's back to Mist. Mist slowing the play down. Mind games 1. Rizzo last back. The flick. You can see Mist wanted to hit that flick, but the ball rolled off his hood and he didn't even get any height on it.
Yeah, and that's showing how useful those dribbles are, though. If he had gotten that flick, I think that would have been a goal with the right power. So Envy, if they keep dribbling out this game, taking it slower, they're winning all the 50s.
JNaps will go right towards net. Turbo will get the save. Chicago infield pass attempt, but Turbo intercepts. Atomic backward pass out to Mist. Mist doesn't make good contact. Now on the other end, Chicago up. Mist does very well to read that defensive play. Ball off the ceiling. Atomic only had about a third of a tank. Didn't want to commit to that ball. It's going very fast off the ceiling. They're downfield. J-Naps perhaps trying to hit Rizzo. Pass too far away. Missed up in the air. Going for a shot. It's off the backboard. Rebound. Out to Rizzo now. Dribbling. Passing to the middle. J-Naps airborne.
Naps.
The shot from J-Naps. Crossbar down. An airstrike from the knapsack.
Look at how high up he got to hit this ball. He had to get over it to find that angle off the crossbar down. You can't really ask for a better shot out of J-Naps. And he also had to assume the defender was going to miss because there was somebody on Envy who had predicted that pass, didn't catch up to it, and J-Naps was not fazed by it whatsoever.
And J-Naps has been the finisher for G2. And now on the other end, missed!
Oh.
Narrowly misses. That one hit the crossbar, bounced straight down and out.
I think that's the third shot from Mist. We saw the flick earlier that didn't go his way. And then another passing play out of Envy where Mist was on the receiving end, couldn't find it. And then there, the double tap so close. This could be it. No, blocked out from Chicago. The defense prevailing, but at what point is it just Mist accuracy that's just a little bit off right now?
Mist, you said it, Turtle, a few chances that you expect him to do more with. Coming up short on a few occasions. And when you're in a big series like this, at this stage in the tournament, can't afford to let many of those go. Chicago trying to lead a counterattack. Atomic will pop it up. Turbo low boost, just 20 to work with. Slowly takes that ball to the corner. Now Chicago will take over. Atomic keeping the ball in. Infield pass cleared out by J-Naps. Missed on 0, won't be able to do anything else after that challenge. Rizzo pops it over 1. Atomic, not the biggest clear. Chicago will go for a pass. Bounce shot, is anyone back? Yes, Atomic stretches to make that save. And Envy get out of harm's way with that play. And that was a close call.
Yeah, the defense is definitely on the ropes right now. You can see, comes down to one final hit. G2 pushing the offense forward. But I'm still worried because this is what we saw last game. And Envy, all it takes is one massive clear, and you could punish all of G2 for being too aggressive.
We'll see if that happens. 1 goal game, back pass from Turbo to Mist. Missed up to Atomic. Atomic bounced it down, and J-Naps was able to get a big clear. Rizzo wanted to pass that back down, but it's challenged. Atomic waiting, now taking over. Flicks upfield. J-Nap stops it. Low boost for Turbo. Passes to Mist. Mist off the backboard to Atomic. Atomic tries to hit Mist midair. That would have been something else.
The pre-jump play, they're starting to get creative. If they're relying on pre-jumps and passes like that to work, you know the G2 defense is working well.
Turbo sets it up for Mist. This is a good pass. Mist out to the middle. What happened to Atomic?
I think I saw him in the other half pushing up, trying to get boost, go for a demo maybe in those final moments. That's something that would work out in G2. I'm confused too. That last pass just sort of crossed the net. Nobody was trying to receive it, and G2 run away with the win.
And it looked like it might have been a play where Atomic was going for a bump or a demo like you're thinking, Turbo, or Turtle. And then Atomic waiting for the pass, or you saw it Mist. It looked like Mist wanted to go for the pass, and so the communication maybe not there.
Oh, and I wasn't even ready for the game to end. That's why I wasn't saying anything, because I was like, this ball, how did it dropped? I thought somebody from Team Heavy would be in the middle. And again, we're going to take a look at these goals. You see how close Mist is. There were so many shots. Goodness. I'm telling you, Mist is just like 2% off on his striking. If he picks up slightly, he's going to start nailing these off the backboard, off the post. That's how close this man is to making this go to game 5. It's just Mist shooting.
That one shot that went off the crossbar and that was inches away.
Yeah.
From going crossbar in. So Mist close, but not close enough. And now G2 Esports 1 game away from moving on in the playoffs to the semifinals.
Yeah.
Envy have to dig deep to stay alive.
And you can see G2, they're looking for revenge. I believe in the first event, they lost to the Peeps in game 5 in quarterfinals. Didn't make it to the semis. Now's their chances. That one narrowly misses, and Mist gets the save.
Mist hustling back. Rizzo tap it over to J-Nap. Chicago up early. Atomic breaking up the play. That was very smart. First touch control from Mist. They'll rotate all the way back. Atomic clearing downfield. Now JNaps over out of reach of Chicago. Chicago. Now ball bounces out to Mist. Mist gets the shot, but Chicago saves it. Chicago was sprinting back, got back just in time.
Yeah.
And Mist shooting it right at him. But the wide open net. Mist will knock this one in. No chance of saving that one.
Rotations for G2 breaking down ever so slightly. I mean, you can see Chicago try to get a hit here, assuming the third man back. It was JNaps who got the demo in the final second, but he was just too slow to rotate in, and that's all that boost you can see. Makes it so much slower when you're rotating. Envy, all that pressure pays out, and it's Mist who's striking well. We need the accuracy from him to be on point in this game if they want to get game 5.
Atomic, 50 that off the ceiling. Back to Mist. Mist trying to weave his way around defenders, but Rizzo having nothing of it. Chicago will have a passing opportunity. Gets it to JNaps. JNap's shot will be blocked by Turbo. Above G2's net, Chicago going for a pass to JNaps, popping it back up to Chicago. Mist will break up that play. Mist sniffed that one out early. Oh, but a miss from Atomic. Turbo getting challenged. Ball kicks out to Mist. Mist shot will be saved by Chicago. We're seeing more and more pressure come out from Envy. They're going on these long attacks.
Yeah. Well, it's got me wondering, when is G2 going to flip the switch and go for those physical plays? Chicago's been saying a lot in his interviews that he's trying to be a little bit more aggressive, go for some demos. We haven't seen too much of that so far from G2 because they don't really need it. Their offense has been pretty solid. They've been holding pressure, but now as Envy start to get warmed up here, you can see they're starving them out more, and demos are needed for G2 to relieve that pressure.
Rizzo went for one on Atomic, but Atomic dodged it nicely. JNaps couldn't get the double. Chicago helps out. Rizzo coming in for the 50. Turbo gets it back over to G2's half, and then another 50 will come in. Atomic winning this over G2's net. G2 scrambling. Mist has Turbo in the middle. Turbo getting bumped by JNaps, forcing Atomic to come in, but a big 50 win. Chicago will have this kick back out to JNaps. JNaps, first touch control, trying to take it up the wall. He has been taking challenge after challenge. G2 getting some space. Oh, Chicago had to use a lot of boost for that touch. And now G2 gonna find themselves back in their own half again. Chicago air dribbling it out.
They can barely even get it past the midfield line, even if they're winning challenges. You mentioned it yourself, JNaps. We've seen him win a couple of 50s in a row, but somebody from Envy's playing that shadow defense, has somebody behind the 50, and it makes it actually easier if the other team wins the 50, just to go forward, pop it up, and have a nice follow-up shot. And G2, they're still struggling to get past the midfield line. Here we go. This could be some pressure.
Panic from Envy. Mist with another quality challenge. Mist defensively has been rock solid, and it is much required. This game 4 could be it for Envy unless they hold on to this 1-goal lead. JNaps towards the backboard. Turbo will win it to the side and gets another big challenge win, kicking all the way back to G2's backboard, rolling up. JNaps going for an air dribble. Challenged by Atomic.
Oh, you can see even Mist is behind. That's what I'm talking about. You win a 50 and somebody's behind on Team Envy to get that clear. Now the demo for Mist. It's wide open off the crossbar. Oh my goodness. G2 still have a chance. 35 seconds.
And that was a close call. The demo was there. The ball hit a bit too hard. Couldn't take advantage of it. Turbo popping high. JNaps sets it down for Chicago, who booms it upfield. Atomic will drop it down. Chicago is going to be able to dribble it. The flick, crossbar down. Chicago punishes Atomic for this touch.
Oh, and all that space. Look at Mist in the backfield. He is so confused on where to go because he just got demoed. Chicago realized all that space was created from a single demo, slowed it down, got the flick, and G2 tied this up. 14 seconds left. A good kickoff, and they could end it here, or Envy as well. What a game, and what a way to tie it up.
Oh, Atomic gonna want that one back. Dropped it right down for Chicago, who had all that real estate. Game not over yet. Finally, it touches the ground, and we're going to overtime. G2, 1 goal away from moving on to the semifinals. Envy looking to force game 5. Chicago in the corner now. Rizzo helping out. He'll dribble this up the wall. Tapping it high above Turbo. Missed to his own corner. J-Naps across to Rizzo. Rizzo now off the ceiling. Atomic to the corner. The pressure from G2 mounting, but now Mist.
Rizzo's alone.
Breaking out. Good 50 from Mist. Now to the corner. Picks up full boost. Passes off the backboard, and that's shut down by Chicago. But Atomic passes it up.
Chicago there to get back in time. That's what I like to see. Worried about the G2 defense. And if they're going to get caught off guard again in this overtime. If they push up too far, that's what you need to worry about if you're on G2.
We've seen G2 overextend a bit. We saw those shots from Atomic that punished them. Envy could use that from Atomic right now. Tournament life on the line. Atomic.
Pass.
Towards net.
Missed.
Chicago will break it. Rizzo got the demo on Turbo. So Chicago going to be able to pass this off the backboard. Turbo can't get it to J-Naps. This one skips off Atomic and Missed. We'll get a booming clear. Can Atomic read this off the backboard? He does! Atomic will win it for Envy, and we're going to game 5.
Oh my goodness, he had to pre-jump this pass. He got up and he actually took a ball cam off to see where it was gonna bounce off the backboard. Atomic, you madman. That is one of the best ways you can end in overtime. A pre-jump off that prediction, bouncing off the backboard. Oh my goodness. I wanted to see better shooting from Team Envy, and they completely answered.
That was an exciting finish to game 4. Atomic, he says, I'm just going to jump early. We'll figure out the read later. And he read it perfectly. He was able to get up early, dodge any bumps, dodge any demo attempts, get that height, line up the shot, and spike it down. That was a beautiful play from Atomic.
And that was coming right off of a G2 counterattack. You saw G2 had got the demo. There was some pressure forced onto the Team Envy's defense. And with huge monster clears from Team Envy, that is how they're punishing G2. Because if they can't get that goal, G2 pushes everybody forward. They can't get that one goal, or they can't get Team Envy in an awkward situation. All it takes, like I said, one huge clear, somebody like Atomic is going to become a madman. Earlier, Mist had the opportunities and his shooting was a little bit off. Now Atomic, he's starting to pop off and he's finishing those shots. The pre-jump play. This was one of my favorite games so far that we've seen all day.
And then, you know, it makes so much sense that it's Atomic who's going to step up and make that play. He had made that mistake earlier where he dropped it down for Chicago to allow that tying goal to take place to happen in the first place, and then to make that play makes up for it 100%, because now you're going into game 5 with that extra bit of momentum coming off a situation where, you know, it's a goal you win, a goal you lose, and your tournament's over. And now they get that win in stunning fashion off a great play. And we're going to the decider here on Champions Field.
And the question is, are we going to see that physical play from G2? That's what got them that goal to send them into OT. They didn't really utilize it too much in that overtime, but we're in game 5. All strategies previously that were in effect might be thrown out the window. We'll see completely different teams. Who knows? Those booming clears from Envy, the passing plays from G2, I expect all of it.
Chicago has this one bounced down. Rizzo off the ceiling, trying to burn up some time, let his teammates get boost. Chicago rotating in. Ball pinches out to the midfield. Rizzo back to the Envy corner. His first 30 seconds, the ball's been stuck in the Envy corner. Now to the other one. J-Naps across the field. Just been back and forth.
Yeah, and I'm paying attention to Rizzo right now. Rizzo literally rotated between the Envy's corners like 3 or 4 times, taking the boost, keeping the pressure on. And it doesn't even matter. He doesn't need to worry about rotating back because his teammates got him covered.
Atomic, late flips. Oh, he threads this needle top corner. Atomic having a stellar series. What a shot.
And it started with that fake from Mist. You can see him on the wall. Mist didn't even go for the challenge. He just forced somebody on G2, whoever was approaching that ball, to panic a bit. And it just dropped down for Atomic to pop off. His shooting has been phenomenal. All you got to do is just set it up.
And I couldn't tell. It looks like he also got bumped into a dunk. It was tough to tell from that one replay. But he gets bumped, and I wonder if that was what put it in. I have to take another look at that one.
Oh, you got to watch out for Atomic right now. He's on
feeling
fire.
it. Yeah, that shot, the delayed flip, lining it up perfectly.
Yep. And the OT goal. Now Turbo maybe a chance to get a double tap here. If he's going for double taps, Envy are looking scary.
Envy. They've looked shaky at times, but they've managed to find their footing when it counts. Getting all the way to game 5. And now this early lead, can they hold on? Chicago bites early. That save will prevent the second goal from going in for Envy, but Envy has been good at catching G2 out. And now Turbo with a huge challenge off the post, and that one gonna be saved to the side, but another chance for Envy as they have been knocking on the door, hoping to get that second goal.
Yeah, and everything started for Turbo reading the pass in the midfield as the third man from G2 pushed up to try and get it. Turbo just beat him out, but unfortunately, it was just the accuracy with that interception wasn't there, but you still stopped the offense at G2. That counts for something.
Atomic going for the center, gave up the ball. Rebound out to JNavs. JNavs tried to find Chicago, and it was well done. I think it was Mist that got a piece of it. Chicago was ready to put that one in, and it was a double commit. No one left back, but Mist got enough of it to break up the play. Mist called off Atomic to get that save. Now ball out to the middle. Demo from Rizzo. Shot from JNavs. No, it's a pass. Chicago going for this shot, and that is the creative passing you expect from G2, but still came up empty-handed.
Yeah, now it feels like G2 have been struggling with what Team Envy were previously struggling with in the series, was just that final shot. Chicago should have put that one in. That's one, especially in Game 5, you need to put down. And Chicago, again, he tried to pre-jump the hit from JNavs and misread the play. Now getting this one out to Rizzo, but Turbo, of course, has the interception.
Turbo, another big 50. Slowing down the play. JNavs to the side. Rizzo waiting. Rizzo, flip reset. Goes for the bump on Mist. Mist gets tangled up. Now Mist booming it downfield. G2's had so much pressure this game, but Envy has bent but not broken, and their defense still holding up to this test as we approach the final minute. 1-0 in favor of Envy. JNavs in the corner, pokes it around. Atomic. Turbo hit it up to the midfield. Rizzo to the other side. Demo from JNavs on Mist in the corner. Chicago trying to get the ball fed to the middle, but Atomic and Turbo work together to get this ball cleared all the way out.
Something's got to break for the defense of Envy. I mean, G2, a lot of pressure, but now all these clears coming out, so I'm concerned. G2, they have to figure out something. The demos aren't working. The passes aren't connecting. You don't have the final shot. What is the missing piece?
Chicago, pass to JNavs. The save from Mist. JNavs trying to hit it out. Rizzo to Chicago. JNavs slow on the rotation. Final 10 seconds. Envy holding on for dear life.
They need a counterattack.
This one bounces straight down. Atomic keeps it up, and it finally hits the ground. Envy in Game 5 win the series, and Turtle, it seemed like G2 had the upper hand, but Atomic stepped up and answered the call for Envy.
Yeah, we had mentioned Mist multiple times, and we always say, when is Atomic going to show up? We know he's capable of so much, and in this series, he gets them and catapults them into the semifinals. We forced a Game 5, all because of that man, Atomic, with a nutty prediction. I'm still thinking about the last game where he was able to read that clear. That was an outstanding play, and I think that was the highlight moment for Envy to win this series. You come out in Game 5 as Atomic, and you clutch it out with your shooting again. And G2, there were so many chances. Like you said, they had a lot of the advantage in terms of pressure, and we were just waiting for that final shot of Chicago where he just misread it maybe once or twice, and that was the difference here in Game 5.
And you're right. That was the difference. A lot of times these series can come down to those single opportunities that make you or break you. And you know what? It made Envy, Atomic especially, that shot, the only goal of the game. Such finesse, air control, mechanical ability. Atomic showing us what he's made of. And Envy will get the win in 5 games. They're moving on to the semifinals. Yeah. And we've got our last round of 8 matchup to find out who's going to play G2 in that semifinal coming up after the break.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35. The network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right. Only on Verizon.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series brought to you by Verizon. I'm Leafex alongside me, Jorby and Gibbs, to break down that last match, G2 versus Envy. Looked like G2 may have had it there, but Jorby, your team there from the grid, pulling through.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Envy, they never lose the fight, even if they look like they're down. They always find a way to readjust, even if it's in the middle of a game. And I felt like they were making a lot of adjustments against G2. And sometimes they were given, I wouldn't say a gift or two, but they just took advantage of counterattacks in situations where G2 just weren't ready for them. Like Envy would seem to score almost out of nowhere, where G2, they were having struggles at some points to generate a lot of offense. And I just give credit to Envy and doing a great job managing the ball on their own half.
Absolutely. Great defense, and that is what you need versus G2 because they will send all three players. They don't care. We saw it in Game 4 overtime. They send all three for shots and a good 50-50 with the third man from G2. Once that happens, it's over, and Envy gets the counterattack goal, and then they seal the deal with Atomic in Game 5, who had a wonderful series.
And now to talk about that victory over G2, Mist from Envy is joining us on the line. Congratulations on the semifinals, Mist. And I just want to give you some space here to, maybe yell at Gibbs, make fun of him. He had G2, man.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, I don't blame them. They're actually playing really well. But yeah, we usually we had a good record, but towards the end they started playing a lot more offensive and they got really a lot better. So.
I mean, Mist should be happy that I am picking G2. This is obviously a master plan here. Leaf, didn't you also have G2? I don't even remember the pick, so don't blame it all on me. But Mist, I want to talk about Envy. For you guys playing G2, the last 2 weeks in the grid, you lose to them. When you lose to a team in back-to-back weeks in the grid, does that affect you guys at all? Or do you just worry about the next time you play?
We definitely pay more attention to that team. So, for example, Atomic looked over G2 replays and came back to us and what can we do to exploit them kind of. So yeah, we definitely look it over more.
And Atomic's actually the guy I wanted to ask you about, Mist, because before Turbo joined the team, Atomic he always had that ability to pop off solo or just do some crazy mechanical play to put shots on net, but he's really evolved into this passing role. And sometime every now and then he hits that banger of a double tap. But what is it like having a consistent passer like Atomic for you and Turbo? Because it feels like he's just always finding you guys, even in really tight situations.
It's really good. It's always something that we can rely on. As you said, the pop-off ability, he can just solo play if he wants, and if he can pass perfectly, it's just they never know what to expect. So it's really good.
Now, I've just, when you say a word so many times over and over again that it starts to sound weird, we've just said Mist a lot now, and it made me start to think, maybe you've already answered this before, but I'm actually just curious, how did you get the gamer tag Mist?
Okay, this dates back to when I first got my Xbox 360.
Okay.
I was with my parents on Christmas, I assume, and when you first open, I assume you had to make a gamer tag. So I made it it's really embarrassing, but it was Beast Boy 1 2 3 3 2 1. So that was rough. And then I kept that for a while until I got an Xbox One, and then I changed it. It's I looked at letters and what sounded cool. I put it all caps and it was MSTIO, and they pronounced it Mistio on Xbox. But now I just shortened it to Mist. So yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, no, sorry. I don't know if you told that story. I just wanted to hear it though. Hey, you know what? We've all had embarrassing first tags. I mean, Gibbs is still rocking his. I don't know why he hasn't changed it yet. But, so your Mist is great. Mist is a good one. You ended up in the right direction. One final question before I let you go. KCP or Alpine, who would you rather face?
I like our matchup against KCP, but we're ready for either one, to be honest.
Yeah, I think either one's going to be tough, but congratulations on the semifinals and good luck going forward, Mist. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
And there's Mist from Envy. What, Gibbs?
No, I absolutely deserve it because I make fun of you guys all the time. But I was hoping I would get something right today to bounce back a little bit. Maybe get. Now I have Space Station G2 both out already, and G2 fans. Yeah. Hey, G2 fans, go ahead, at me on Twitter. Throw a follow while you're. complaining at me, and then we'll all
No, stop it. Turn his mic
You don't get
off.
rewarded for bringing the curse back. Like, come on. That's not how this works.
Let's talk about our next match. KCP versus Alpine. Miss just talked about it there. Either one of these teams is going to be difficult, but KCP has been on just a tear lately, Jorby. They have just been sending it, and I'm wondering if you think this is going to carry through to today.
I think it will. And I think that KCP still have a lot of gas left in the tank. Look, all the talk is about beast mode, but more and more people are starting to talk about Rapid, and absolutely deserved on the pitch. This guy he's the driver of this team. He keeps the wheels turning on their offense. His ability in midfield, it's terrifying, actually. When you consider what KCP have done over the last week and you watch Rapid play, he is a force in the midfield, and he'll always look for demos. He's obviously a threat in the air behind the ball. I don't see a world right now, as good as Alpine have looked so far, I don't know if their Pioneer's good.
Well, I wonder if the chat thinks that they'll be able to get through them. Let us know. It's time for the Verizon fan vote. Get your votes. Is it KCP or is it Alpine? Both these teams have a very strong fan base behind them. They have been cheering them on for a while, since they were in the bubble, rivals, and now all the way up to this point, a top 8 finish in North America. One of these teams is going to get further. Let us know again in chat with your votes who you think it's going to be. I want to get the desk's opinion here before we see what you guys voted. Gibbs, we're going to start with you. Is it going to be KCP or is it going to be Alpine?
So this is huge for both teams. We will have one brand new team in the top 4, and it's going to be one of these guys instead of Space Station Gaming. And you know what? I'm going to go the underdog pick. I'm going to go with Alpine. I think Kansas City Pioneers, they are the better team, but I think Alpine. So I saw when they had their round 5 game, it was 2-2 versus Rogue, and Magic Bear was so fast on the field, just beating them to every single ball. So I think the speed of Alpine might catch up to Kansas City here or there, and I think they can just barely, narrowly edge the series out. And honestly, I'm getting everything wrong, so I figured I should go opposite of what I actually think.
Okay. Interesting choice. We'll see how it works out. But Jorby, you almost gave us your answer. Quick, throw it up here on the board. You got KCP?
Yeah, I'm gonna take KCP. I think Alpine get a game here, but it'll be in 4.
Yeah, I think I have to go with KCP at this one. Mostly because that's what I had as my prediction in the pre-show. I had KCP in the grand finals going up against NRG. So far, I'm on a good track record. I'm beating Gibbs. That's all that matters. And chat thinks KCP as well. They're believing in this story right now. The momentum is so much in favor of KCP. Let us know online. Of course, we always like to hear your thoughts on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCSX. But it's now time to get into our last quarterfinal match over in the Verizon Skybox.
Thank you, Leaf. It's been a fun day so far. That last series with G2 and Envy was something else. Hopefully, people have got a little popcorn left over for this one, Turtle.
Yeah, I'm hoping so too, because this is going to be a crazy series, to say the least. I was really excited. When I saw this matchup, I was ecstatic because, you know, we've got KCP, who are underdogs, starting to pop off now, and Alpine have made it to the playoffs. In the first regional event, I thought they would do a little bit better. They've played off against NRG. KCP got eliminated in stage 2. So both these teams, you know, there's so much to prove, so much to fight for, and I think they're just neck and neck in terms of skill.
And during the death segment, they were talking about Memory is one of those players they think are underrated. Memory has been around for a long time.
Yeah.
Quite the storied player.
Well, that's the thing about both these teams. It's like you could pick any player right now, and you could have them as underrated as Percy. Definitely makes the top of that list. The striker of Alpine, usually always forwardly aggressive, and this time he takes a dribble while Magic Bear goes for some demos.
And that first flick, he knew a challenge would be coming in, gets height on it. Didn't have much boost to even work with. That was some surgical boost usage and surgical play from Alpine. Percy getting Alpine on the board very early. Ball kicking out to Percy. Percy wanted to cut around the defender, got the pop, but got demoed right after. Now the Pioneers moving up, but Magic Bear will clear it deep down to the corner. Beast mode. The 50. Rapid will try to pass it out. And Beast mode, when we interviewed Reddles, he had some high praises for Beast mode, saying that he thinks he'll be one of the best players in the world very soon.
Yeah, you got to watch out for him. I mean, if you've been watching the KCP movement lately, it feels like they started popping off when Beast Mode started hitting some crazy angles. This man is a striker who can hit a shot really from any angle. And somebody you got to watch out for, especially whenever you're on the defensive side. You see him go up for the ball, try to make that prediction.
Jordan doesn't get much of a hit there. It's going backwards. Rapid will challenge. Percy couldn't get the double tap, but it comes back out to Magic Bear. Rapid lets the first touch get away from him. Jordan with the good challenge will this ball to the corner. Now passing it off the backboard. Beast Mode low on boost. The Pioneers somehow managed to make it work. Memory will score on a quick counterattack.
Yeah, and we're seeing this more and more in the last series. This was Team Envy who did this a lot. It was a really fast clear out of your defensive side, and somebody's in the midfield ready for a shot, and they get that shot right on target. You just got to bang it towards the net as fast as you can. Catch that third man off guard. Make sure he's not in position to get the save, and KCP tied up.
Jordan popping it. Beast Mode challenging, but now Magic Bear will sail it towards net. Rapid bails out of the play here. I'm not really sure what happened.
I'm not either. It seems like somebody was on the other side of rotation where Rapid here could have gone up. Yeah, I mean, he had boost. I don't think he assumed he was going to get it. He was also too forwardly positioned. He was way high up, almost to the midfield line. If you're the last man back, you got to be a little bit farther down. I mean, he had boost. That's the confusing part.
Perhaps didn't want to get up there and risk dunking his own teammate. Yeah. Might have been too far out of his reach. Another rebound out now. Memory top corner. It's a slugfest back and forth. And the Pioneers will tie this right back up.
Oh, that's such a cool play from Memory where he backflips to stay grounded so he can get up higher and faster for that shot on net where Rapid was going off the backboard. I thought Rapid was going to hit that angle too. You see him swiping across. If he touched that ball, it either could have been a great play or he could have ruined Memory and his shot completely. But either way, it worked out. KC Pioneers tie it up. Alpine, it has been a back and forth game, and the defenses both are shaky.
Percy. The wall where Magic Bear is waiting. Magic Bear flipping towards the backboard. Percy passing back. Now Jordan shot, save from Rapid. Rebound will come out, but Magic Bear nowhere to be found. Finally coming in. Get a pass over to Jordan. Jordan back to Magic Bear. Magic Bear couldn't get the hit back to the middle. So Alpine looking for the passing plays. The creativity and desires there. Just got to find that execution. Beast Mode, hard pass. The shot, well saved by Magic Bear. Beast Mode, now to the sidewall for Memory. Memory testing Magic Bear's defense on the backboard. Jordan staying on the wall. Now we'll take possession. Air dribble. Flip reset. It bounces. It goes in. Jordan, I don't think this is how he drew it up, but he'll take it.
I think he was going for the flip reset, trying to get a touch on it. It worked as a fake, and Rapid was the third man coming in. As that rotation towards the net, you got to get a touch there. I don't think he saw the fake coming at all, and instead stayed grounded. Let that ball roll in. Alpine now take the lead. What is happening? That was just a defensive blunder.
But I love the play from Jordan. You know, even if you're going for that flip reset, with the way he was set up, he was going to get an amazing 50-50 on whoever came in to challenge. So just a bonus that they didn't make contact and it bounces in. But that was well played by Jordan.
Well, it still works as a fake too. That's the crazy part about a lot of these flip resets is it adds so many different layers of where the player can go with it. And even as the defensive goalkeeper, you don't know where he's going to go with it, where he's going to shoot it. As Jordan almost sniped that one off the crossbar. The shooting has started to exponentially increase out of Alpine, and we're seeing better mechanics.
That was a big scoring chance for Alpine, letting that one go. See if he comes back to Hahnemer. If they can get one more here, they do. Percy, an insurance goal. And there was a bump. Who was that? Magic Bear going for the bump in net?
Oh, and he got the boost. Magic Bear, he's the guy who's been getting multiple bumps. Excuse me. I've been paying attention to where he's going, where he's trying to position himself on the rotation. He always takes out a player, goes for some boost, makes sure he can do more than just touch the ball or go for the 50. And right there, it gets them insurance and security in the first game.
50 out to the corner, Rapid. Going for an air dribble. but he's shut down by Jordan. Backboard clear from beast mode to go all the way downfield. Magic Bear controlled it with his first touch, flicked over the first defender, but beast mode comes in. Percy right there to pick up the play. Rebound out to Magic Bear. Gets the demo midair. And time will tick away. That might be an own goal.
Oh, no.
We'll see.
Oh, no.
And it's in. Jordan will get credit for it.
Oh, that... I don't think you can end the game any worse than this. Look at this play. You can see Memory trying to get some kind of piece on it, pop it up maybe for his teammates, but instead, you know, you got the dominance. That thing is too flat, so you got to hit it perfectly or else you're kind of going to get destroyed on that hit. And Pioneers, that's not the way you want to end it.
And really, you've got nothing to lose at this point. Memory keeping the play alive. Beast mode shot will be saved, and Alpine take a comfortable game 1.
Yeah, and this is surprising. I thought we were going to get a much closer few games here, at least in the first one. Obviously, it's just game 1. Both teams are going to be a little bit more warmed up coming in here. And I did expect Alpine to put up a fight, but not like this. This has been pretty one-sided. It started out with the Pioneers having good pressure. Alpine couldn't adjust to it that much. But then once they started getting on offense, Jordan was going for some crazy plays. And the offense from Magic Bear, that aggression, really being a vital factor in this win.
Yeah, and that the aggression, the bumps, the demos, we saw it coming out. Magic Bear getting a big bump near the end to get that insurance goal. And it started out back and forth. That first half of the game going back and forth. And then in the last half, it was all Alpine. We saw that play from Jordan, the fake, going for that flip reset, just watching that ball bounce into the net. The Pioneers defensively didn't seem to have much of an answer.
Yeah.
And so we'll see if Alpine can continue this quality of play and get a win here in game 2, move one step closer to the semifinals.
Yeah. Well, I think KCP need to match the mechanics of Alpine. They have some solid shooting. The positioning hasn't been too off, but in terms of your striking, Alpine have looked so much better. This is what I'm talking about, the creativity, beast mode. What a huge touch from him to set up his teammate. And this is what I was talking about with the mechanics, plays like that are so unique you don't expect. We need that out of KCP.
And the Pioneers striking first, 14 seconds in. And you're right, that touch from beast mode, unexpected. And that put the ball on a platter for Memory to come in and finish off. See how Alpine respond. Jordan touching it to himself on the sidewall. Now off the ceiling, Magic Bear, awkward position, 50, kicks it all the way back to Alpine's corner. Beast mode, backboard pass, Magic Bear will break up the play. Now downfield on the other end. Jordan in the corner. Now Percy diving in. This one's bouncing off the ceiling and down. Beast mode gets the read. Another one going to go off the ceiling. Jordan with that 50. Rapid will pick up full boost. Misses the ball up by the ceiling, but Memory will bail him out.
We've got a third man from Alpine. Always seems to be in position. We haven't seen them mess up a play yet. You can see Percy, even that was a difficult read, still hit it. That's KCP. Maybe you try and take him out. Go for a demo here. You have to disrupt that last man back. Alpine are playing a little bit passive. Look at Jordan here. He's all the way in the back of his net. He's just playing it so slow. He doesn't get a hit, but he forces that pass, or at least that play, where Percy now can get a really easy clear. So very passive defense from Alpine. And KCP are kind of falling into that trap.
The Pioneers, though, still have that 1-goal lead. Memory testing Magic Bear on the backboard. Magic Bear takes it to the corner, gets demoed by Rapid. Percy with a delayed challenge will poke this downfield. Gets a demo as well. To space for Alpine to work with. The ball cleared back out, but Jordan will get there first. Takes it up the corner. Memory couldn't read it. Jordan, second touch. Beast mode will be there. Magic Bear has this challenge kick across the field. Memory dropping it in the corner. Can't 50 it past Jordan, but Rapid's there to help out. Clear down the middle. Beast mode will drop it. 50 again. This one back towards Rapid. Rapid testing the backboard. You can see how many times the Pioneers have been challenging on the backboard. Jordan. The double tap. Rebound on the goal line is saved. Beast mode will get the follow-up save. It seemed like the chance for Alpine, and they're still not done yet. This save for Memory. Percy, low boost. First challenge win. Now back out to the middle. Beast mode. Play sniffed out by Magic Bear. Percy, bounce pass to the middle. Beast mode will finally clear it downfield. And the Pioneers get some breathing room.
So many close attempts. Alpine, I love that play from Jordan earlier to go for the double tap. Almost set up his teammates beautifully. And now Percy, again, they're on the offense. They're having these creative plays. The double taps are there. The final shot, does he have enough pace? He does. Magic Bear makes this one count after what felt like 3 or 4 solid attempts on net.
And what a pass from Percy.
Wow.
Sticking with that play. He knew a defender was going to come in and try to block off the shot area. Instead, just goes for that pass immediately. And that was a perfect one. Magic Bear tying this one up late for Alpine. Rapid with plenty of time in his own corner. Gonna take the air dribble. Beast mode, the shot saved from Magic Bear. Rebound out to Memory. Memory, corner, double tap. Magic Bear clears downfield. Rapid waiting, pops it up for himself. Going for the high-speed play, getting his jump back up off the ceiling, but that didn't work out. However, the pressure building.
There we go.
Pioneers looking to strike. Rapid shot saved, rebound to Memory. Memory will score it. Seemed like a matter of time, and the Pioneers take the lead right back.
Yeah, we had just been waiting for the passing plays out of KCP to work out. Finally does. We saw Beast Mode finally pop that one in the middle. A couple of touches here and there from his teammates, and they open up a shooting lane, which there's been a couple. I think the defense from Alpine has been doing well, but they struggled in that instance because there was too many touches, too many passes back and forth for KCP, and that's what they need to do. And they do it again. Okay, Memory nails this one in from the midfield off the pass from Rapid, I believe.
Off the demo. Rapid even cutting off some angles. Memory, this hat trick in the final minute gives the Pioneers a 2-goal lead. Alpine gonna have to figure out something quick. Another goal here, potentially. Oh, man. Seemed like Beast Mode might have been able to get the 4th. Beast Mode. Oh, now Magic Bear is gonna try to read Rapid's hit. Rapid will get the double tap clear. Well handled by Rapid on the defensive end. Percy, that shot gonna be wide. And now on the other end, Magic Bear will get the save. We're under 30 seconds left to go. Still a 2-goal lead for the Pioneers.
Alpine needs something.
Hard hit downfield. And that's a back pass from Beast Mode, or for Beast Mode. And Alpine, despite putting in 5 goals in game 1, held to just a single goal in game 2. The Pioneers answer right back.
Man, definitely more of what we expected, a close game here. The Pioneers, took a more substantial lead towards the end, but at the beginning it was very close. Alpine had a couple of looks on offense. And I like their defense. I think that they struggled a little bit whenever KC Pioneers started connecting passes. They were getting confused. The communication broke a little bit. Positioning was a little bit wacky. But eventually, Alpine, whenever they get KC Pioneers to fall into that trap of just clearing it to them, Alpine then can look to counterattack. But we're not seeing too many great plays develop. It's only a couple here and there. Meanwhile, on the other side, KC Pioneers are passing so much more, always looking to set up a teammate. And the one play that Alpine did get was just off the speed and that crazy pass from from Percy on the side of Alpine.
And Memory shooting quite nicely, getting a hat trick this game for him, and the Pioneers finding their offensive footing, defensively looking a lot better. And for Alpine, we saw them score 5 goals. What do you think went wrong for him this game, Turtle?
This is an issue that's happened so much over the course of the grid. I've been watching them play, watching them compete, learning their style, and it's so back and forth because Alpine struggle immensely with keeping pressure. And when they can manage to keep that ball in as the third man, sometimes they get a little bit too passive and they want to stay all the way back, which I'm fine with. But like I said, if KCP, if they're not buying into that trap and they realize that all this space is given to them, Alpine, they're going to get scored on. It's just always going to happen, especially when Beast Mode is making those plays. So you have to learn how to keep pressure, keep that ball in the opponent's zone, And a lot of pressure comes down to the aggression of the third man, who Alpine don't like sending up too often.
Perhaps they'll have to step out of their comfort zone if they want to keep scoring like they did in game 1. Ball. Now in the Pioneer corner, Jordan can't get that 50, but Magic Bear is here to help out. Bullying his way through the defense, but a pinch will send it all the way back to Alpine's corner.
Well, that's what's expected with the aggression, but Magic Bear, now the demo from Rapid and also from Magic Bear, excuse me. And they're just flying left and right. So many physical plays. Let's see what the space is going to amount up to. Nothing yet for Alpine. That ball gets cleared away.
Beast Mode passing it over to Rapid. Rapid couldn't get that mid boost. Does get the 50, however. Beast Mode with that one off the crossbar. Rapid will stick around and cherry pick this one.
Hold on. I gotta
and the
go
Pioneers will get this first goal.
How did Beast Mode win this 50? Oh my goodness. The way he jumped up for that ball, he was so high above it that he didn't even need to go for the 50. He was able to just smack it down below the defender. That's how fast he took off. He was able to get that high above the ball. That is a crazy play from Beast Mode and an even better setup.
Beast Mode, you can tell that he's something special with his mechanics. Yeah. That shot was an answer. Percy, a hard strike off the pass for Magic Bear, and we're all tied up.
And Beast Mode, he could have gotten this save or tried to intercept it, but he was low on boost, 0 in the tank, and we even saw him waiting in the corner. And I think that might have been Magic Bear who was always taking boost. Somebody out of Alpine, most likely it's Magic Bear, taking that corner boost. It could have been his teammate. But that is starvation for Beast Mode as he can't get up and intercept the pass. Not even a block.
Magic Bear towards net. Memory will save it out. Jordan right back to the backboard. Will stick in the play. Percy diving in. Magic Bear, oh, he's going to half flip back. Gives up space for Memory. Oh, Memory bumps him. That would have been it. Off the wall and ceiling out to Percy. Percy, first touch, wasn't able to do much with it. Beast Mode off the ceiling. Tests Magic Bear, who's low. Memory has Rapid in the middle. Rapid now bailing out.
50.
Oh, that was a bit scarier than anticipated. Now, opportunity pinch attempt. Goes to the corner. Percy up the sideline. Beast Mode will turn on it. He pops it up. He'll stay with this. Second effort. Bounces straight down. Jordan with a tough read, but he makes it. Clears it downfield. But Memory waiting.
Nobody. And we're waiting for a passing play out of Alpine to move this ball, transition out. And they're struggling right now to find themselves in position. Even Magic Bear used to receive that clear. Can't find nothing. Beast Mode now has the first touch and can go for a 50. Alpine, you got to look to keep pressure. It's going to be difficult, but you got to be precise with those clears.
Rapid and Memory working in close concert. The Pioneers.
Oh, here we go. Percy.
They're tested. Rapid will make a huge save. Now up in front of net. Magic Bear around one. Gets his flip back off the ceiling. Oh my, Magic Bear does it again.
Another one.
What a shot.
We get another one from Magic Bear. This man lives on the ceiling. He saves his flip yet again and punishes Pioneers. They go up 2-1. That is how you get back in the lead, Magic Bear.
Magic Bear. If like one wasn't enough.
Yeah.
That was special. Magic Bear with a big goal, big moment. And now just a 1-goal lead. Alpine gonna have to play defense against Beast Mode. Beast Mode, great first challenge. Memory chasing it to the corner. It's bouncing in front of net. Percy gets 50 by Rapid. Rapid keeping the pressure on in Alpine's half, but a massive clear from Magic Bear. Memory taken back over. Up to Rapid, who's airborne. Rapid off the backboard. Didn't have the double tap read. Rapid. Oh, does he get the pass out to Memory? No, it was not the right angle. Launch towards net. Rapid saves it off to the corner. Jordan. You can see Rapid getting tangled on the post a bit.
Look at the patience from Magic Bear. He's just letting Rapid flip at the ball and continue the pressure, that kind of decision making, and now goes up for the ball, or the shot, excuse me. Wow, what a play from Magic Bear in the corner. Just stuff 2 players, pop it out for Percy, then turn around in the rotation and get the shot. That's crazy.
And it looked like he might have even bumped Rapid on the way to that ball. Magic Bear getting his hands dirty. A 100% goal participation game from him. And another highlight. He's going to be able to make a montage by the end of the tournament.
Yeah, only off the ceiling. He doesn't want any regular shots. They have to be off the ceiling.
Percy with one more goal. Alpine, they're burying the Pioneers.
Oh, why not? And I talked about it. They couldn't get the pressure, but I mean, I guess is pressure even needed if you have the mechanics? The question is, can you keep this going? You have to get these highlight plays out of your players. You know, like Magic Bear going off the ceiling. Percy always coming in for the shot. This is what we expected to see out of Alpine. While they don't have the most pressure, when they get those opportunities, they punish.
Beast mode, keeping the play up. Percy will take this ball to the ground, and Alpine move 1 game away from playing Envy in the semifinal.
It's going to be a tough one. I just don't know how they're going to keep this play up. We have to see the mechanics. That's the only thing it comes down to. If you're not forcing a lot of mistakes on the Pioneers, because really they're just outpacing them and out-mechanicking them on the offensive side. So you're not relying too much on the errors out of Pioneers. More or less, you're just hoping Magic Bear, somebody's going to pop off. We'll see if that can continue, because on the side of the Pioneers, they had pressure. They had good 50s, especially from Beast Mode. That's somebody you have to watch out for. He's like the second coming of Fireburner. I don't know how this man keeps winning so many challenges, but he's got it on lock.
But it wasn't enough this game. Magic Bear, we see it again on the replay. Off the ceiling, getting that play, turns around, gets that goal as well after he put in a lot of work. So Alpine, Twitch chat, I believe, picked 70% for the Pioneers. The Pioneers, the favorite coming into this one, but now Alpine in the driver's seat. Can they close it out? This is a good pass, but Memory is able to get up and block out that angle.
Jordan, the double tap.
Oh, goal line save from Memory. I thought that was in.
Oh, and Jordan had to pinch that one off the ground. I don't think he got the direct hit right off the backboard to go into the net. He had to pinch it. But still, Alpine, they're starting out strong. Look at the mechanics. The flip reset from Magic Bear. We're starting to see some more pressure, too. I love it. This is what I wanted to see. And Pioneers, they got to bounce back, though. And they can certainly do it with Beast Mode. They're always in front of the clears as well. This is such a back-and-forth game, James.
We'll see how it starts. The games that Alpine won, they drove up the scoreboard.
Yeah.
Beast Mode opting to get that mid boost, using up all of it immediately with this air dribble. Oh, Rapid didn't even go for that challenge. It messed up. Jordan now rebound out. Save from Percy. Beast Mode. Will he turn for this? It's going to be able to have a shot if Rapid wins it. Goes out to Percy, however. Now Beast Mode coming in. Down to Rapid.
Rapid's there.
Couldn't turn in time. Memory gets the shot. Beast Mode almost in a position to redirect that. Percy airborne. Memory. First touch control. Ball bounces off. It was too far out for Beast Mode. Now the counterattack is on. Percy. 50 will kick it off the ceiling. And a boom from Memory. Now Jordan right back down, but Rapid will be able to turn, get another big clear.
Yeah, we've got some, basically, it's turned into kickball. It started out with Alpine with some good pressure, keeping the ball in the other opponent's zone. And now we've just turned into massive clear after massive clear. None of these teams want to find somebody. Even Rapid here, just going for a boomer. You got to relieve the pressure. This is how you know the nerves are getting to you. Normally when we fall into this play style, it's because the teams don't want to play anything risky, send up too many players, and you're also struggling to find boosts.
And you're hoping the other team makes a mistouch or a mistake.
Yeah.
But Alpine has looked pretty solid. Beast Mode double tap. Flick doesn't really go anywhere, but a double commit out of Alpine. Magic Bear will be there, however, going downfield. Rapid gets a bump and the midfield boost, bumping Jordan out of the way as well, creating space. Beast Mode Off the corner. Up above the backboard. Magic Bear will clear it right down center field. Rapid with the 50. Beast Mode gets 50 by Percy as well. Back-to-back challenges working out for Alpine.
Here we go. Magic Bear off the backboard. Almost gets the double tap. This is the setup we've been looking for. KC Pioneers are failing to do that themselves because the mechanics just aren't there. That's what I'm talking about. We need to see more double tap attempts. Even the rapid resets, I'd love to see another one.
Will it happen? Under 2 minutes left to play, still scoreless. Air dribble from Percy, goes for the dunk. Gets it out to the corner. Jordan has Magic Bear next back. Rapid weaves it around him. Percy with some time. Jordan also respawns right in front of him. Double commit off respawn.
Another double commit too. Jordan jumped for that. Now the space is open. What has happened to the communication? Everybody getting a little bit ball chasey here on the field.
Well, that was that respawn from Jordan that really threw things off. Yeah. But a perfect pass. Percy shot! Dead center! Alpine take the lead with 1 minute and 11 seconds left to play.
And normally we'd see a solo play. Jordan would wait for that bounce, take it up himself, But instead he mixes it up, finds Percy on the other side. Oh, baby, that was a nice play. And one that was needed out of Alpine to break up the Pioneers defense, who didn't expect that pass.
Ball looked like it had thrusters on it.
Yeah.
Going so fast. Final minute. It's now or never for the Pioneers.
Oh, the
backboard pass. Memory going for the backboard yet again.
Rapid.
This is low boost for Alpine. This pinch going all the way across. Percy has Memory waiting on the wall. Memory to the corner. Got the boost steal as well. Couldn't get the demo. That frees Magic Bear to go upfield, but he's blocked by Beast Mode. Now a demo. Shot for Memory. Saved from Jordan.
Oh, Jordan needed to get that touch. That was crucial. That could have basically been the winning touch for Alpine, so long as they can keep this ball in the opponent's half. They just got to keep this pressure, get some booming clears, and it's all thanks to Jordan on that big take. But the 50, how does this go in? Rapid!
Do you believe it? Rapid over Percy. Posterizes him. Look at this.
Oh, and it squeezes in. He didn't even almost get the dunk. It just kind of 50'd into the net. The pressure from Rapid.
That was something else. Percy. That inaction.
My goodness.
It might come back to cost him.
We can get a game 5.
Jordan off the ceiling, pass down, 0-second opportunity. It's floating up. Beast Mode off the back. Still airborne. Rapid, the shot.
Rapid.
Memory rebound.
No.
Oh, Rapid wins it at 0 seconds for the Pioneers. What an ending.
We get the 50 from Rapid, and then now the cross field clear. The bounce off the backboard, and it's Rapid. This time, there's no rapid reset. There's none of that. It's just a rapid 50 and the rapid clear. Oh, my goodness. We've got game 5. We have game 5.
He had to read that off the wall. The first shot went wide, reads the bounce, hits it off the crossbar, and it still goes in. What an amazing finish that was. You don't see many games end like that, Turtle.
I thought
goals are rare. Oh, my goodness.
Well, you saw how hard the play was, because as soon as I saw that Rapid had missed the shot with the clear, I thought, oh, there's no way. It's such a difficult read to make off the backboard. You've got to clutch it out. We're looking again at the 50 in the corner. That's what started it all. Now, in the final moments, look at this. It was wide. He had to find the angle off the corner. How does he do that? That was such a difficult read for Rapid.
I can't believe what we just saw. And now we are going back to back. Game 5s.
This is what I'm talking about.
It's what Rocket League is all about. Magic Bear. Had his flip reset off the ball. Just use it to get out of the way. 0 boost for Percy. Calling for help. Jordan with a good challenge. Magic Bear up. Memory with a good save. Beast Mode has been a bit quiet this series.
Yeah. Well, it seems like he's been a little bit less offensively minded. Instead, he's just going for these 50s, which I definitely don't mind. It's helping keep the pressure in, but we don't have any specialty out of Pioneers besides Rapid, of course, besides the last second goals. But you don't want to rely on that. Or maybe you do. Rapid could have slotted that one in, barely saved by Magic Bear. And Alpine find themselves stuck on defense yet again. This is what happened all of last game. They got some solid counterattacks, but now they're tilted. The 0-second buzzer beater. How do you recover? You can't. Rapid is going to put it in.
Rapid, he has been the kryptonite for Alpine. Magic Bear can't get the read. Percy too slow on the challenge. Magic Bear so close to getting the save off the backboard. But it's been Rapid that came back for the Pioneers, got those 2 goals to get the win in Game 4. Clutching victory from the jaws of defeat, and now scores first in the deciding Game 5. Well, we see the response. Ooh.
And it's an emotional game from Alpine. I mean, these guys are one of the youngest, if not the youngest roster in RLCS right now, I believe. So it's difficult to keep your mentality. They've got Coach Mystic, hopefully in comms to soothe their emotions and make sure everything isn't a little bit tilted. And you can bury yourself, or not bury yourself, get out of the spot that you've buried yourself in. I mean, this is so difficult. Rapid is just a monster. He's denying Alpine from pushing up, and he's the one getting the goals.
And now we see the response from Alpine. We take a look at the replay. Memory tried to get that cleared to the corner, but Jordan forces it right back through the funnel. And Magic Bear cleans that up.
Oh, that's so frustrating. The defense all over the place. Everybody was grounded there. Nobody on the backboard. And Alpine, while it didn't look pretty, they will take it.
Magic Bear, we've seen him score some stunners. Now is the time to do it. Game 5 with your tournament life at risk. Percy off the ceiling, beast mode, tough read, and he makes it. Now to Rapid on the wall. Rapid leaves it for beast mode, takes it all the way to the corner. Percy waiting down the center of the field. Memory will drop it down. Magic Bear turns on it. Magic Bear will leave Percy in the corner. Seeing some pressure come out from Alpine. Prodding this Pioneers defense, but Rapid, his shot saved. Rapid, you don't want to give him a look in front of net.
Yeah, and again, it's coming down to those final seconds in front of the net where somebody on Alpine barely manages to get the save and the touch. It's the rotation. It's just on time, but the speed, if it gets picked up any bit by Pioneers, they'll find a much bigger gap in the goal and be able to punish. So Alpine, I think they've got to pick up the speed. It was the speed that got them a couple of those wins early on. Magic Bear, even in the first few games, was pretty fast to get up to the challenges. Now Jordan off the backboard. We need to see more of this out of Alpine. Somebody needs to step up like Rapid is.
This could be it. It's bouncing. Is it in? Yes, it is. Memory downfield. Alpine threw everything they had, and it looks like Beast Mode got a bump on Magic Bear midair.
Oh, and Magic Bear, if he just got a piece of the ball, just 150, any contact whatsoever, he could have denied that goal. But that bump from Beast Mode, he might not be scoring all the flashy goals, but he's making an impact where he can.
And this would be something else. The Pioneers were losing with 8 seconds left on the clock.
We didn't even get overtime. We didn't even get overtime
in regulation. Yeah, they didn't even need overtime. This is where we'll see what Alpine is made of. Jordan, hard clear. Percy will chase. Rapid takes it all the way down to the corner. Now ball out to Beast Mode. Beast Mode shot off the crossbar and out. Percy knows he's got 1 minute left. Double commit. Magic Bear. Oh, the bump. Jordan pummels his way through anyway. Long clear from Magic Bear. Percy.
Off the
corner pass
Magic
up to
Bear.
Magic Bear, and Magic Bear can't make contact. Rapid clears it past the halfway point. Percy, does he go for the shot here? Yes, he does. tried to bump Beast Mode, but Beast Mode still made the save. Jordan staying in the play. It's a 50. Percy racing in. Percy, middle. Magic Bear helped him out, but didn't get enough on it. Now Jordan, bounce pass to Magic Bear. Magic Bear to the backboard. Memory just needs to get this to the ground. Magic Bear, the wrap. Rapid hits it to the ground, and the Pioneers make it work. They win game 4 in stunning fashion, and in game 5, clutch it. And they'll be moving on to play Envy, top 4 for the Pioneers.
That is a heartbreaker for Alpine. You're up ahead the final few seconds, and you've got to go against the monster that is Rapid. That was so close. Alpine looked so great for so many chances. Even in this final game, they had the pressure in those moments, just waiting for somebody to step up, something, some speed, a 50, a demo, anything out of the ordinary. They were just kind of throwing into the corner, letting it wrap around, and KC Pioneers were happy to take that clear. And they stepped up in beast mode. I'm thinking back to that bump he got on Magic Bear as the third man. If he didn't get that, we'd be tied up right now in overtime.
And we're just, fortunate, Turtle. Fortunate to be able to witness 2 great series back-to-back, go in the distance, all 5 games.
Yeah.
And this one was another thriller, but the heartbreak that you must have if you're Alpine, you were so close to getting that victory, but that's just not the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. So the Pioneers get the win. They're moving on to the semifinals, and we will have semifinal action right after the break.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series brought to you by Verizon. I'm Leaf alongside me, Gibbs, and now Corelli to join us to talk about that heart-racing match there. I think we all kind of stood up at certain points there, Corelli.
Yeah, loved it. I loved this matchup, and I love KC Pioneers, especially what we've seen, this surge of excellence from this team the last couple weeks. It's really exciting to watch. You know, when we got into our first regional, even into the second regional, we saw this kind of shelf of the top teams start to pull themselves away, and then all of a sudden KC Pioneers just blown the doors open as they come into playoffs. It's been a ton of fun to watch.
Oh, Alpine, though, that game 4, Percy just doesn't jump. It gets dunked on by Rapid, and then they almost score. Beast Mode somehow makes that save from inside his net where it seemed like he was up in the air forever, and then the 0-second goal by Rapid. And after that, you expect, like, KC Pioneers should close out Game 5, but Alpine was this close, and I think the reason why they lost Game 4 was because I picked them. I'm just cursed.
It's a plan now at this point. But anyways, to talk about that victory and how their heart's doing right now, JG7, the coach of KCP, is joining us on the line. Man, I got it right off the bat. How's the heart?
It's pumping right now. I mean, I feel it beating out of my chest. I really cannot believe it.
Yeah, that save to goal to turn it around. I don't know how that happened. We all, I think, jumped out of our seats at that point, man. Were you still seated for that, or did you have to run around?
No, my chair threw 5 feet behind me.
Into the wall.
I started screaming. My parents thought I was in trouble. I really could not believe it. Honestly, didn't think we were going to win at all.
That was great.
So, do you talk to the boys between games for that 1-minute break? And if you do, what do you say after that? Like, what do you say after Game 4? Do you even need to say anything?
Well, first of all, I normally yell at Beast Mode to just hype him up and keep him confident. After Game 4, I mean, we were all just screaming. We try and just keep confidence and composure, those two things going throughout the series. So in between games, that's kind of what I say. But it's a lot of yelling, to be honest with you.
And kind of to expand on that, I want to talk about what you or maybe what the team has discussed from the first regional. You guys finished 9th through 11th. Now you're sitting at the semifinals. I mean, what in your eyes as a coach has been the biggest growth point or spot of this team so far between the regionals?
Beast Mode. It's always going to be Beast Mode. He is the catalyst of our team. He's absolutely incredible when he's playing confidently, and when he's second guessing himself, that's when the rest of the team starts to kind of look at him like, hey, what are you doing? You know, we don't really like what you're like what we're seeing. So in this regional, we've really fostered an environment where he can grow as a player and a person. And we feel like we're feeding him all of the positivity that he needs to feel like he's the best player on the field every time he steps out there. And I think that's the difference you're seeing. You know, we're taking down these top teams and we look great. And honestly, like, you know, this is just the beginning for us. We feel like, you know, we can continue to do this for a while.
Sounds like you got a good amount of experience, like pumping the team up in confidence right now. We destroyed Gibbs earlier in the pre-show. He's going to need some words of confidence before you go. What would you say to Gibbs to make sure that he goes on the rest of the day feeling happy?
Gibbs, just keep picking. You know, they're never going to go in your favor. So just, you know, be confident.
Just
How was this supposed to help me?
Help at all. That's amazing. JG7, thank you so much. I appreciate what you just did there, and congratulations on the win. Good luck going forward.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Well, JG7 from KCP is now one of my favorites because he's made Gib put on that face.
I can't win this weekend. Like, I can't even fight this anymore. This is absolutely a curse, and I'm sorry for any team I pick from here on out.
Well, we're gonna find out who that's gonna be soon. But before we do, let's take a look at the bracket real quick, just to get updated in case you guys are joining us late. We had 8 teams coming into this third stage. We're down to 4, and only 2 will make it to the finals. And of course, only 1 can win at the end. KCP, Team Envy, NRG, the Peeps. Corelli, is this a bracket that you would have expected from the beginning? We didn't get your predictions before.
Well, you mean for the top 8 that qualified, or the way the brackets panned out?
Does this, how it's panned out, does this look like how you would have expected it from the beginning of the day?
I'm not entirely shocked. No. I think the Peeps over Space Station, I think a lot of people might knee-jerk say, well, wait a minute, Space Station have been doing so well, but if you had watched the game literally yesterday, that was a very close series, very low-scoring affair. I mentioned it multiple times. Peeps could have easily taken that series, so to see them come out and beat Space Station, I'm not incredibly shocked. So no, this bracket isn't the biggest shock in the world to me.
Hey, again, all 8 teams here deserve to be, in this top 8. They've worked so hard to get to it. 32 teams that started here, so they put in the work to get to this point. But again, as you said, only 4 remain, which means we have 3 matches left. We start our best of 7s now, and it begins with NRG versus the Peeps. The Peeps taking down Space Station Gibbs, NRG doing what we expected, but Xset gave them a bit of run for their money. So what are we going to see out of this matchup?
It's going to be interesting because these were 2 teams where when we began, we were saying like NRG, they're like on the cusp of top 4, that they're probably 4th, and then Peeps are right behind them in 5th. Now, obviously, Kansas City is starting to move up as well. So this is a very close matchup. They trade wins back and forth throughout the grid. Peeps are up 2-1 in games throughout the grid so far, so that's a good sign for them. It just comes down to who's hot. Like NRG, they looked hot at times in their previous match, while the Peeps have been consistent, I think, throughout. But with NRG, when it comes down to it in the Final 4, this is Garrett G. He knows how to win. We've seen it before, so it's going to be very hard to take down this team.
I'm curious because there's a lot of fans behind them, and I'm curious how you guys are going to come out in the votes. We got the Verizon fan vote right now in the chat, #NRG, #Peeps. It's been a phrase that, feels like it's overused, Corelli, but I feel like it's still relevant as ever. You don't sleep on the Peeps right now, but going up against NRG, from what we've seen yesterday and today, highlight play after highlight play, do we think the Peeps have a chance here? Let's get our predictions out. Let's do our predictions and get them out there. I'm going to start with you, Corelli. Do you think the Peeps can overtake NRG?
Absolutely. I think you could make a compelling argument for both sides. NRG had a great stage before this coming into here. They had some difficulty, like said Gibbs, against Xset, and Xset, I think, stepped up to the plate. For me, I'm going to still go with NRG. I think it's going to be a 5-game series. I think Peeps look fantastic. I honestly feel like it could go either way.
Okay. Leaf, I want you to go next.
Okay. I'll go next.
I want to change it up.
Well, we already know what mine is because I had NRG going to the grand finals against KCP. Okay. So I'm sticking with that. Based off what I've seen today, nothing's changed. NRG is going to be my pick against the Peeps. I'm not entirely sleeping on the Peeps here. I think it will go close. I think Corelli's absolutely right. I'm going to agree with Corelli. NRG has got to be my pick here, Gibbs.
I'm going to go with NRG as well, just so if they do lose, we can blame all of us at this point, because I feel like I'm getting a lot of hate throughout this weekend.
Don't drag us into this.
So I'm going to play it a little safe. Like, I do think NRG will just barely scrape by the Peeps, but I think that this could go either way, and I hope we see a Game 7.
It was extremely lopsided for the van vote last time for NRG, and it is very lopsided yet again. The entirety of the chat sleeping on the Peeps. So if we're wrong, you guys are all wrong with us. But get on Twitter and let us know your thoughts at RL Esports, #RLCSX. It's now time for our first quarterfinals over in the Verizon Skybox.
We're actually going into our first semifinals, Leaf. I'm Oifpunk, joined here by Achieves. And Achieves, Gibbs said that he thinks that there's a chance NRG squeaks by the Peeps, which is not a sentence I think I ever thought I was going to hear in my life. NRG, like, what's going on with them right now?
Well, to be honest, I don't necessarily think NRG squeaked by Xset. I thought Xset was playing up a couple of notches, to be honest. NRG punched a lot of balls off the crossbar, but I don't necessarily feel it's because the shooting was off. There were a couple, yes, absolutely, but I think overall Xset stepped up, so I think this is a little bit more clear-cut in favor of NRG than a lot of people might think, but to be honest, that's what we've been saying about the Peeps the whole time. Oh, they're going up against this team. Now they'll lose. So, maybe I'm just still asleep.
I'm finally able to get a nap at this point. But nope. Stop sleeping on him. Here comes Garrett with the shot from the outfield, blocked by Gyro. And we are now moving to best of 7 matches on the day. Got to get 4 wins to move forward into our finals for regional event number 2. Here comes AJ and Aleutian tag teaming this one into a corner. Aleutian looking for the bump on Justin. Justin just sits still, picks up the ball, flicks it over one, and Gyro's got to catch it at midfield. Squishy to keep it there. Here comes Garrett G. He's got Justin underneath. Gonna look for a flip reset himself. Don't think he got it, and it's gonna go to the corner. Justin now onto the backboard once more. Gyro alone in net. Justin tries to hound him down. Squishy will pass it into the box, and it gets sent away. Aleutian on the touch.
And I'm expecting Aleutian to he's going to need to have a good game today as a third man or while he's ever on defense against this NRG roster, because if he's struggling, then the Peeps are going to be finding themselves in a lot of tough spots on defense. So I think Aleutian's backline defense is going to be the key to success for them if they want to take down NRG here.
Garrett G up against Aleutian here in the enemy corner. Trying to push it through. Aleutian does some solid blocking. Justin's pass to Squishy actually doesn't get touched, so AJ will touch it across the midfield line. Now here come the Peeps on offense. Solid clear, and Garrett G finds the shot from the cherry pick. 2 touches, and that's the first goal.
Well, you can do as much as you can, but when the ball just pinches all the way back to the opposite corner and Garrett G just happens to be there, well, you gotta just hope he's gonna miss. And unfortunately for the Peeps, Garrett G doesn't miss too often, especially with an open net. Very nice shot.
Garrett to the edge. Now Justin off the kickoff. Will lose control of this ball. Will be up to Squishy. The Peeps spend a lot of time on defense here. We saw one moment of breaking out, and then it immediately turned into a goal the other direction. Gyro with a monster flick. Aleutian over the top of one. Can he double tap it? No, it's off the crossbar again. Garrett G now taking it down on the counter. AJ pinches it back in. Aleutian is to try block. Gets it back to AJ. The shot just off the post. Gyro in for the follow-up. Blocked by Squishy. And now AJ's got to fall back and play some retreating defense here. But the Peeps starting to come alive on offense.
That was unfortunate. 2 phenomenal passing plays from the Peeps. Just able to carve up that NRG defense. Unfortunately, though, neither of them able to get it in between the post, and Garrett G wise here to take his time on this dribble. We talked about that a couple times yesterday. NRG was doing a real nice job taking care of the ball whenever they were transitioning on offense. We'll see if they continue that here in this semifinal. Justin on a dribble, cut to the top right. Aleutian tried to stay with him, but he just had to defend the big part of the net and couldn't quite hang on to the flick behind him.
Teaches him a few lessons, shoots over his shoulder. 2-0 now. Justin, 100% goal participation in game number 1. 2:19 on the clock, and the Peeps, they came alive on the offense, but it was that final moment of shooting, the final actual shot, the double tap, and then the shot that hit the post for them. That ultimately means they have no goals. Both of those were onto open nets. The Peeps going to have to find a way to string all 3 pieces of the puzzle, the transition, the pass, and the shot. They want to make it onto the scoreboard. There's the transition. Squishy will break up anything that happens before that.
Oh, wow, stayed with that.
Getting challenged, this one dropping dangerous. Garrett G pushed it away. AJ now looking to put it back into the midfield. He's going to take a shot himself. Aleutian collapsed on top of him, but Justin takes it away. It's him up against Gyro. Takes it to the air, dunks him in. 3-0 NRG.
Now, I can understand Gyro's thought process here as he rotates back and Justin squeezes that ball through the midfield line. He goes up that backboard because, I mean, normally you'd think Justin's going to air dribble that and try and punch it into the top right corner, but I honestly think Gyro kind of took himself a little too far out of position with that. It's an awkward ball to be sure because conventional wisdom says he's going to keep it up in the air and you want to be able to follow that up with a strong clear off the backboard. But going up that backboard just made it too easy for Justin to drop that ball back down and go right under him. That's honestly just great recognition from Justin.
Yeah, going on the backboard, I feel like for Gyro, it gives him more options to block wherever the shot gets placed. The moment you're jumping, you're leaving the bottom open if Justin chose to try and roll it. But you also are having to block then with the top of your car instead of your front bumper, so it's just a little bit more prone to being muscled through.
Yeah, it's tough. You really got to square up that challenge to keep that one out, and unfortunately Gyro just couldn't stay with it there. Tough break, and now a 3-goal lead in game 1. Definitely going to be going NRG's way, I think.
Yeah, 1 minute remaining, down by 3, not even on the board yet. I think it's pretty safe to say this one going to be going to NRG. But again, best of 7, more of a marathon than we're used to here. So as long as the Peeps can keep their wits about them, they've had moments of brilliance, just kind of stringing the entire package together. We'll have a ball game. 37 seconds left. The outfield pass, pushing onto the backboard. Nobody there to touch it.
Oh.
And just even getting any goal here for the Peeps, I think, would help bring mojo back a little bit in their direction.
Very nice. NRG getting a little creative there at the end, but I agree.
Like it.
It would be good to see the Peeps come back and find a nice goal, but Illusion finds himself in a 1-on-3. Oh no! And he kept it out. Real nice job, but he can't keep up the contingency plan of Squishy Muffins. Applause to Illusion for even getting onto this ball in the first place.
Yeah, the fact that he got the first block strong, but 1v3 super hard, especially against NRG. So, yeah, it'll be a fourth one going in. There was a moment there where you saw all three players crossing the midfield line and just Illusion. It's like, oh no, here come the Lions.
Yep.
Run, little gazelle. Gyro onto the backboard, into the box. Can they get a momentary goal? The very end of regulation. Doesn't look like it's gonna happen unless they get a buzzer beater. AJ keeps it alive. Hey, Squishy puts it towards the box. Hey, no. Close one. It would have been fun. Onto the ground. NRG going to take game number 1, 4-0, making a statement here. Every goal a little bit spectacular in its own right.
Yeah, they all had their own little bits that were required to get the job done. And overall, I think the Peeps actually handled a lot of it pretty well. Just a couple of those situations too difficult, like Gyro not being in the perfect position to handle a really tough air dribble.
Yeah.
And then, of course, that last one where, I mean, it's 3-on-1 and you're trying to press it just to get a goal. I mean, what are you going to do? I think this game played a lot more like a 2-0 win for NRG than it did a 4-0 one. And it was just a tough couple of situations. Like, even if you think back to that first goal that you saw in that highlight, it was a pinch from NRG's corner, and Garrett G just happened to be in the right spot and he was able to go up and get it. So really, it was just NRG making some big reaction plays and taking advantage of some opportune positioning for them that were able to beat the Peeps. Then the Peeps, the big thing to look for in game 2 here is their ability to transition out of defense, because they did get stuck there a fair bit. But to be honest, the only goals that went in for NRG were kind of like, okay, we couldn't do much about that. So I think the Peeps actually played decently. It just really didn't go their way.
They did play decently, but when you've got a team that's able to score 4 goals that you're not able to do much about, I'm scared for the rest of the series. So have to tighten a few things up here. Also, Justin's hot right now. He was hot earlier in the day. Has perfect goal participation so far here in the series. Only been 1 game, but still, well done. On 4 shots, too.
Yeah. And you're really looking to Gyro and AJ to be those 2 players on the Peeps, to bring those balls down in their own half. Take them on dribbles if they can. Get them on air dribbles.
Always got the reset.
Force possession.
It got blocked. AJ, excellent read. Predicting where the reset would get used. And here comes a follow-up banger. AJ just pops up, gets the block, works as a clear 2. Justin putting more pressure on, trying to pass out to Squishy. Can he get out of his own teammate's way? Now Squishy looking to drop the guillotine. It won't quite find its mark. And now AJ on the counterattack over the top of Garrett G. Justin's up for the block, but Illusion's lurking. Hoping to try and take it off of his hood. Gets it neutral. Gyro beaten to the air by Squishy. Squishy's so fast at reading. And now through the air, the flip over the top. He's out of boost and will fall, but the damage is done into enemy territory. Here's Garrett G. Nice dunk off the wall. Now Illusion with Gyro in front for the blocks. They gain control out of the corner. Justin now off the ceiling. Pushes across midfield, loses control. Gyro put it to the corner. Squishy and Garrett both commit, but everybody for the Peeps staying grounded. Now the long ball plays from the midfield. Squishy going airborne for it. Nice positional block. Illusion wasn't quite able to find a shot.
Command on those touches from the Peeps good. They were able to get the passes to each other, but the touches on the receives were just a little too strong, and they had to push themselves a little too hard and overextend themselves to really be able to stay with the play. So Peeps making good progress, pass across, and AJ stays right with it. Doesn't get dunked by Garrett G coming in hard.
Beautiful pass. Every touch Justin's making is improving NRG's field position here. Squishy takes to the air. 18 boost, flip reset, takes it all the way to the ground, flicks it over 1. Gyro off the backboard, gets it here. It's Garrett G with a follow-up high on the backboard again, and Illusion will find a clear. Now back to midfield. Squishy up for it, passes across to Garrett G on the half rotation. He's not going to have any boost left with to chase that one. Justin up for it, but Gyro's covering him up. Justin manages to get to the ball in time. AJ will take this one slow, dunked by Justin on the fall. Now up against Gyro in the corner. Gyro will find that read. Gets it back to midfield. Illusion's got an open net to shoot at, but Garrett G falling back will collapse on it in time. Gyro tries, but no. Garrett G gets it through and gets the demolition onto him. And now in front of Justin, just trying to pave the way. Just onto the backboard. Squishy's there. Blocked by 1. Squishy up on the read. to the ceiling. Garrett G's nowhere in sight. The Peeps will get away with another one. We're still scoreless here. 2 minutes to go in game 2.
Peeps are getting closer on the offense, though. The only reason Illusion didn't score is because he had 0 boost. Justin goes for the demos, and Illusion able to stay with it through the smoke cloud and stick with the ball, turn it aside, and the Peeps making good progress here in game 2, but is it enough to crack the goal line of NRG one time?
I'm genuinely impressed with the Peeps defense here in game 2. So much harassment there. 2 players in their box, and Squishy Muffin's looking to make a shot. Illusion still manages to dodge the demolitions and get the block, but you said it. They've got to find a way to make it work on offense. They have yet to get on the board. Justin out to Garrett G. Outfield pass. Banger. AJ with another save.
Had to make a couple of those, too, in this game as well. He's on 4 so far. And Illusion, not a bad touch for space, but not very good for possession, as they'll have to rally again and using a lot of boost just to keep this ball somewhat playable, and it almost gets out of hand. Garrett G tries to go lower left-hand side.
All 3 players committed to this corner. One backs off to the net. Gyro getting bumped off the ball. Empty field here. AJ out to Gyro. Look for the bump on Justin. They've got it out to the edge. 1 minute left in game number 2, and Justin's just going for it. Look to connect with Garrett G in the midfield, and Squishy wants to stall it out. Garrett G with a small pass. I think he was hoping to chip it straight up to Squishy. He's only got 30 boost to make this touch. Keeps it in the blue. The midfield control. So creative right now from NRG. Gyro will push it across, but Squishy's got lots of space. Right back into the box it goes. Garrett G off the corner. Justin's thinking about it, and Illusion puts it back down. Ooh. Justin falling all the way back. It was Squishy in the midfield who pushed up. 30 seconds left. Still scoreless. No. Here comes Peeps. 1 goal could be enough. Oh, not able to get it through Garrett G. Earns himself a savior medal as it goes back to midfield.
Garrett G had to make a real big cover-up play there. Justin was struggling. Back on their own half, and a breakaway. It's open. AJ rotating back, but just a little too late. He's stuck here at the top of the box, sees the pass out and tries to run. And unfortunately, Illusion was the guy on the midfield line, but he was off at the middle edge, grabbing that 100 boost pad, so out of position, and AJ couldn't close the gap fast enough.
Found the long field lane. 8 seconds left. Peeps yet to put one in the NRG net. It'll be 10 minutes of silence. The ball empty. They're just still playing defense. Gyro is going to have to make the touch of his life. They want to get to overtime here. It's not going to happen. NRG only 1 goal here in game 2, but still perfectly shutting out the Peeps.
Yeah, and you were talking about that NRG midfield control in that game, and that was kind of ties back into the difference between these 2 teams so far. I mentioned that the Peeps passing was feeling a little bit too far away from each other, not quite as in command and really having to press themselves. NRG are making sure to get those passes on the money, right in the range of where they're intended to go for the next player to make contact. And for the Peeps, it's just a little bit more out of whack. It's too hard to execute it, and they just didn't quite have that same level of control. And unfortunately, even though the Peeps continue to play some rock-solid defense, they get caught out of position 1 time, and that's all it took.
10 saves they put up there. Only 1 goal goes in. I mean, and when you have a team that's playing that well in the box, that well in their back third, sometimes the long rangers are the ones you need. Justin continues his perfect goal participation here as we go into game 3. Peeps yet to score right now. At this point, getting anything in the back of the net is going to be a big momentum shift for them. And again, best of 7. This is the one that things start to become really critical. They lose this game, and they're tasked with reverse sweeping in a best of 7. I think that it has happened, but so difficult, especially against a team as hot as NRG.
To be fair, though, Peeps have made progress in both from game 1 to game 2. I think Peeps made a marked improvement in being able to get out of their own half and at least put a little bit of pressure on that NRG defense. Now it's just refining that offensive approach to be more quality, to generate more quality shots, excuse me.
Justin up. Garrett G now towards the goal. Illusion up there and gets the block. A player's in this corner, but Justin's there too. AJ now plays it over the top, went for the read, and he's got Gyro to help him get it across the midfield line. Can they connect with Illusion in the midfield? Illusion complete air ball on the bump. AJ will try to just stall things out in the midfield, but here comes Justin and Garrett. Shot off the ceiling. Gyro's got to make the diving save. Blocks it. AJ tries to pop it up, just get it away from Justin. Squishy's able to cover him up, and Garrett G with the dunk into the box. Gyro gets it away from his goal, and Garrett G with the redirect. What a Terry pick again. NRG's back on top.
Yeah, the Peeps have nothing to do here. They're just going for challenges. Gyro's trying to get the long clear there to get some space. Unfortunately, it comes out a little bit flat off the bumper, goes right into the nose of Justin. Justin throws it up to Garrett G. Garrett G wins the race, and the redirect is in.
Justin's 100% participation continues at this point. I'm watching every single goal that goes in to see if he's there. AJ over the top of 1 to Illusion, who just puts it to the corner. Gyro comes in on the follow-up, and it's off the post. The corner play is clever as long as the next shot's on target. And it wasn't. Garrett G plays this low, gets the goalies completely loose, but Justin can't quite get it through the front line defense. And now AJ looking for a counterattack. Squishy takes it away from him. Garrett over the top of 1, and they're just getting outclassed.
The real stellar play there is the positioning from Garrett G. Understanding Squishy's about to dive at that one and kick it straight into the midfield. And the only reason that didn't work out better is for NRG is because Garrett G got demoed.
What is Garrett doing? He's boosting upside down off the ceiling out of the enemy corner looking for shots. If the team's this comfortable, I'm terrified for the Peeps. Illusion with an excellent save, but Justin's got a Garrett G to pass to. He puts it into the box himself looking for the selfless shot, and AJ will happily try to dribble this out. But they just can't get it through any challenge.
And they're trying, not through lack of trying. It's just Squishy is reading the ball incredibly quickly on defense. Garrett G's playing some lockdown midfield, and of course, you know, Justin right now, as you said, 100% goal participation. He's doing a great job getting the ball in scoreable spots. So big win right now is how well controlled those touches are from NRG, and AJ just wants one towards the net to see if it goes in.
AJ here, Gyro underneath 1. Illusion to stop.
Nice.
There's some bumps. Squishy gets it away. He's got Garrett G on the flank. AJ should get this ball for free. He's got Illusion across the field to connect to. That's a long pass, and Justin sees it a mile away. Now Garrett G up. Back into the box. Justin's there. Onto the backboard. Here comes Squishy up against 2 defenders. Garrett G tries to position to catch this. The pass across to Justin to beat Gyro. What a read. Gyro gets all the way across, seeing the pass coming. He keeps the score at 1-0. Keeps it within range. Peeps, they've got to get on the board.
Yeah, real nice touch from Gyro as well to generate space. They go for the bump on the goal line to give Gyro some space. Hits it a little firm off the crossbar. Justin able to make the save. Again, Peeps continuing to change that approach on offense. This time they get a quality attempt from Gyro. Just well defended.
And they are starting to gain more and more field control here. Ball spinning an extended amount of time, and NRG's back third. We said the Peeps making adjustments. There's Justin demolished, but Garrett G, I think, out of boost. He gets demolished. This should be a goal. Justin off the respawn makes the stop. Garrett G spawns into a fortunate corner, and the touch from Gyro will send it to the other side. AJ's there, but he's up against Justin, beats him, and the demolitions continue to rain in. Back in front of the box. Justin manages to get it back across up to about the 3rd line, and now to midfield. The Peeps slowly gaining control, but still no goal. 1 minute remaining in game 3.
Real smart play from Garrett G to try and take that ball off the sidewall and get the read. But again, now the Peeps really squeezing hard here out of the midfield, demanding that they be perfect and in position or else. And also having to worry about the demos. This is a tough go for NRG. The Peeps fighting real hard here in game 3.
Garrett G wins that aerial dunk, and finally the ball touches the blue backboard. First time in about a minute. Justin sends a shot just wide. AJ's able to scoop it up, takes it to the corner. Squishy falls back on this, called off by Garrett. Ball stalls out in the middle 3rd. Gyro gets it over the top of Justin. 20 seconds left. Only a 1-goal game. AJ with a soft touch. Here's the pass to Illusion. Squishy just reads it and just continues to hover behind the ball. There was no shot despite their best efforts.
Reading the ball again so quickly about what his options were, decided to close it down. Justin goes for another little bit of shimmy shake, see if he can let Illusion go by. 3 seconds for the Peeps.
Over the top of 2 to the back corner. Clock has expired. They've got to make the full court carry to get us to overtime. Justin to slam it down. Gyro's off 2. Illusion's there, and that's into an empty corner. No, they get it onto the wall. AJ to try and carry this one. Teammates piling up on top of each other, and the boost getting stolen means they should not have enough resources, but they managed to get it over into the enemy territory. And now Justin back away. Long touch is keeping this ball alive for a while. Garrett G to the backboard.
Oh, man.
Illusion's got the time, and he picks up a new boost pad. Back in front of the box. Squishy's there. Oh, they loft it. There's a demolition onto Illusion. Now to free up the space. And finally, it touches. NRG have shut out the Peeps for 3 games. And I don't know that we keep records of specifically this sort of thing, but there's only, to my recollection, been 3 perfect shutouts in best of 5s, or no, 2 perfect shutouts in best of 5s in the RLCS. And we don't keep records.
That is an interesting question.
We don't keep records of like, did someone shut out for the first 3 games of a best of 7 and then like a goal go in match 4. So, but still, impressive feat here for NRG. Something very few teams have ever managed to do, and I can say with confidence, there's never been a perfect shutout in a best of 7. NRG 1 game away from pulling that off. Justin, still perfect goal participation.
Long way to go, though. The Peeps really did put together a very scary drive at the end of that game. They just need a few more of those. If they can continue to generate that pressure with the demos, which is what Gyro was talking about earlier, maybe Xset would have some success with that. Currently, it's been the Peeps' best opportunities on goal here in the semifinals. But right now, NRG, it's just the control of the ball, transitioning and getting that ball close to their teammates that has been the biggest boon for them on offense. It allows them to waste so much time and give themselves so many opportunities. Flip reset, bar down, out. Illusion and Gyro both commit. Garrett G tries to time the challenge for the dunk. And unfortunately, a little early.
Wish he doesn't believe in himself. Gets called off. Illusion and Gyro right on top of each other again. AJ on the goal line will make the save. NRG picking up the pressure in the beginning of game 4. Peeps not able to continue the momentum they were starting to build in the end of game 3. Here comes Garrett G. Illusion is going to make the block. Squishy will rotate all the way back. Let Garrett G and Justin Half rotate in the midfield. He'll play that third man. Now through 2. Here's the pass across. Pass. Garrett G might put it into Justin, though. And now Justin getting called off by Squishy. Gyro in the back. Garrett G gets a demolition. Here comes Squishy. He's got AJ and Illusion in front of him. Passes it across. Tries to make the goalies chase it. Off the ceiling. Justin under AJ. Gyro not with the best of touches. Squishy with the trap up against Illusion.
Wow.
Flicks them, puts it in. NRG gets the first goal.
You want to talk about excellence? This catch from Squishy is perfect. Jumps up so Illusion can't go for the ball because he sees Squishy jump. Boosts back down to the ground. Illusion sees that, turns around and tries to get close, but Squishy with the perfect trap. The clean catch onto the hood into the instant flick. Oh, Illusion was dead to rights. He couldn't do anything.
Chat saying, don't sweep on the Peeps. I don't know. They might be about to do it. Illusion out to AJ. AJ with the turnaround. He's got Gyro in front. He can go for demos. He's got a bump on 1, but the pinch sends it all the way back down. Poor Illusion now on the backboard. He's got to play defense. He's got no boost to the tank. Luckily for him, all of NRG falling back, rotating away. Here's AJ over the top of 1. Gyro and Illusion onto the side wall. Double up their efforts over on this side. Goes through 1, Gyro into the corner. Justin should be calling Garrett G off here. Gets it over the top of Gyro. Now over the top of AJ. Bumps him off, but Illusion should pick this up for free. But Justin able to cover him up. Justin doing so much right now.
The bump on, I believe it was AJ to stop him from gaining possession of that ball. Here's the 3-on-1. And Garrett G got out of it and he's going to score.
Oh my God. Just call in the dogs, put out the fire. It's all over. You had 3 players. Garrett dodges the first one, dunks the next 2, and scores the counterattack. My goodness.
Wow. How do you get out of the 3-on-1, dodge the demo, clean dunk the challenge? Oh, and just go right into the goal.
Oh, Gyro's got to make a diving save just to keep a 3rd goal out. Justin onto the backboard looking for the double tap, blocked by AJ out of the goal. Now looking for the counterattack himself, carries it high. Squishy gets the block. It's these 1v1 challenges every time. I don't think NRG's missed one yet. Here comes Squishy on the counterattack. Nobody's home. That's goal number 3. They're gonna sweep them, but can they keep the perfect shutout? Peeps got to avoid being on the wrong side of history here.
AJ just trying to keep possession of that ball, but I think he wanted it to come with him to the sidewall. Unfortunately, it ended up tipping forward. And that gave just a little bit of space for Squishy Muffin to come in and take that ball away. And again, the Peeps trying to turn it into a goal. They'll get it off the kickoff. It does happen. Unfortunate.
Well, chat, if you wanted to see history made, you're going to have to wait another day. Illusion's had enough of it. They will not go quietly into that good night and give you a perfect sweep in a best of 7. It still has never happened in 10 seasons of the RLCS. But also, I want to point out, Justin did finally break his perfect goal participation streak here. and is not participating in the last 2. So, NRG may be starting to show weakness.
Yeah, weakness in the 3-1 scoreline. 4-1, excuse me. Sorry.
Jeez. Oh,
weakness
so
as he carries this air dribble out of the corner. Just
0-degree
absolute.
shot. That's basically a long kind of like stretched out Doomsday dish. Oh my goodness. That was beautiful stuff.
What a game and what a series. I mean, again, you go back and you look at it. Peep's not necessarily doing anything wrong. The only difference here is perfect execution versus pretty good execution. The Peeps haven't.
Yeah.
Like, here's the one bad mistake, quote unquote, that the Peeps have made. Illusion got caught grabbing boost in game 1 or game 2, whatever it was. That's it. He got caught grabbing boost. Otherwise, it's been a pretty good game. They're just getting outplayed.
It is. It's just these midfield stops. I mean, the moment, the microcosm of this game for me is the 3v1, where you have all like the 2 different 3v1s we had. NRG, 3 players up against Illusion in goal. Just make quick work of it. It's so beautiful. This game, 3v1, Peeps versus Garrett G, manages to dodge the first one, dunk the next 2, and put it in by himself. Like, it's not that they made any mistakes. I mean, maybe they could have been a little bit more spread out, not been like kind of arranged
but
as like I
how
formation,
often do you think the guy's just gonna face dive you in the 3-on-1, right? Like, he didn't even think about it. He was like, all right, I'm challenging, and he faked out Illusion on his pathing because he thought he was gonna shade right to cover the option. And Illusion just went straight by, and Garrett G went right over their heads, and that's another goal.
Justin on the pass, Squishy on the shot, 5-1 NRG. Gonna take this one down.
Wow.
In as quick as fashion as possible. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. And it has been every play, every player lighten up in some way, Squishy especially on the defense. Man, the question for me now moves to the other side of the bracket. Who's gonna face off against this monster?
You know, I said yesterday that I woke up and I felt like I'd been transported back a couple seasons. I feel like I was right to feel that way right now.
This does feel there's memories of season 5 NRG hanging in these waters. So AJ and Illusion will try here. The Peeps putting out their best effort and continuing every week to show themselves stronger and as a force to be reckoned with. But
oh man,
what do you do when you run into gods?
Well, unfortunately here you tip your cap and you also look at it and you say, we know we could have beat them. Because honestly, sure, here in this game 6-1, what are you gonna do? But the other games, they were all tight games. This was not, yes, it was a convincing win in a lot of the games for NRG. There's 7-1. It's happened.
Oh, Brazil
convincing win.
A statement. NRG not willing. There's like, if you're going to take away the perfect shutout, well, I'm sorry, we're going to make you pay for it. Braziled them up here to finish it off. 4 seconds left. I don't know. They had the first game that was a 4-0.
Yeah, which played a little more like a 2-0. And then games 2 and 3 played 1-0, right? But those 1-0s were pretty good 1-0s. I mean, NRG is definitely running the table. It was just Peeps' defense that was keeping it at 1-0, right? So you got to give a lot of credit to Peeps in those 1-0 losses. And then game 4 happens, and it's just an absolute disaster. I mean, you keep trying to build on what was going well. And at that point, as soon as I think that 3-on-1 happened and it became 2-0, they're like, you've got to be kidding. And then the heart goes out of it. It's like, all right, fine, you win.
No. Oh my. Well, the chase for a perfect sweep in a best of 7 continues here. We will not. The Illusion does do the one thing. If they were able to take one thing away from NRG, it would have been. It was that record. But
no goose egg.
That finishes up that series, and now. The other possibility of an upset, an underdog making it all the way to the grand finals will be happening on the other side of our bracket. Team MB going to be taking on the KC Pioneers. Kansas City showing up in fashion this regional event. Will they be able to make it to take on NRG? We'll find out after the break.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35. The network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right. Only on Verizon.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series brought to you by Verizon. We are getting that much closer to the grand finals of the North American Regional number 2, grand finals. I'm Leave alongside with me, Gibbs and James Bot, to talk about that absolute destruction, almost the perfect sweep, but they stepped it up to something better with the Brazil at the end, James.
You call that a cherry on top, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. This was, we were talking about it. Is this the first ever perfect sweep in a best of 7? And then the Brazil happens and we're like, well, what do we name this?
You name it, peeps. We don't talk about this match ever again. And honestly, when we went to that last match on Aquadome and it's a 3-on-1, Garrett G versus all the peeps, and he just dunks them and scores, you kind of just knew at that point, sure, they're already down 3-0 and this is not going to change. And energy just absolutely steamrolled through the Peeps. Peeps, hey, it's great to have a top 4 finish, but again, don't go back and watch these replays. It's going to hurt too much.
This was just absolute madness. Again, I think I preferred this over the actual perfect sweep, the result we got here, because this was just a statement made by NRG that we belong in these grand finals. We're tired of just kind of almost making it the past little bit here. We're back on top in North America. At the beginning of the day, James, who would you have had going through? Because was it NRG? I know you're a fan of NRG. Would you have had NRG going through like this?
Oh, of course. I mean, I'm an NRG fan. I don't know if you watch the grid streams. I'm cheering them on every single week, week in and week out. And also, Garrett G is one of my, if not my favorite player that plays the game of Rocket League. I think they're playing better than I've ever seen them play. I'm shocked at how smooth it's been, considering the grid losses, making it to the grid finals multiple times. But I always knew that they had this in them, and I'm not surprised. I'm just happy.
Leaf, we really need to just go on the desk for the very last series of like a grand finals day and they're like, you know what? We had these brackets, we had it all along. There's no tape where we predicted wrong. That's what we need from now on. So I don't want to be on any more desk segments until the grand finals.
What do you mean got things wrong? I haven't got anything wrong so far. I mean, my picks are in the finals here, Gibbs.
That is true. Fair enough. Maybe just me.
Soon, maybe. My next pick is almost there. Not quite yet, so let's talk about that match. We got Kansas City Pioneers versus Team Envy in our next semifinal best of 7. KCP, James, has been showing up. They were given a little bit of a trouble against Alpine here, but they have made it so far, and it doesn't look like they're slowing down, but they have to go up against 4-time world champion Turbo Pulse on Team Envy.
It's going to get much harder. I think the Pioneers should be thankful that they even got here. There was the mistake from Percy that even allowed the Pioneers to have that opening, and credit to Rapid for making that happen, but it could have very easily been Alpine in this situation. So I think, but on the other hand, Envy also wasn't playing the best Rocket League that I've ever seen them play. So, but still, Envy with Turbo, the 4-time, he's the greatest of all time, no doubt about it, with all the titles that he's accumulated. So this will be another test and maybe another notch in his belt.
So the question we got to ask now is what is KCP going to do to be able to continue on this momentum here, Gibbs? I mean, Envy is going to be a much harder roadblock. Alpine, not to count them out, but Team Envy is still, again, one of those top 4 you always have in your top 4 list here. What's KCP got to do on the field?
Feed the beast. That's what they need to do. We talked to the coach earlier, and they said it's all about beast mode. When he's confident, they're looking great. Feed him the ball throughout game 1 and game 2 and hope for the best. And if he's clicking, they have a decent shot here. And honestly, we've seen this before where teams get hot, but then their next series, they're a lot colder. So anything can happen. We've seen it throughout the weekend, though, that the Pioneers, they are the real deal. They've taken out top teams before. They can do it again.
Well, we need to hear from you guys, what you guys think. It's time for the Verizon fan vote. Get your votes in chat, hashtag KCP or hashtag Envy. Again, I really feel like this will be the closest one. I know I said that for a match earlier today as well for the G2 Envy one, and it was very much in favor of G2, but I feel like this one has to be really close here. And while we're getting your votes in chat, I want to get your thoughts here on desk here. Let's get our predictions out because we have to pick someone. I'm just going to throw mine up because we already know what mine is. KCP, I've had him since the beginning of the day. I think KCP is going to go to the grand finals again. I'm sticking to that story, and I'm wondering if Gibbs is going to start believing me, someone who's been right so far, as opposed to making their own decisions.
And for that reason and that reason alone, I will pick Team Envy because I cannot have you be right about a grand finals. And I think, honestly, Kansas City Pioneers, they are on the surge up. But usually when these teams are starting to make that run, there's still some speed bumps in the way. And I think Team Envy here is definitely a speed bump. And I think Turbo wants energy, for that grand final. I think we all want to see it go on Team Envy.
I was feeling really confident in my pick until Gibbs also predicted the same team. Now I'm starting to doubt myself. I have
just
Envy.
Gotta be confident.
Okay, I'm going to be confident, Gibbs. But
remember what JP
track
said.
record that we're fighting against. But I don't believe in any of that superstition. I've got Envy here. Turbo, the 4-time. Atomic has been playing very well. He was the saving grace, in my opinion, for Envy to even get to this point. So if he's playing well and Mist can step up and Turbo plays the way that he's played to win 4 titles, I think they can do it. And that's who I'm going with, Team Envy.
Let's see if chat was confident. Hey, look at me. Right again. Very, very close. 52% for KCP over Envy. James, you may be in a bit of trouble here. Chat's on side of KCP and you're on the side of Gibbs here. So I'm hoping that I'm right here. Let's get your thoughts on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCSX. One more team to go to the grand finals. Is it going to be KCP or Team Envy? We find out in the Verizon Skybox right now.
We have a doozy of a match here, a team that has been making the run of their lifetime going up against literally the greatest player that's ever played this game. Team Envy about to be taken on Kansas City Pioneers. And they talk about like Kansas, like Envy being like a road bump or something on this path of the Pioneers. And like, I don't think this is going to be a speed bump. I think this is going to be a giant they're going to have to slay.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Just like I thought with my prediction yesterday with NRG trying to go 3-0, I felt like when they got paired up against G2, I felt they ran into the wall. Well, Envy's the wall, I think, for KC Pioneers. Obviously, they played well, but James is right. It was a struggle versus Alpine, and they were very fortunate to be found in this position, and they did execute, to be fair. But that's a whole nother thing to execute against a team on the level of Envy versus a team on the level of Alpine.
Well, as we get into our best of 7, it'll be Envy in the blue, Kansas City Pioneers in the orange. First to 4 wins. Moves on to play against NRG in the grand finals of the event. Atomic pass across to Turbo. Able to win the dunk, and now Atomic back to a Turbo once more. The pass in the miss, puts it high. Is Atomic there? Looks for the bump on the goalie. Maybe made their plans for that just a little too complicated. Now Atomic quickly turning back around on this in the corner. It'll be a Rapid to try and push it across the goal.
And you had JG7. He said that they put a lot of work and effort into having beast mode and making him feel like he's the best player on the pitch. And so he's going to have a good series here, especially versus a guy as patient as Turbo Pulsa, who has the accolades to back up that he's the best player on the pitch.
He has the accolades. And honestly, having accolades like that, I think, furthers your patience. You know it takes you know what it takes to win a world championship. You know what it takes to win 4 of them, and you know that just rushing it and being like, whoa, we got to get it done right now isn't the play. Turbo Pulse's first world championship. He was the first team out. Last place, getting reverse swept. On beast mode in this corner with Memory. Round 1. Atomic now looking for bumps. Memory trying to reposition here and be giving them lots of time in their corner. Memory pushes across midfield. Atomic will stall it out there, and here comes Miss. Pass to beast mode in the backs. Got to get this ball. And he'll get the save. Now Atomic. Up high back into the midfield. Rapid to the corner. Turbo and Atomic commit on this one. Is all up to Mista in the box. Gets it away. Turbo pulls it to reach for it. Doesn't make contact, and the ball's now in the corner. Atomic versus beast mode. Flicks it over his head. Atomic will stretch off the wall, and Turbo pulls it. Extends it into the enemy corner. Here comes Envy now on offense.
I like that speed from Rapid as well. Even if he didn't catch that ball on the back wall right there, just going up and getting next to that ball and making sure that Envy stays in place in the midfield and has to respect a potential bomb of a clear is a good thing for KC Pioneers, because they're going to need a little bit of space to work with here and there. And having players as speedy as Rapid and Beast Mode and Memory is a definite asset that they have when they'll be on defense.
Atomic's touch in the midfield, picked up by Memory, and he's looking for beast mode now as it goes down into the box. Turbo will get the clear before the final shot can come through. We're still scoreless here as we're getting into the final 2 minutes of game number 1. A pretty defensive series. Both teams with opportunities, but most of the play happening kind of in the middle third. Here's Atomic to put it on target, and Memory gets it away. Rapid now trying to pick up this pass. It gets the ground pinch off towards the goal. Miss gets the save off the crossbar, and Memory pushes it back in once more. Here's Beast Mode for another one. Ooh. Doesn't quite make contact. Turbo gets it away. Rapid's touch is going to be just a bit too high, and Atomic will play it after the corner. Missed with the follow-up. He'll clear it out to midfield.
Rapid definitely going to be a little frustrated. That one got away from him. Toss up to Beast Mode. Atomic. You know, he's another player on the same level as everyone else on that KC Pioneers. You know, he's got the speed, the reads. He's a dangerous asset on any area of the pitch, and especially prevalent on defense when it comes to getting up quick and making a snap save.
1 minute remaining. Neither team on the scoreboard yet as Turbo puts it towards the goal. Beast Mode trying to connect with Rapid. Interception from Envy, though. Beast Mode's able to counter on his corner. Turbo clears it to Mist. We're seeing long shots right now from the Pioneers. And Envy with 2 touches to get it back into Pioneers' half. Not a lot of follow-up, though. This one comes back down. Turbo pulls it with the first good shot from Envy, and it's under the crossbar and in. 35 seconds left. Envy's got the lead.
And Turbo's just recovering here, steals the boost, is thinking about leaving, and then just decides, well, what if this goes just the way it needs to? Atomic gets the air dribbles, because Turbo knew that Mist was all the way in the backfield, so Turbo's thinking, well, I'll just cut rotation here and see what happens and let Mist deal with the consequences if there are any. And that's taking what he's given, and the patience is rewarded with a goal. And it goes right back. Memory just post kickoff as it rolls up the sidewall here. Gets out in front of Turbo. Not the cleanest angle to the ball, and Memory just went right on the outside edge and slammed it through him.
Man, how many times can you say you've pinched a goal off of Turbo, Pulsa? Save that one, clip it, keep it bookmarked somewhere. 24 seconds left, we're all tied back up, and now Pioneers looking to take the lead. A soft touch from Memory will do it. The kickoffs are the name of the game right now.
2 kickoffs in a row. Atomic doesn't really get the best touch, and Memory's in the perfect spot. And Turbo knew it. That ball went over his shoulder, and Turbo knew he was dead. He jumped to make the save, assuming that ball was on target. Off the wall, no chance. 2 great kickoffs, maybe a third here.
Well, they were looking for it. The kickoff not going Envy's way. 15 seconds left, and what was a complete, brilliant defensive stalemate has lit up here in the final moments. 8 seconds left. Envy's trying. Turbo to try and block one. This one over the top of all 3 players. Rapid's got the goal all to himself, and whether it goes in or not, this is going to be Pioneers' game. They're up by 2. With 1 left, it's over.
Yeah, the ending to this one, this goal doesn't really make too big a difference. Obviously, we all know why Atomic is too far forward. He's hoping that that ball punches out into the midfield somewhere where you can get a hand on it and keep the ball in play, maybe score. Unfortunately, it just takes a hard bounce, goes right past him, and a 3-1 scoreline to end game 1. So KC Pioneers off the back of 2 quality kickoffs. I mean, that's all it takes. You were absolutely right. Defensive stalemate through and through. And KC Pioneers racked up the shots at the end there out of nowhere and take the win.
It's that thing, like kickoff strategy is so important, and it's such an interesting part of the game because it is simultaneously the most controlled moment in Rocket League. Everybody knows where everybody is, everybody knows how much boost everybody has, everybody understands the objective, but because of that, the meta is generally simple, and it becomes kind of the most rock, paper, scissors moment. And if everybody chooses rock, then the ball just goes in a direction nobody wants, right? So it's the kickoff's so difficult to deal with here. If you're able to nail them like this, though, you don't even have to worry about the rest of the game. Pioneers get 2 of them, and that's all they needed.
Yeah, kickoffs in Rocket League kind of play themselves. You know, both teams have their idea of what they want to do. Either stalemate the ball so the person following up behind can get possession or challenge again, or the person, it's going to draw back to whatever corner or out into the midfield, and you play the challenge from there. And so to me, while yes, it is a little bit of rock, paper, scissors, you know, how do you approach? I feel the most significant portion of kickoff is execution, because how many players at the pro level go for the fast kickoff where they get that hard diagonal flip, and if it's even mis-executed slightly, well, there's been no shortages of interesting kickoffs that we've seen where they just completely miss the ball. And it's caused a just complete collapse for the team at a critical moment. So kickoffs to me are all about execution. Yes, each team has their strategy, but if it's not executed properly, that's when you really get into trouble. And unfortunately there for Envy, 2 in a row came back to bite them.
They certainly did. Pioneers will take the goals. Kickoff goals as good as the most spectacular goal you've ever seen. They're all worth 1 point. Envy, though, starting this game off hot. Lots of offensive control, just needing that final touch to go their way. There's it back in front of the box. Turbo Pulse getting kind of tangled up with Rapid. Rapid and Memory now going to look to get a counterattack. Rapid going to lose control. Missed with a clear. Beast Mode covered up by Turbo. Here comes Atomic. Memory will push it off to the corner, and Rapid will quickly turn on this. Atomic to try and stop it. Keep it trapped in this back third. Back in front of the box, 2 players lurking in front of the goal line, and Beast Mode, excellent clear. Gets that one just to kiss the ceiling. Force Turbo to spend all of his boost just to stall it out. They won't get any follow-up attacks, and now here come the Pioneers.
Was really surprised to see Rapid just kind of loft that up there and have his teammates just go try and get it. when he had a lot of time and space on his half. Was expecting a dribble, but either way, they still retain possession after a brief scuffle in the midfield, and ball's in Envy's court, figure a way out. We were talking about it a little bit yesterday, where we were hoping to see Mist have a bit more of an impact, and got an okay chance to do it here, pressuring Memory in the corner, but I'm still waiting for Mist to have that big pop-off moment, big setup artist or something like that.
We got a nice pass to Turbo Pulsa on that play. But nobody positioned for the read off the backboard. Memory had that cleanly. Now Turbo into the corner. Turbo going to play it across the goal. Nobody crashing the box. We'll stay scoreless here. 2:57 left to go in game number 2. Again, best of 7. Slightly longer series than previously played. Now we've got one player from NV in the midfield. Will be Turbo advancing for the ball onto the backboard. Looks for the pass out of the corner. Ball will just bounce back down. Not going to be a shot just yet. Rapid off the backboard. Turbo. There, he's got Atomic in the midfield. Just takes the shot himself. Atomic lofts it. Missed up for it. Memory's going to look for this one, but he's going to be too slow. And Mist gets it in over the top of him. That's 1-0 for Envy.
Well, there it is. I wanted Mist to make his presence known, and what a shot. Air rolling so that his boost has him angled to the outside of the ball so that he can get up to it in a sharp line, and then also having the timing to just have it perfectly come off the edge of the car and go into the goal. That was real nice from Mist.
Great shot, well placed. He put it as high as possible, bouncing it off the crossbar intentionally so it could sneak over the top of Memory, but Memory also kind of put himself in a difficult situation. His read was too slow. Mist was halfway to the ball before he left the ground, leaving the goal slightly open for him. Envy will take that lead, but they took the lead late in game number 1 and then immediately lost on those 2 kickoffs. So I'm interested to see how Pioneers play here. Nice boom from Mist. Beast mode to stall it. Atomic trying to pack pass to Turbo, but gets too much power on it. Turbo has to just adjust for control rather than advancing their field position. Now Atomic out of his corner. Turns around on this one. Mist gets a demolition on the 1. Looks for the pinch on the ground. Beast mode. They get a savior medal. Now Turbo over the top. And into the corner. Now Atomic quick slides onto this one. Takes it to the backboard. Looking for the bumps. They've got the kill. Is Mist there? No. Covered up by Rapid.
Yeah, Atomic was trying real hard to get above that ball, and now he's caught one step too far forward. Beast mode, open net, off of a challenge here in the midfield. Turbo can't get it through Rapid, and Atomic was thinking Rapid was going to come up with a clean touch there, was getting geared up to move up to the other side of the field. Unfortunately, went straight out to the side, and Beast mode was waiting for it.
Envy going to win this kickoff. Touching the corner, Memory manages to get a second wheel onto it after getting bumped. Turbo's got to opt for blocks. After getting the first chance at ball control, it's been all Pioneers here. After the kickoff, a tie game at 1 apiece with 1 minute left in game 2. Envy trying to tie the series up. Turbo will cover up one player. Beast mode connecting with Rapid now onto the backboard. Atomic back to midfield, and Beast mode adjusts his positioning to try and take control. Able to fake out Atomic. Memory up, keeps the ball high. Turbo going to spend lots of boost getting to this ball. Now up against Rapid. There's the last of it. Over to Atomic. The infield pass connects despite 2 defenders. Are you kidding me?
Talk about a tight window to fit this one through. Beast mode half flips backward to try and run away, but because he just doesn't think he can make it up to that ball before Turbo gets there, lets him have the pass, and Turbo shows him why you shouldn't do that, because he drops it right on Atomic's nose, and he put it through a small gap.
Yeah, thread the needle. Oh my goodness, the defense collapses. It's off the post. Can Mist get there in time? No, Memory will put it right back, and the Pioneers tie it up again.
Off the kickoff. Straight into the enemy half. Both Atomic and Turbo don't connect. Rapid's just playing the block. To be fair, though, KC Pioneers did get a little fortunate there. It just pinged right off the post instead of going out into the corner. Went right back into the middle, and they were able to pick up the rebound. Fortunate kickoff.
That was fortunate. The rebound probably shouldn't have happened, though. Envy. 2 players up for it, neither one connecting, and now back to a tie game. Looking for the demolitions. Rapid gets off the line in time, but Turbo's there. It left the goal open. The demolition was enough, and they've got the lead back.
Well, that's all you can ask for MV. You get a kickoff, we get one right after it. Missed, just able to be quick enough to that ball to get back around the outside of it and skid it into the middle for Turbo Pulsa. Nice shot, but the dirty work done by Mist in the corner. And of course, the demo on the goal line. So Turbo, the beneficiary of some very hard work from his teammates.
It looks like they should be able to avoid the last-minute heroics, but it'll have to be very heroic for the Pioneers if they want to get us to overtime. Ball out to beast mode. Won't make contact. Envy going to take game number 2. And we've got ourselves a ball game, Chiefs.
They get it back just enough. Just enough. And a much better game, I think, from Envy. But overall, still feeling pretty defensive. I don't feel like any team is trying to come out here and knock the daylights out of the other one, right? It's really just, all right, you hit the ball, all right, I hit the ball, and how do we handle the rebounds off the backboards, or currently in this series, the kickoffs.
Noticing everybody on Team Envy had 1 save, 1 assist, and 1 goal. I haven't seen stats that symmetrical in a long time. They did put up 2 of them put up 4 shots, 1 put up 5, so 13 shots there. That one won't line up. Atomic, what are you doing putting up 1 extra shot than the rest of your team? Come on.
They're really letting us down here, Atomic, increasing our offensive output.
I wanted the cool screenshot. That's all I wanted. But Team Envy, okay, they bring this one back, and there was the one kickoff goal that it's one of those, like, what is the definition of a kickoff goal sort of situations, right? That the 2 defenders had an opportunity to touch the ball and both whiffed. There's probably a miscommunication, both sort of calling the other off, and so neither one actually touching it. I don't know that I'd necessarily blame exactly the kickoff in that circumstance.
Well,
but
yeah,
props to the Pioneers for capitalizing on it.
Yeah, because all of that positioning arises off of kickoff. You know, obviously, right here would be the kickoff, and it's a goal. Oh, Miss made it. Okay, never mind. I really thought that was going into the back of the net. I didn't think he was going to get there.
That would have been so perfect if it had, though. Let me demonstrate it to you right here at the beginning of game 3, Wavepunk. And Beast Mode with an excellent over-the-shoulder shot. Okay. 2 defenders again can't touch it. And there we go. Kickoff goal, right?
No, this is not kickoff. This is right after kickoff, basically. We're only 15 seconds in. It really hasn't been that long. Everyone's still trying to rally after the initial save from Mist on the kickoff, and they're all getting situated for where they need to be, and Beast Mode happens to be in the right spot where the ball goes to.
What a play. Pioneers on top here in game 3. Series tied up at 1 game apiece, guaranteed at least game 6 in the series. Beast Mode to the edge. Game 5, excuse me, I can do math. Beast Mode now over the top of 1 Rapid to ping it towards the goal. Mist adjusts. Chip it out to Turbo. Around the back wall. Over 1. Now both teams chasing the ball a little bit. Just looking for strong clears. Memory with a shot on target that's just wide. Beast Mode gets played. Atomic out to Turbo, looking for the pass plays in the midfield. There's another one. This one defended by Memory. Atomic looks for another touch in the midfield. He's out of boost and will fall out of the play. Rotate it down. This to Turbo. Playing this ball close to the chest. Limits their options, but guarantees them first touch.
And Envy making some real strong pushes out of their own half, doing a great job finding each other. This one to Mist, and he will sneak it through. Wasn't sure if this touch from Atomic was going to make it cleanly across the goal. It looked pretty reachable, but unfortunately on the goal line, just couldn't quite get it as they were rotating into goal. Went right over them and out to Turbo.
That's the second touch we've seen from...
Mist, sorry.
The second moment we've seen from Memory being on defense, and the read just being slightly slow, particularly against, and that's the second time against Mist. Memory versus Mist. Mist has been able to get that shot, and to be fair, that is a much easier read for Mist than for Memory.
Oh, yeah.
But still, just getting in front of the ball, I didn't think Mist was going to get a shot on target. There were 2 defenders there. I figured one of them would be able to just block the ball at the point of contact. Well, it will tie up the series, or tie up the game, rather. 1 goal apiece now. Mist airborne. Rapid fakes him off it, but Turbo doesn't fall for such cheap tricks.
That is one thing I absolutely love about Rapid's play style. He is definitely a guy that can make you think along the same lines as Squishy or Justin. I mean, he's just got that approach built into his gameplay that he likes to do, and he's like, I'm going to take the ball and I'm going to put it within my power to make you miss, or at the very least, make you really consider what's about to happen. And that is such a powerful tool to have in the arsenal.
Sometimes I feel like it's just as simple as the thought of, wait, what if I don't touch the ball here?
Yeah.
And just even taking the time to think that gives you such a different tool positioning, and you start to position around that. But the positioning is so just subtly different, it's very difficult for the defenders to tell. And they have to block at some point. Oftentimes their hand is forced. Turbo with a miss. Memory was farther away from it than he thought, and he gets a free shot out of it. Pioneers back on top.
Yeah, Mist knew this one was coming too. He's rotating back, sees Turbo there. He's like, all right, I have time to grab boot. Turbo missed it, and then it's a goal. Unfortunate there. Turbo needs to get a handle on that one.
Memory gave him the burnout turn. Turbo's like, wait, what? You need to touch this? Oh, geez. Oh, dear. Memory now slows this one down. Goes for the dribble. Puts it upper 90, just high. Blocked down the goal line by Atomic. Beast Mode takes the boost. Can he get control of the ball here, too? Got 2 players out and now bumps Turbo a little bit, but Turbo will find a nice long clear. Memory now looking for Beast Mode. Back down to Memory. No, missed will intercept. Rapid's got to try and take control. Plays it all the way to his backboard, and he'll just carry this one across. Turbo to try and come in. Doesn't make contact. Rapid slow played, but maybe he might have played himself here, taking too long, and now Envy happy to collapse and take the field position that's being gifted to them. A long clear from Memory. Should shake things up. Ooh. Rapid off the wall. Turbo's lurking, waiting for this. He's going to pass to Mist. Sends it onto the goal line. Rapid caught up, and Mist will put it under. No, he couldn't quite get it low enough. Memory gets up in time, and this time he will get the block.
And the patience there for Memory as well. Crucial not to commit too early. He knew his 2 teammates had it. Big diving stop again there. Icy Pioneers definitely under some pressure. Rapid, great shot off the side wall with the backflip to nail it off the nose, but Turbo right in front of it.
That was an incredible save from Turbo. Got to the upper 90. He has to predict that that's where the shot's going. If he chooses to block that place, he sacrifices the ability to block anywhere else. And Atomic comes across the goal line on Memory's follow-up. 47 seconds left. The Pioneers have the lead. They're trying to extend it here. But Envy making it difficult and keeping this game within reach. Fake plays all over the place. Mind games have been the name of game 2.
Yeah, Beast Mode pulled off that ball because he thought Mist was going to get it. Mist doesn't make contact, and that really could have sealed the deal here for the Pioneers. Envy now needs something, though, and right now, the ball control is crucial for Kansas City Pioneers. How much time can you waste?
16 seconds left. That's all they've got to get through. Atomic out of the corner. Nice and high one. Rapids up for it. Stalls it out a bit, but here comes Mist. To the corner. Beast Mode's touch goes to Turbo. There's a demolition. Turbo's able to hold on to control of this. He's got Atomic underneath him. Is he able to play it slow? The demolitions rain in. Mist has got to keep this in the air, though. There's a pass 1 respawn. 1 in goal. He gets the block, but it's going to drop. Dangerous. Turbo. He bumped it up, but it bounces off the crossbar and back down. That's tragic.
Oh, tragic is right. Oh, and after Atomic made such a nice block there, perfectly reading how that ball was going to be transitioned from above the goal into the corner, and to put it in such a scoreable position. Turbo's, he's not going to be happy with missing that one. I would absolutely back out of the lobby and rejoin after that one.
Instantly leaves the lobby. Wow. I do wonder if we have a car change incoming. Turbo, a player that has played maybe second only to Flakes in number of different cars he's played at the top level. He's joined back up now, so I'm interested to see where this goes. But
off the bar.
That was so
free.
It was
so free.
It's so funny because that's such a Turbo thing to do.
Yep. But out of anyone, it would
into
be
zero. Into zero. But Turbo does make the switch to the Dominus, brings out the long car. See if that makes the difference, evening out our, making us symmetrical here on the field. 2 Octanes, 1 Dominus per team. We'll take the midfield boost.
Call each other off.
Kind of creates traffic. That's not how you want to start. KC Pioneers now, as we go into game 4, up by 1, 2-1 on the series. Mist backing out. Turbo trying to chip. Beast Mode with the read. No player in particular having a standout series yet. I think we've been impressed with Mist on the MV side of things, but has there been any player for Pioneers, Achieves, that has stood out to you?
Well, collectively, obviously, In this series or just in general?
In this series.
In this series, I feel like everyone from KC Pioneers just kind of had their moment. You know, Rapid, I think, doing some great work on defense. Beast Mode, I think, has actually been struggling a little bit, but I don't think he's been playing particularly bad, just not having quite as productive as a game as we're used to seeing. And Memory is, of course, a solid rock, and that was a real good attempt from Beast Mode. Just couldn't quite get the car all the way under it to get the flip reset.
That would have been nutty. Been quite the Beast Mode play, but we'll have to wait for another time. Atomic out of boost makes the only play he really can make, which is wait for Turbo to get in front and bump the players out of his way. Doesn't quite work out there, and the NV defense will manage to get this ball cleanly out of their half. Missed to come under, put one towards the goal before being demolished. Now Turbo pulls away, and he's got Rapid directly in front of him, challenging him to make a touch. Memory to the back. Atomic across the field. You'll see Rapid up. There's Atomic now, the challenge onto the crossbar. There's one play away, missed to the far side, it's wide. Rapid to try and clear it away, but Turbo right in front of the ball pushes it back into the corner. Atomic to slow this down off of his butt again. Oh, missed the corner.
Ooh, that was a great try. Oh, Atomic.
Oh, can he get it all the way down? Beast Mode, quick adjustment. The retreating defense gonna be good, but Miss gets a pass one. Rapid will take control. Envy, such this wonderful contact, beautiful particular play to get that one down the field and then run into 3 players at the goal line.
Yeah, both teams making some real good efforts there on both sides of the ball. Unfortunately, though, for Envy, they're the ones down in the series, and currently KC Pioneers putting together some tough approaches to handle.
Turbo pulls to the edge. Rapid now back in front of the box. Atomic out to Mist. Plays it back to Atomic. The 1-2 want to go up or 90. Beautiful play. Envy going to take the lead.
That's money. Oh, Rapid tried to get creative. He's like, oh, I'll just drive around the outside of the ball and power slide it right back. Mist is like, oh, no, I see that one coming. Ate it alive. Passes it out into the middle. Bullet, top right, Atomic. Turn one in for Envy.
Making something out of nothing. The positioning for Envy's been difficult this entire series, and Turbo Pulsa having a slow game. 46 points on the game so far. We're halfway through. He's not made much contact. Atomic and Mist getting the work done.
Hasn't had to do much so far in terms of Turbo, but yes.
I mean, the name of Turbo's game is just being the place that is the most frustrating for the other team, which oftentimes is wherever they want to clear the ball to, which means you're not going to touch the ball because they're not going to give you the ball, but they're like, man, would he just please leave? And, yeah, as Johnny Boy so lovingly put it those many years ago, carrying from the bottom of the scoreboard. Turbo Pulsa does it often.
Always, never doubt the guy at the bottom of the scoreboard, because you never know how much they're doing unless you're looking at it.
Here comes Memory, looking to tie up the game off the backboard. He's got the room for the double tap. Up against Mist. He's got the whole net to shoot at. It looks so narrow from our point of view. To him, it's just throwing a rock into the ocean.
And Memory with great speed there had Turbo beat clean to that ball. Mist was looking up above like, please hit this right at me, because otherwise I cannot stop it. And Memory looked down and said no.
That ties the game. Pioneers, they're looking for match point. Memory had a few hiccups on defense this series, but on offense there, getting it done when it needed. Here comes Rapid off the backboard, up against Atomic, now back to midfield. Mist has to adjust. He was not ready for the speed that ball was coming down. Turbo Pulsa just lurking on the back line. Here comes a pass across to Rapid. The infield pass is good, and Pioneers make Turbo dance.
And again, KC Pioneers putting together a good approach here. Big crossfield pass, and how about Rapid flipping the car 180 degrees on the axis to get a clean, straight shot? I mean, Turbo can try and cut that one off, but such a crazy air roll makes it tough to know exactly which part of the car it's going to come off of. And Rapid turns in a real nice shot.
51 seconds left. Envy trailing in the series. It could drop beyond match point or be up against match point. Here comes Turbo trying to tie it up. They've got to make it work here in the last 40 seconds. That was a really good look that's just come and gone. The long car for Turbo not doing what he was hoping. Now Atomic slows it down.
Nice
Lifts it up.
flick.
Rapid to adjust. Oh, they couldn't quite get it off the beam. Here's Mist to try and challenge once more. Atomic cuts back in on the half field. They've got 24 seconds left. They've got to play aggressive. No time for defense. There it is, up in front of the box. Beast mode, the clear over 2. It's going to be up to Mist on the back line. Rapid to try and hold on to it and burn time off the clock. He's got it over the top of Mist. Turbo's the next in line, and he doesn't get much of a touch. Atomic's got to help him out. Now 8 seconds left. Flicks it high.
Nice.
Mist to chase it. He puts it back on target and in. 1-2-1. Atomic and Mist are everything Envy needs right now.
Turbo lets Atomic have the ball. Nice quick flick, full speed dribble. Tough to be able to deliver that level of precision at such high speeds. Gets the ball to Mist on a perfect touch and did not hesitate to turn that one in. Huge turnaround goal for Envy.
They are still in this. Haven't actually been to overtime yet this series. We'll see if we go now. Keeping the ball high. Mist, I think, will opt to let this one touch, but he's got teammates breathing down his neck, or the enemy breathing down his neck. We'll go to overtime in game number 4. Kansas City Pioneers looking for match point.
This is the hardest part for Envy in this series. Another kickoff. And Turbo, not quite the chance to put that one away, even if it was on target. Think Memory would have got there, but they have passed the most difficult stage. Don't get scored on kickoff.
It seems most overtimes do end in 15 seconds or over a minute. Here's 40. Turbo to put it on target. Here's Atomic now. I think he got the flip reset. He gets a dunk over 1. Memory falling down. This is dangerous, but Mist not able to push him through. Memory gets just enough behind, blocking all of his vectors.
Memory staying with that ball from what I thought was a unrecoverable position. Very impressive. Thought Envy was going to have a pretty clean look at the net. Fortunately, though, of course, Memory has been a known defender for a while now and continues to show you why.
There's Beast Mode up to Memory. Off the ceiling. Rapids up the challenge as well, but Mist. He's been reading fast all game, and here comes Turbo to look to win it. Here goes across to Atomic's not going to be able to tuck this one in. He's going to need Mist's help. Coming up for the midfield, but it's overtime. Doesn't want to commit all 3 and lose on a counterattack. There's a play out of the corner. The counterattack did come through. Luckily for them, Atomic and Turbo were both back. Now Mist up there. Rapid wins the challenge. Turbo doesn't have anybody to pass this ball to. He's just going to buy time. Memory off the backboard. Atomic with a kill on 1. Memory in front of the box. Here's Rapid with lots of room. Gonna drop. Super dangerous. Turbo gets the block and pushes it off to the corner. 134. Here's Memory. Though to win it. Trying to take it down in the game. Oh, Atomic gets it off to the edge. What a play. We keep going.
Atomic somehow able to come across and keep that ball from going to the goal. It's a 6 save. He's almost at 1,000 points in this game. Him and Mist both. 700 and 600 points respectively. An insane game from those 2 players on Envy.
Here's Atomic. Continuing to run up his point total. Missile challenge out of the corner. Now up to Atomic as well. Here's Turbo. Looking for the pass. Wait, open net. Is it just in? It'll go in from Atomic. What a play. They just paved the way. Where was all the Pioneers?
Rapid was pressing in front of the goal. Beast mode went up there as well, but unfortunately gave it right back. And then the demo comes through at the midfield. And so Turbo, all he has to do was get it up to Atomic. And then Atomic just needed to make sure it was in between the goalposts. Tough break for KC Pioneers. Tried to put the pressure on, came up short. Combine it with a demo in the midfield, and you got yourself a 2-2 series.
Man, this one's going back and forth. It really did look at one point that Envy was going, that Pioneers was going to take down this game and we were going to be on match point for the rest of this series. But no, Envy managing to bring it back at 5 seconds. 5 seconds left on the clock. And man, and this is the sign of a good team, because we talk about Turbo so much on this team. He's the greatest player of all times, even on days like today. This is still the greatest player of all time. The key is, how do the players that you surround him with play when he's not having the strongest of days? And right now, Atomic and Mist, beautiful, 2 beautiful goals to get them into overtime.
Oh yeah, they put the work in. Atomic got up to 900 score right at the end. So absolutely bonkers from him, and Turbo ends at a respectable 384. I mean, that's like an average game of Rocket League, honestly. Started out with what, 67 halfway through, and then the other half of the game puts up a fairly average number.
I mean, it was a fairly average number for a game that lasted 7 minutes. You know,
we don't talk about that.
1.5 games to put up that score there, but yeah, which is also how they were able to get up to 900 points. I don't think we've ever seen someone go above 1,000 points in a regulation game.
I think we did just the other week, right? Someone put up an insane score.
We've had players break 1,000, but it was in overtimes that I saw. Oh my goodness, Envy starting off real hot here. Chad, I might be wrong about the point thing. Don't flame me on Twitter, okay? Here comes Atomic. Beast mode will immediately counter him. Missed over the top of one. He gets that boost stolen out from underneath him, and he'll look for bumps. Let's find anyone. Memory versus Atomic down in the corner. And Turbo pulsing. Nice touches. Gets it out to Atomic. He nearly gets a free touch, but Rapid so fast to that ball. Now missed with the attempt. Doesn't make contact, and Turbo picks it up from the back. Off the backboard. Beast mode alone with the ball. Take control. Flicks one. Countered by Mist. Now Turbo looking for goalies again. They all managed to stay wide. We're seeing the Pioneers defense stands up kind of in the front of the box instead of right on the goal line, staying away from the normal demoing paths. They've managed to not be demolished once this game.
Not a bad idea, to be honest, as well, considering that last game was the product of a demo, and Envy real tight there in that corner. Atomic, I think, is quite lucky that Mist was able to get a block on that ball. Otherwise, they would have been in trouble.
Beast mode with a miss. Rapid to follow it. Into the corner. Missed nice long clear on the wall. Memory. Counter touch. His goes off the ceiling and bounces down. It's going to need Beast mode's help to get all the way across. But now up in front of the box, Turbo will get the block. Coming in from the side. Simple enough. Now Rapid underneath one, looking across the net. Turbo again. The wall for Envy. Beast mode to drop it. All three players, Pioneers, tangled up in the corner, but Memory manages to get this one in. Turbo gets himself a savior medal in about a minute. That was fast. And Atomic over the top of one, now looking for a counterattack. Finally, Turbo doing tons of work on defense here in game number 5.
It's good, nice of him to pick up the slack, considering Atomic and Mist last game had 10 between them both. So Turbo putting in his fair share, but still not where you want to be. You'd like to see Envy get out of their own half and stop KCP being able to get these long clears out of their own half and make the follow-up, which is surprising enough. Normally you get those long clears and they're pretty hotly contested. Rapid really trying to stretch it, turned it into a demo attempt, but Turbo able to cover up.
Atomic chooses to play it onto the wall. Beast mode will get the clear. It was an open net in front of him. Possibly shoots far post. He's able to win the drag race against Beast mode, get the first goal of game 5, but Pioneers 2 demolished, all up to Memory. Here's a pass from Turbo to Mist. It's high. Can he get the double tap down? Beast mode off the respawn gets the stop. Turbo keeps the ball in the orange. Now Atomic will loft it up, but that touch is going to need some more help. Back across the box and Mist a little bit far back. He's at midfield. He'll get more touches just to try and keep possession in Envy's control, but none of these really setting up any shooting lanes. Here comes Turbo with an opportunity, puts it high, and Rapid gets in the way. The players from Pioneers getting bumped, but he'll maintain control. Get it into enemy territory. Atomic's got to make a stop on the goal line.
But do they hang on to the ball? That's the question. That demo in the midfield is going to make it pretty tough. Rapid doesn't have a lot of support because Memory definitely has to wait for the clear off the wall. Beast mode, having just respawned, is well too far away, and he's going to knock down the long-range pass from Turbo.
Memory to the edge. Turbo onto the backboard, and Beast mode will play it to the corner. Mist taps it back towards the box. Atomic back in again. Every touch from the Pioneers goes to the corner. And every time they're running into an MV player, finally over the top of Turbo and Memory to be able to stretch it to the blue. Now we'll have the same game, this time in the MV corner with Envy on defense. Over to the corner once more. Rapid there to respond. 1 minute remaining. Nobody having found the back of the net in game 5. Winner of this game will take match point or move on to match point. Game 6 could be the last one in this mode.
Real nice job.
Dribble over one.
Oh, Rapid lost command of that dribble. I thought they really did a nice job communicating there in the midfield. This is a long clear. It's in the top left. Beast mode with a lot of faith in Rapid to make sure he got that one cleanly. Beast mode could have gone up at any time.
That was a beautiful shot, but just literally ages to read it. And about as perfectly placed as you could possibly hope for. Misto going for the slow plays, gets in between two, just absolutely hits him with the changeup and gets the first goal.
Beast Mode side flipped. Oh, he's got this one on lock. Oh, no.
That's rough. Oh. The failed input. Make them panic. Make them panic. 10 seconds left. Pioneers, they've taken these leads late in these games already this series, but can they get control? Beast Mode to the edge. Atomic's got the ball and he's got boost. Should be able to just work this one into the ground. Bounces off the edge. Memory will play it long. Turbo over the top of two, and this one should do it. They might even own goal on the way out.
Oh my gosh.
Then somehow they kept it alive like about 3 touches longer than I thought they would. But Envy take game 6. That's 2 in a row for them now. And what looked like a rough series is suddenly 1 game away. Envy looking to challenge NRG in the finals and have to win 1 more game to do it.
And for real, I respect the hustle there from KC Pioneers at 0 seconds, trying to keep that one up from what seemed to be an unplayable spot. So good job, but man, oh, that one hurts. Just
Turbo.
The way that this one got turned in, just brutal.
Turbo doing so much work on the defense here. Top of the board, MVP for his team, despite 0 offensive contributions. Got 6 saves, double save your medal there the 4th time, and 3 shots. 4 saves from Rapid and 2 from Beast Mode. Not enough to keep them out. Just that 1 goal. The 1 goal, the difference maker. This has been one of the most defensive series I've casted in a long time as we go on to game 6. We'll see if Pioneers can get us to game 7 at Chiefs.
Yeah, and they're going to do it off the back of Rapid, Beast Mode, and Memory because they have to. But right now I'm looking at Rapid to be that big playmaker. He's been making big plays on defense, a couple of great setups on offense. It's just, does that team dynamic continue to flourish, right? Because they said when Beast Mode starts to question himself, then the rest of the team starts to question itself. So they need to get Beast Mode a nice big play, and perhaps that save to kick off game 5 is the one to do it. And unfortunately, they get tongue-tied in the goal, and Turbo Pulsa will turn it into the right side.
Yeah, this replay doesn't show it. They got wrapped around themselves on this first attempt as well. And then one of the players bumping into his 2 teammates in goal there on that one. And Envy, they'll get a goal early just after a game where first goal came in the final minute. They've got everything they need to challenge NRG. Can they hold on for the next 4 minutes? It's a tough task.
4 minutes is an eternity. Especially if you're Envy, considering how much pressure you've been under from KC Pioneers all series.
Turbo up to the corner. Rapid soft touch. Atomic will pick it up. Turbo looks for bumps on Memory. Doesn't find any. Memory should have this ball for free. Gets it pinched back into the midfield, and Turbo Pulsa not going to quite be able to beat Beast Mode. He'll get the flick on him before getting demolished. Now Mist picks up control. Takes the shot. Blocked by Beast Mode. Beast Mode strong on defense this series, but I mentioned it earlier. We have yet to see that spectacular play. We saw it attempted earlier, but nothing quite hitting the back of the net. Pioneers fans need to be sending Beast Mode all of their energy. They want to see him make that clutch play he's known for. Here's Atomic with the dribble over the top of Memory. Gets just enough of a bump run to it to take it to the corner.
Oh, awkward.
Rapid also switching to Dominus here.
I don't know, the mojo just feels a little off for KC Pioneers. The cohesion not quite there. It's leading to some awkward touches. Players being in weird spots. Gotta figure it out quick.
Beast Mode to the edge. Memory looking for the touches. Beast Mode left the good net wide open. Gets back just in time, but is it enough? Missed, not able to push it through Memory. It's the ball spending so much time in the midfield. Pioneers left their backsides wide open.
Nice.
Here comes the pressure. Atomic now trying to dribble it through. Neutral game in the corner. Missed with the dribble. Turbo Pulsa looking for the bump. Missed, just trying to hope that the way is paved, and it is. It's all open for there. Turbo paved the way.
Patience is a virtue. Turbo paves the way, but the real MVP of this transition is Atomic and Mist's patience. KC Pioneers try and get aggressive, force a demo in that Envy corner. Atomic lets him go right by with the fake. Mist takes a calm, collected dribble, lets Turbo get out in front, and they turn in the 2-on-1.
Mist with the play long as we approach halftime. Envy has lit up to in this game a way they haven't in this series yet. The Pioneers surprisingly quiet, struggling to win any of these challenges. The challenge in the midfield so neutral for both sides. Both sides constantly, like, there'll be a challenge and then everybody just repositions. Here comes the next challenge. Oh, reposition again. The only shots we've really been seeing have been simple ones from the midfield. Other than that initial burst from Envy and then that second goal. Things have been pretty standard. Now Memory out of this corner. The Pioneers going to have to dig deep and find some creativity. Rapid here, going to lose the challenge to Mist. Atomic in this corner. Can he find the pass back to his teammate? Gets the pass across the goal. But Mist, hoping it would be a little bit over his back shoulder a little more. Now chasing Memory. It's the demolition. Beast Mode has to quickly turn around. Like Beast Mode been trusting his teammates to get the setups for him. That's why he keeps on pushing up. He's aggressive. He wants that goal. But it just keeps on having to fall back on the defense, and that is frustrating for an offensively minded player.
And this is also the part of the game where Envy really going to start being okay with just punching the ball as hard as they can out of their own half, force KC Pioneers to completely reset, or at least give the long clear the respect it needs. Rapid opens up a gap for Memory, not much of one. Mist able to come back around, and Envy keeping things on lock.
Big touches from Memory here, keeping this ball in enemy territory now out of the corner. Beast Mode's lurking in front of the goal, just hoping it pinches out. Now has to close back in. Memory's gonna have to go for a back play just to gain control again. Interception from Turbo? No touch. Here's Rapid now into the corner again. Atomic over his shoulder. Beast Mode to collapse on in. Mist with the counter, and Atomic just barely stretches it over the top of Memory. All Rapid can do is try to stall things out in the midfield, because they know that ball's coming back into their half. There's Mist underneath Rapid. Beast Mode flipping back. 30 seconds left. They've got to score right now, or it's all over, and it'll be Envy versus NRG in the finals. Beast Mode up. Rapid turns. 20 seconds left. Atomic with control. Missed to take the handoff. Beast Mode the pass in the midfield. Memory not able to beat Turbo. 12 seconds left. Turbo will put in one more. 10 seconds and a 3-goal difference. Envy's going to take the win.
And they will end a heroic run from KC Pioneers, just crushing, absolutely crushing this regional. But they finally run into the wall at the semifinals versus Team Envy. Unfortunate, to be honest, they played pretty well. It was just, do you have the ability to execute against an absolute top-tier team here against Envy? They couldn't quite get the job done.
Not quite, but a wonderful attention getter this entire event's been. The KC Pioneers definitely going to win a few more fans and a bit more respect from the analyst desk over the course of this event. They beat G2, Space Station, and Rogue on their path here. And then in addition, earlier they beat Alpine. So running into Envy, definitely going to be the deal breaker. But I'm excited to watch them play in future events. They've earned definitely more respect from me, and I'm excited to see how they play in future regionals.
Yeah, me too. I mean, it was massive improvement from Regional 1 to Regional 2. And like you said, some big upset wins for Space Station and G2. They caught the hot hand, turned it into a semifinals appearance, but unfortunately, it couldn't go on forever. And I'm excited to see how they do in the next regional.
I'm excited, though, to also watch Envy now take on NRG Turbo going up against his former team. And I'm scared, though, Achieves, for Envy.
You should be.
I mean, the peeps were strong, like you said. It required perfection to beat NRG in that match, and they weren't able to put it together. And Envy, definitely not perfect here in this match against the Pioneers, so they're going to have to dig into the dredges, find something else if they want to take on those Titans. But we'll let someone else tell you guys all about that match. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, the grand finals of regional event number 2 are going to be happening. Stick around. You're watching the RLCSX.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35. The network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right. Only on Verizon.
Take it too far to say that we cannot pretend now. Was it never enough to have just everything you want? In your shadow I found a place to hide me from my own thoughts. And if I ever got lost, you'll find a way to bring me home. And I want something I can
And welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series, brought to you by Verizon. We are that much closer to the grand finals here. I'm Leaf, alongside me, Gibbs and James Bott, to talk about our last semi there that gave us our grand finals, our second grand finalist, and it is going to be Envy James over KCP.
I had no doubts. You know, when me and Gibbs made this pick, I was 100% confident, and they didn't let me down. This is what you expect out of Envy when things are on the line. Turbo, he's a guy who is so clutch, and his teammates helped out too. Atomic missed playing very well, and you know, I didn't really have many doubts about him in this series, Gibbs.
Oh, I had a lot of doubts. Game 3 worried me a lot. That was the one, I believe, when Turbo missed that wide open net to tie the game at 0 seconds, and he had some other miserable plays at times throughout that game. They bounced back, though, and Atomic and Mist really did carry Turbo through a couple of those games, but obviously the whole team, they bounced back from some, you know, some issues throughout that series, but that is what you want to see from a team like Envy. They battle back after having maybe a couple rough games, and now they're in the finals, and again, Turbo gets to play Energy, so it's going to be a lot of fun.
Still not going to hold a lot of weight to that correct prediction from Gibbs, though. You know, broken clock is right a couple times a day. But KCP, let's talk about them just real quick and what this meant for them. James, this was such a great position for KCP to be in. To be into the semifinals and even get this close to a grand finals has got to be a win for these boys.
No doubt. I mean, this was a team, you know, this is a lot of the flight roster. If you remember that team, they did not have the greatest performance in RLCS when they, you know, made it into the RLCS. So this is huge. This is a resurgence, especially for Rapid and Memory, who've had a shot before at the big show. They've come up a little bit short, but now they're getting another shot at it, and they're not letting anybody down. I think they've had a few performances as of late that have really cemented them as a top team in North America, and they have a lot to be proud of, Leaf.
Well, we have our grand finals coming up soon, but before we get to that, we're taking a few moments just to let the teams get themselves situated. So we thought we'd bring on a guest like we did for the last regional and just have some chats before we get to it. And Jazo, the coach of G2, is joining us on the line to chat about that. Right off the bat, though, Jazo, I need you to just have a stage here. You can talk to Gibbs. How you feeling about that curse he's put on you guys again?
I would have really appreciate it if Gibbs wasn't a broken clock and actually voted against us for once, so we could win.
You know, I would appreciate an invite to the team house too, though, Jazo. And, you know, sometimes we just can't get what we want. So I'm sorry, man, but it's going to
Gibbs, I don't know if you really want to go over there because, you know, the air conditioning situation has been really bad. And I know how much, you know, that can affect you.
Listen,
phenomenally.
Gibbs,
let's talk.
Respect is earned, not given.
Let's talk about your performances recently. Let's get into the business here. We've roasted on Gibbs a lot today, so let's get to how you guys have been performing lately. You guys, you know, it's been still ups and downs, looking a little more consistent lately. Do you guys feel like you're in a really good spot right now? Like you're starting to figure out how to consistently be one of those in that top spot?
If it were Thursday night, yes, sir. But it turns out on Sundays we're having a little bit of struggles. So it's kind of a mixed bag. We do well up until it really matters, and then game 5 end up losing. But we're proud of how far we've come. We knew we played pretty well against Envy. They just had a really, really solid defense, and I think that's just a testament to how much work like my team has been putting in to really buckle down on a play style and work with it and make sure it's successful and adapting where necessary. And we're just going to keep working. Regional 3 is not too far away, given that Regional 3 out of all 3 are like the shortest of all of them. So that consistency coming up will be really important.
So does that make your job harder for that regional where it's a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, just a marathon of the tournament?
My job, not necessarily, but I do feel for my players having to play for that many hours back to back in 4 different days. It's really going to make it feel like a proper LAN. Like I know when we'd play on at DreamHacks, playing Friday, Saturday, Sundays, it's very strenuous, especially with how many matches you play a day, and that's just even more action in regionals because when you're in group stages, you're playing 3 to 5 matches a day guaranteed, except for playoffs. So the longevity is going to make us worn out, but I think we're confident until we get to playoffs at this point. There might be mental block there, but we're going to work past it.
And one question that I wanted to ask Jazo, you know, I've been casting the grid for NRG, and you guys have beaten us every time pretty much that we've come against you. What was it that was different about either you guys or NRG that you think has made the difference for NRG, especially in this tournament?
Energy's confidence seems like a big question mark. If they're not confident in finding each other on the field, I think they have a less chance of winning. I think that's a big thing for most teams, but for Energy especially, I think they have a lot of raw talent. And if they're just confident in each other and they work together, then they pop off. And I think it's accentuated for us because we get really confident after playing so many different series on those Thursday night grids, Friday night grids, and we just roll with it. And we build a lot of momentum. And I think Energy could do the same, especially after coming off their wonderful performance yesterday. So Energy is really strong take in my book for a good team these days.
You mentioned the kind of that LAN vibe that you're going to get from like these long days coming up here. Does it add on to that, with the team house stuff there? Does it really feel like, is that the vibe you guys try to replicate, is get yourself into, is a LAN thing? Do you think this is really going to help them excel and maybe, beat out other teams that won't have that endurance?
It's definitely a bonus. Like, I've always thought we play better at LANs when we're able to look at each other like straight in the face and know that we can either trust them or know that someone like royally screwed up. And I think having that bonus of being together, and when you enter the practice room, it's straight competition. There's no other distractions. You're focused on the game, nothing else. And I think that mental bonus is something that pulls us ahead a lot of times when we are doing well.
Now, there's some downsides, I think, to a team house as well when you have a 10-month long time here. So will you guys have any breaks where you guys go home and actually play from home so everyone can go see their families and try and just play that out for a little bit so everyone's a little bit happier? Or will you just be there for 10 months straight?
We're definitely not going to be here for 10 months straight. Luckily, we have a bit of a break for Christmas, and I think some of us are taking a little break for Thanksgiving when, I don't know, something's going on Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving is happening on Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Well, I just hope that NA Rocket League isn't happening during Thanksgiving so that the guys can go home. That's our first prospective break, is that, and then obviously Christmas. I don't think it's going to be happening during Christmas, so those are two of the planned breaks. Definitely not staying here for 10 months. I think we'd all get on each other's nerves if we were together for that long.
Fair enough. I gotta deal with Gibbs like just a couple hours a day, and I'm already sick of him. I can't imagine being in the house. Yeah, but let's talk just forward in the overall scene before we let you go here. Just gonna get your thoughts on just the third regional looking forward. Obviously, the grid's still there, but the regional 3 is going to be a big look forward. It's very soon, only about a couple weeks away here. For you guys, just on the landscape, do you think there's other teams that are going to start surprising too? We've seen, look at Exit, KCP, we've seen the Pittsburgh Knights. There's so many other teams that are really starting to make their mark against those top 4 or 5 North American teams. Do you think that's going to happen now in the future in regional number 3?
Now, I have to take history into account for this because both Regional 1 and Regional 2 have had varying teams in the playoffs in the top 8. And if I look at EU, there's a lot of disparity in who you'd consider the top 4, top 5, solid seeds. Whereas NA, I'm really confident in the top 4 and 5 seeds.
Okay.
So I think what you're going to see with Regional 3 is you're going to see those top 4 or 5 teams that we've come to expect over the past 7 weeks of grid and a couple of regionals show up in playoffs. And I think there's a high chance you're going to see some new teams come through and make playoffs for Regional 3. So some consistency, some inconsistency, but I definitely think those NA is just top 5 and then random people, to be honest. For the rest.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing you guys in the grand finals for Regional 3. That unfortunately was cut short here, but at least the top 8 finished. Jazo, I got to say thank you so much for joining us, and good luck on the grind for all your next future matches.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
There's Jazo, the coach of G2. Of course, they were dropped out in quarterfinals, shorter than what they would have liked to expect in their fans, but they were dropped by Envy, who now sits in the grand finals. Let's take a look at the bracket really quickly here before we talk about that and just reminisce on the journey that we had today. Our top 8 coming down from 32 teams, James Spot. It was a gauntlet to get to this point, and now we're finally at our final 2.
And, this is a classic showdown. I mean, if you were coming into this season of RLCS and you're hoping for a grand final, what more could you ask for other than Turbo against his old team, NRG, the last LAN world champions? So this is going to be an excellent matchup. I think we all love to see this matchup happen over and over. I could not see it too many times. Yeah. I don't know how you feel about it, Gibbs.
Oh, absolutely. I always want to see this matchup. And on top of all that, whoever wins this, they will be first place in points. So even more to fight for here.
Well, let's break it down here. NRG versus Envy, our grand finals, a best of 7 of regional number 2 for North America. Two big dogs about to duke it out. This is not going to be an easy one to really break down who's going to take this one. We've seen NRG looking good today, James, but Envy, of course, you can never count them out. All three of those players, that pop off and clutch potential.
And that's certainly true. You can never count them out, especially Atomic. He was having moments where defensively he was struggling, but offensively he's looking great. Turbo has this different level that he can kick it into, especially in these incredibly clutch, high pressure moments. That's really when, in my opinion, Turbo thrives. But NRG, they've shown how good they can be, especially Squishy. And Squishy is the one who all the pressure is on because he was the player coming in, replacing the 4-time world champion on that roster. So there is so much pressure on Squishy, and he has excelled this weekend, especially in this massive tournament. The grids has been a different story, but now in this big moment, it seems like Squishy and NRG are finally hitting their stride.
Well, it's time for our fan vote, Verizon fan vote. So get your votes in chat right now. I'm really nervous to see how this one's going to go because I feel like it has to be centered here, but NRG has notoriously taken over these fan votes. So get your votes in chat right now. Hashtag NRG, hashtag Envy. But I want to get your final thoughts here, guys. Grand finals. Let's get our predictions in. NRG has looked amazing today, but we can't count out Envy. Gibbs, who you got?
So NRG, they've looked great. That happened in Regional 1 as well. They look great. Space Station looked cold going into the finals, and then Space Station came out and won it. And Team Envy has looked good today outside of Turbo Pulsa, but James hit the nail on the head. This is now a grand finals, and it's against his former team. Turbo Pulsa, he's going to show up, and the rest of the boys will as well. Team Envy wins this series.
Okay, James, I'm going to need you to throw it down here. It's close. I think I know where you're going on this one, but do you got Envy or Energy?
I picked Envy last series, and Gibbs picked Envy too. It kind of worried me. Now that he's picking Envy, I'm certain. I'm going with NRG on this one. I think they're going to get the win. I think Squishy's playing too well, and I have NRG winning it all.
I think the saying of a broken clock is right twice is going to fail here. A broken clock is only right once today. I think Gibbs is going to be entirely wrong. NRG has to take this. There's no way, man. You've seen the way they were playing today. They are just destroying. They could have got a perfect sweep, and they went for the Brazil at the end here. There's no way they're taking it. They're coming to a domination.
Wow.
Chat knows it too. 85.
That's nuts.
I just want to say thank you to Gibbs. As an NRG fan, I appreciate you predicting Envy. Because that's going to lock it in. Gibbs, you're such a good friend. Thank you.
Hey, I try.
Get your hype on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCSX. But it is now time for our grand finals of the North American Regional 2. So let's head over to the Verizon Skybox for your action.
Well, the fan vote might be lopsided, but, it hasn't been as lopsided in this matchup. 7 times NRG and Envy have met this season, including the grid, and the record is 4-3 in favor of NRG. This is close, and Corelli, every time that I've watched them play this season, this match is always a thriller to watch. And I don't doubt they're going to deliver quite the grand final as we get underway.
Oh, absolutely. For all the points you made and from the guys on the desk, this is going to be a fantastic match to watch to end up our Regional 2. But hey, how about you start off with a pinch goal for Justin in the first 6 seconds and NRG on the board?
We like to start things off maybe a bit uncharacteristic. Atomic, he just couldn't get to I guess he wanted to just catch the ball and then make the challenge happen, but Justin was all on top of him and it pinched off the top of his car. Well, what a way to start.
Jordan, we try and play up these, the storylines, the plays that you could expect. That's a bit more like it from Justin. 2 goals now for his name. We're only 12 seconds in.
Watching NRG play against the Peeps, one thing just kept ringing through my mind, and I was like, they must be mad after that series against XSET in the quarterfinals, where they almost gave it away and lost, and their run ended there. But after that, they're still mad. They're just gonna keep scoring. This is ridiculous. Oh, Justin almost found it from the same exact spot. Envy finally get a chance, and well, I guess, game 1s, they even happen like this in the grand finals. Mist picks up the goal.
Great pickup here from Mist as well. Able to just take his space. He saw the gap that was left from NRG, Squishy kind of caught in no man's land there. You could see he couldn't get back to the ball. He had another player from Envy on his left side there that could have forced the demo as well. So there was a lot to think about there for Squishy, and Mist, he's been happy just to pop it up and over his head.
An interesting start to the game. Turbo setting up Mist, and it goes through. Surprised NRG couldn't get back to this ball, but Turbo with the assist.
Yeah, Turbo gets a second touch, and Mist just waiting there. And I'll say it.
No one can see. Go ahead, Corelli.
Justin just typed in chat, beautiful start, everyone.
We're good now. We can restart. Like those 4 goals never happened.
I was trying to make the point, we play these guys up about how good they play, and of course, I think the history is a testament to that with, the grid and past regionals, but boy, oh boy, what a start here in the first minute.
Not the way you might expect things to start, or if you have a more keen eye than your average bear, then maybe you saw the chaos of Game 1 unfolding. And with Turbo on the field, you really never know what's going to happen, right? Atomic, a low dump down to Turbo. He's actually going to get that ball over Garrett to Mist. And Envy, chance to really set up here on offense. They still look for those infield passes, but Mist didn't want to go for that one. Atomic having to slow them down now, but Envy seemed to have stabilized. NRG not getting those quick strikes that they were getting at the beginning of the game.
And I think we didn't really have a chance to talk about it, but I think the one player from each team right now to take a look at is Mist on Envy and Squishy, of course, on NRG, just from the performances they've been putting on. Squishy, of course, has had just some crazy games for NRG alone. And for Mist, he's been also generating a lot of offense for Envy, and it's really a head-to-head for these two guys coming into this final.
He's got a nice catch here in midfield. It can certainly be difficult to break through Envy, where most of the time their defense very solid. Rarely do you catch them out of position or double committing. Very stable in terms of their structure. Sometimes they might get a little jumpy, and against NRG, it's bound to happen a few times with how good they are at possessing the ball as they are right now. And our Envy couldn't really figure out where exactly that ball was going to head, just trying to close off the most dangerous options. They've accomplished that for now, and they're able to get out.
Very meticulous approach from NRG. They're trying to play it over that first defender, not immediately give up that ball. Very smart play, of course, from NRG. But Envy, they were happy to just sit back and see how it all panned out, and they were able to play good defense there.
Atomic will actually win both of those challenges. He'll be picked off, and Justin turns right around. Oh, there's thievery on the pitch. NRG take the lead.
And look at this touch from Garrett, just right through the last 2 defenders. Mist kind of realizes it right at the end, but Justin quick to whip around and get a third goal, the go-ahead goal for NRG.
Envy wanting to try to catch NRG, maybe a little out on the rotation, but little did they know Garrett was right there waiting to pick their pocket. Turbo will slide that one away from Justin and Garrett, actually. Might set up NRG with an opportunity here, but Turbo has to dump it away and got demoed. And NRG aren't really going to sweat too much yet. Envy really haven't had a lot of time on NRG's side of the field. We take away the first 40 seconds of this game, and there hasn't been much in the way of offense for Envy versus NRG. You see them over here making another challenge happen against Mist and almost making it awkward for Atomic. But it looks pretty solid right now. Again, Envy on defense, pretty good on the transition as well, but Garrett will throw it out for a save.
And to your point, Jovi, we've seen some good defense come out from Envy, but right now I think NRG are playing the game that they won. They're locking in their opposition, making sure that everything's a struggle breaking out, and there's a lot of options and second chances for NRG on offense as Envy trying to muscle their way through here.
I'm surprised Mist just scooped that ball out of the NRG defender. He has to fly back now. It's not the best position for Envy. Squishy waiting for Turbo's ball, but Mist quickly follows this up. This actually could turn out pretty good for Envy, but Atomic couldn't stay close enough to the ball, so Envy still looking for consistent midfield control. Turbo gets a clean win. Pressure on Garrett. Atomic the dunk, but there waiting was Justin. Missed another chance. His shot was light, but Turbo's waiting. Goal for Envy. Tie game.
Great positioning from Turbo as well here. That was a tough defense there for NRG. They had to break out to their corner, and Mist just puts it back on target. Turbo Pulsa on the far side. You knew the outlet was going to come that way from NRG. They definitely didn't want to go right back into the same space. And Turbo knew it the whole way through, and he's able to tie it up.
And I thought that Atomic had the big brain move there. You know, he got that small touch on the back wall. And NRG, they're sitting in the box thinking, okay, yeah, he's going to try to push it forward now. But he just left it for Mist to grab. And that little changeup was enough to keep NRG stinted on in front of the box. Just another component of that whole play. Atomic almost put it on the nose of Mist. We could have overtime, or if a steal happens here, it won't. And game one starts out, well, this has been quite entertaining, to say the least, so far.
I think the fact that we're in an overtime is no surprise. It's how we got here was entertaining, to say the least, as the shot goes high from Garrett. You know, Jorby, as we talked about it, NRG have had less chances, but maybe here for Garrett, it's going to go just wide. Atomic in a very tough position there on the goal line. And
Turbo bailed Envy out of a tough situation on that demo and then stealing the ball away. This is still pretty tough. NRG very aggressively positioned here. Justin playing that close second man. He's going to grab the ball from Turbo. Tough to get anything around Atomic. So NRG probably waiting in midfield to get reset. Squishy will grab the ball again. And Justin always waiting. He was expecting that ball to come a little quicker, but he's ready to clamp down on the challenge. Still Envy, they're getting close to these balls, and while the defense has been pretty solid, to your point, Corelli, it's just really solid pressure from NRG. Justin denied by Atomic, couldn't sneak it into the side.
Great chances here for NRG. And you see, even after that first shot from Justin, NRG are still retaining possession and still threatening the net. Envy have got to find a way to get out with possession so that NRG just can't keep firing at their net. Another big save from Mist off his own post. Here's another shot from Squishy. Garrett's gonna force it through, and game one goes to NRG.
Now, Envy had no choice just to sit here on the back wall. That double commit, certainly. Turbo's just back and forth, driving left and right, waiting to find out when he's going to get a chance to go for that ball. That double commit forced him to stay flat on the ground, and Garrett just sat in the middle of the field waiting for that pass to get to him. And NRG come out in what was a really explosive offensive performance overall.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of that game, especially, that was the type of quality gameplay that you would expect from an NRG offense. They really started to put it on to Envy in the sense of holding possession, a lot of shots on target multiple times. It wasn't just one good shot and then it kind of fizzled out. It was 1, 2, 3 solid opportunities for NRG where Envy just couldn't keep up with it. And that goes to the boost game, the positioning, quite literally everything for NRG was going so well there on offense, and Envy were completely suffocated.
Yeah, and you know, for Envy in game two, I always feel like Atomic is probably, funnily enough, Atomic might be the least talked about player on Envy. Not that he doesn't get, he doesn't get talked about at all. He certainly does, but to me, he's Envy's X factor. If Atomic can pass the ball and get those tight in those tight passing situations, that's where Envy can really start to thrive. Is when Atomic has that seemingly endless, infinite vision of the pitch, because when he can sneak a lot of those tough passes through, he's got two of the most reliable rotators in Mist and Turbo to get it done. So if Atomic is quiet, then Envy are certainly going to continue to struggle for offense against NRG.
I've really liked Atomic as a point man for Envy, being that guy that you could toss the ball down the field and he can either redirect it or set you up for a good pass for you to take a shot. And for Envy right now, they have certainly used him in that way. Mist has certainly stepped up in the last couple of regionals as well. But for now, they got to figure out how they get back here into this series. NRG taking game one. Envy struggled to generate some consistent offense, Jorby, that I felt like NRG did a lot better.
Well, Envy's going to get an open net here off the steal from Atomic in the corner. And this rotation sort of broke down after that double commit, and nobody able to follow up that touch from Justin.
Squishy double committed with Justin, and as Squishy landed, he landed on top of Turbo Pulsa, who scooped him up and threw him into the corner. So it delayed his rotation even after the double commit, and that's why there's an open net. And Envy on the board first.
Envy on the board first, but NRG next on the ball in the blue half. Squishy will actually turn off this. probably the better option for NRG to have Justin take that challenge. Don't want to force your third man into a tough position. Regardless, they're not able to get out downfield. Garrett's going to get a look here, but it's all about missed first touch, and he's going to go for that hard touch off the ceiling. Wants a pass, had to take it himself at the last second. And Envy back on their own half, but it's ball's kind of zoomed back and forth a couple of times since that kickoff. Oh, NRG look for some more offense.
And things are looking a lot better for Envy here, just with the possession. I like the decision here from Atomic to try and bring it down. It's not going to work out, but rather than just throwing the ball back to NRG, Envy doing a much better job of just trying to hold on to it. And NRG, they don't have as much time to, or they don't have as much possession, which doesn't give them a lot more time on the offense. Good flip reset there by Squishy, and here's Mist. Lots of space to work with.
Oh, he's got it, and he had Turbo on the wing, but he just couldn't get behind the ball. I wish I was on Mist's cam for that, because it looked like he was trying to time that challenge just right so he could get a hard wave dash pass out to Turbo. Not sure what his boost was like. Yeah, that was my main question. Either way, we're long past it now. And NRG with one touch from Garrett. Justin pulls out for a pass, and Garrett just went for the shot. Squishy goes for the rebound, and Atomic blocks the second after the first from Mist. Mist getting bumped downfield. Turbo on the spawn. It's going to be up to him. Can he stop the attack? No! Squishy collects for NRG.
Great sequence here from NRG. First, the cut from Justin to beat the first man. Pass Mist. That's 2 players beat by Justin by himself. Sets up his teammate for the shot. Well done here from Justin. And of course, Squishy to put it away, and NRG equalize.
Backboard clean for Turbo. This time very speedy in midfield for Atomic. That was something that they really struggled with in game 1, was retaining control of midfield to allow for better pressure opportunities. They'll try for one here. Turbo launched it to Atomic. He got a couple of touches. Mist may have a shot. He went for the side, couldn't hit it. Just wide of the net.
Great placement from Mist. So close to putting that one away. Those are the types of shots you want to see from Envy, especially when they get NRG on the ropes there.
Yeah, but NRG, they really haven't given Envy a lot to look at overall. Like, there was that one gaff that NRG gave them. But since then, defense fairly clean for the most part. But now NRG might be in a bit of trouble. They haven't been able to grab the ball in midfield for a while. Everybody back, and the backboard defense is clean for NRG, so maybe not too much to scream about. Garrett puts a screamer on net. Justin dumps it down for Garrett, but right on top of him was Mist, and Envy's defense still holds.
Great decision making there from Justin. Not just immediately taking that shot, which I think most players would have, but Justin, what a save from Atomic from the corner. How did he get that one out? I don't think it was in either way. And now Mist gonna carry it across for Envy. That keeps him in it.
Oh, he's close on the rotation too. He saw Mist. Mist wants Atomic now. Quick passing from Envy. Mist, does he have an angle? Oh, he did, but Justin took it away. Turbo fights off Squishy for the ball. Atomic launches sideways to grab it. A demo to open up some space. And the challenge will force Mist back. But NRG slow to the ball, chasing it down, and that massive 50 win from Garrett may give him some breath, because Envy were looking super threatening in the orange half.
And they look a lot better here into the final 30 seconds if they can hang on defense. It feels like they could crack the NRG defense. Here's Garrett's shot. It's going to be wide. And Envy might have one last chance.
Turbo racing for it. He's not going to get it. Atomic last man back in net. He can't reach it, but it's going to take a second for NRG to get back towards the box. Turbo going to drop it right for Atomic, trying to manage for overtime in game 2. Justin has a carry and Mist hops right on top of that ball. We go to overtime yet again.
For all the things that we complimented NRG in the first game, Envy are responding back here in the second. Basically doing the same thing that NRG did to them, suffocating the defense, making sure that they can't break out with possession. You're seeing a lot of long balls come out from NRG as well that have caught out the Envy defense. They do it here in game 2, and NRG get away with it.
It slipped through back on defense. It's Atomic on the assignment. Turbo couldn't get back in time, and Garrett put a hard shot on net, 90 kilometers per hour. And I don't have the exact stat in front of me. I wish I did now. Where's Stacks when I need him? Where we've been following Envy during the grid, and overtime has not been kind to Envy. They, especially against NRG, I think they've only taken one overtime game against NRG, and that's with probably 6 of them now. It hasn't been pretty in overtimes for Envy, and I think they want this next one to end in regulation. NRG are just locking things down right now.
That one is especially painful for Envy because I was just making the point about how I felt. Envy was playing a much better offense where they were able to keep possession and generate multiple chances, and then they give up a goal like that. I just mentioned it right at the end where there was a couple balls that NRG would throw over the top of Envy, and it really caught them out. It got a little dicey on the back end for Envy, and it felt like this shouldn't be a problem where if this ball's thrown over your last man, surely that last man can deal with it. But again, Envy, they played a much better game here in Game 2. If they can carry this offense into Game 3, I think they'll fare just fine.
We'll see. It's got to be tough when NRG look really solid in form right now. The talk has been about Squishy Muffins and his pop-off over the course of this regional, and even just today. But, I mean, you've seen Justin in this match play that speedy style. You love to see him play where he just seems to always keep the ball on his nose no matter how fast or where he's going. Vertically, horizontally, doesn't matter.
Justin has been the man of the match so far. I think between both teams, he has, to your point, done so much for the offense here for NRG, whether it's the finishing shot or the passing play that sets up his team for success. He really, I mean, we all know he's the guy who can do everything for his team, and he's really showing that off here against Envy.
Atomic gets up quick for this, and he just screens it. So Garrett had no clue that ball was coming as fast as it was. Didn't lead to anything, but certainly got exciting for a second. Envy back on defense. Atomic got back to his challenge there. Well done enough to get to NRG territory for now. Now it's about winning every 50 in midfield. Might just come down to that. Turbo grabs the ball, but Envy, they're just really trying to lock down the sides against NRG. Tough to find the real gap yet for some quality shot opportunities. Envy have already registered 3 in the first minute and a half.
One of the ways NRG finds so much success is that challenge game. It feels like when they engage into a challenge, it's either neutral or they win it. And that can keep you on offense for multiple shots, for multiple attempts, but it can also get you out of defense a lot more. It can slow down an offense, and that's a shot. Missed almost gets the touch off the save from Squishy, and he might not get enough credit for that save, but that's one heck of a try from Envy.
Missed almost getting what would have been probably the best dunk he's ever gotten. Garrett fixed it, but Atomic grabbed the rebound off a missed touch. Missed blocks another. Turbo hops in front, says, somebody please clear this ball. Atomic, well, that's a lobber, and Squishy downfield for Garrett, but he couldn't grab the ball. He needed some boost. Atomic wanted to throw that back around quickly, but my goodness, the speed. Missed, and that save.
Wow. The in-and-out save from Squishy to dodge the demo from Turbo as well. Touch from Atomic's going to go right past the last defender, and Envy up 1-0.
It's Atomic, all Atomic on this play. It's a good first touch, plenty of boost to recover on it, and just did not expect that ball to bounce as it did. I was clicking on the wrong player again, so Corelli, I'm just going to, I'm going to leave it to you for what went wrong for the defender. I had the wrong view.
That first challenge, I think, is really what it came down to. Great initial touch from Atomic. It's tough. I mean, when you get inside the box like that, those little touches can be the difference past the last defender. NRG were spread out as well. And it could be the difference maker here, although NRG have had multiple tries, and it's Justin who gets one back to tie it up.
But it's Garrett taking the point on the challenge. Missed. Didn't expect that ball to pinch up, and he was in no spot to go get it. It forced everybody to rush back to try to make the next touch onto the ball, but really all it took was 150 from Garrett, and Justin had the cleanest shot for NRG. So Justin, quick on the kickoff, picks up another one and almost sank it himself. Garrett's get a freebie, but his shot's denied, just too slow, and Turbo was able to grab it.
Envy taking full advantage of the entire frame here. A lot of saves going off their posts, off their crossbars. and they'll be happy to see that ball bounce out. Here's Garrett on the air dribble, and NRG certainly have picked up the offense after that first goal. You're seeing Justin being involved a lot more as well, and NRG definitely sitting in a good spot with this type of pressure.
Oh, great maneuvers by Garrett. That last touch, doesn't matter what Atomic was just trying to buy some time for Envy to get set back on defense. Turbo couldn't grab that midfield touch either, but he will win that next one against Garrett. The rest of Envy had to go back, pick up pads, and now they're going to set up a quick attack here. Atomic back over to Mist. NRG going to flow back to the opposite side of the pitch as Garrett just takes the ball himself. And now NRG swing to the opposite side of the field. Justin puts on some pressure. That one just high, but this next shot isn't going to miss. NRG with Squishy Muffins have the lead.
And that's one of those goals where you look at it and you say you can't have a ball come clean off your back wall, in this case, the top of your crossbar. Squishy and anyone really at this level is going to be poaching that touch off the back wall at any moment. And NRG take the late lead.
NRG starting to consistently slice through this Envy defense, and they might get another slice there, but Atomic rolled it off the side. That's his second save like that today in this match. Whew.
I mentioned it earlier, Envy using that fourth man to their advantage here on these saves, and it has paid off for them. It's at least kept it within one, and they might be able to get one back here with this offense.
Well, that's a good look for Atomic. It's shot too low, but Turbo grabs the next read off the ceiling. Mist going to be right behind him. He's got to contend with Squishy. Squishy will win a big 50. The rest of Envy were nowhere ready for that. Still rotating back. So Garrett, one man causes two to flop around on Envy. Justin wants to get back to that ball, but he lost it. Mist trying to run away for Envy now at the end of regulation. Ball straight back for Atomic. The shot right in front. Mist trying to keep it alive. Turbo gets one more look. He jets it towards the net. Justin kills it. And NRG are absolutely ridiculous today. They are one game away from sweeping Envy out of this tournament. Wow.
They're looking good. And, you know, let's give credit to the defense of Envy. They had to pay their dues here in this game in particular. A lot of tough shots that they had to save. This could have been a much larger scoreline. At the end of the day, we're sitting here at 2-1. And NRG now might be able to take this regional. Envy, you know, while they have had some time on offense, it does feel like very dicey on defense at the moment. And NRG are certainly taking advantage of it.
I feel like Garrett was an absolute nuisance in that game. I don't think he lost a single 50. And even in tough situations where Envy were about to be on a counterattack and Garrett was the guy that had to win a 50 to buy his team time, he just turned it into an offensive opportunity because he wouldn't only win the challenge, he would straight up just steal it, put it in his backpack, and he's like, all right, Justin, Squishy, where are you? Oh, quick goal. Oh, we scored? Okay, we're good. Or it's just more pressure on Envy. The Envy are playing so reactionary right now where they want to play, you know, that clean flow game where they can grab the quick save on defense, then flow right into a counterattack. If they have to retreat, fine. But as long as they're always progressing towards the orange half of the pitch, Envy are happy. They haven't been able to do that at all. NRG have suffocated them. Yep. The offense has been, it's been scarce for Envy.
There's been a lot of times where they just didn't have boost moving out of their end as well. Envy, that is, and NRG definitely winning in that department at the moment, and they're putting on pressure now as Envy's forced to deal with it.
Well, this is another pass from Justin this time to Garrett, who sneaks through this window to put in another for NRG, and it just does not stop.
Brilliant touch from Justin. I mean, seriously, reading that one off the ceiling and dropping it down to his teammates. Wonderfully done from NRG. That support, that trust to know your teammate's going to be there to take that shot. Very well done from Justin. He is having himself one heck of a final here. We all know Justin's a fantastic player, but he is playing exceptional right now against Envy.
I think it was Shogun earlier today where he said, if Justin is playing in Justin form, good luck anyone else. And he's certainly been rock solid for NRG today. It puts them one game win away from a regional championship, and a save from Garrett, very Atomic like Garrett. He'll attempt to boom that downfield, but now they'll get the boomer. a series of boomers. Also, funnily enough, Atomic, the only player on this pitch without a major championship win. There's a lot of accolades on this pitch between 5 players, but Atomic's the only guy who has nothing. Mist has at least 1 major win back when they went on that incredible run the whole way back in Montreal.
I wouldn't
and
be surprised.
You know the story of NRG.
I think we all do. I wouldn't be surprised to see this Envy team have a major win eventually, however long that is down the line. And Atomic could add his name to the accolades in this server, and he certainly fits quite well in. And Justin, mind gaming the defense there, has missed, forced to make a good save.
That's the danger of Justin, is when he's feeling it and he's been successful scoring. You know, the opposition is forced to respect what he can do with the ball. What a pitch! That was absolutely diabolical, Justin!
What a play from Justin backwards to receive this ball, then flips right into it. Atomic couldn't get back, pinches it into the net. You thought the play was dead, but Justin slams it into the floor. And a second goal for NRG.
Oh, I think there's a hole in the floor. Are we playing drop shot? There's nothing left. Holy cow. That was awesome.
Well, we sang his praises, and I think those praises are certainly validated with a goal like that. He almost gets another one as he sneaks it by the defense. And Envy have got to get their act together when it's Justin on the ball. He's been so sneaky.
Oh, Atomic tried to sneak it in again. Missed, got the catch. But no one has been able to grab a rebound on NRG today. This time, Atomic will flip one up. But Envy, they've been forced to play to the sides and the corners because NRG have just defended the infield pass so well. So what do you do? If you're Envy, where you try everything, right here, Atomic's going to try to work across the side as best he can. He actually wins every single 50. He even got the bump, but Turbo couldn't find the ball. And Garrett just sits in the air behind the ball and Mist flopped off of it. It's just NRG's day right now. Less than 2 minutes to go in this game. And Envy haven't even sniffed the net. Mist, one more chance. Does he got it? Back to Atomic. Finally, they get a good whiff of it there. Atomic puts it in.
And there was such a simple play from Mist as well. He just pops it up and over. I think there might have been a miscommunication or maybe a mechanical miss there from Envy. I think someone tried to jump up for it and it didn't end up going, which is why Mist was able to get away with that air dribble to the back wall. And well done from Atomic to put it home, and Envy now within striking distance.
Garrett grabs a quick shot. Justin will swing out wide to lock this down. He was actually just given the ball here. Garrett, having to avoid Turbo Pulsar, still finds his way back to this ball. Does he shovel that to Squishy? Almost. Justin still finds a shot. Turbo hopped in front for the next save. Envy certainly can't afford to give NRG any more insurance. In fact, how about a tie game? No! Justin getting up just in time for the save. But maybe this can be the boon Envy need. Missed. The next touch is just to get Envy set, but they got to be quick in midfield. Turbo does just that, but there's no follow-up, and they're forced back to their back wall with a minute left.
Justin with an opportunity for NRG. They're trying to regain some sort of offense. It feels like a huge surge of confidence from Envy after that goal, but a missed touch here from Envy, or excuse me, Mist. Almost gave it up to Garrett, and they're fighting their way out now.
Atomic, he was stretching for Turbo, and they might have caught NRG on the weak side. But instead, NRG just steal the ball away again. Squishy, happy to carry that the whole way around. Garrett takes another shot. I mean, this is NRG's dome. Aqua Dome is NRG's. Every other map we've played on has been NRG's. Envy.
Atomic.
With Atomic, nothing. Garrett, another block. Missed. He's got Atomic in front again. This is the end of regulation. Can they come up with the goal? This is it for Envy, their last chance against a dominant NRG. Can they sneak a goal in here to take it to overtime? Justin, does he kill the ball? He does, and NRG absolutely slapped the field in North America today. It wasn't even a contest. They are your regional champs.
What a performance from NRG. They've done it throughout this regional in multiple stages now. They absolutely have earned this win over Envy. A 4-0 sweep for the finals. Sends a statement, sends a letter to everyone in NA about what NRG are about.
NRG, just the complete game. In the semifinals, they just popped off against the Peeps. And then Envy, while it was a little bit tighter, and Envy played some pretty good defense throughout. Atomic had some nutty saves. They had some great cutoffs. They could never keep it away from NRG. Anytime they'd have a counterattack, Garrett would slow them down in midfield, and then the rest of them were ready. Okay, what are you going to do? Are you going to pass it? Because we're just going to intercept it again. It happened twice in this game where they got intercepted in midfield, which immediately led to a goal. So it didn't matter what Envy tried. NRG had them read all day. They read the book before Grand Finals ever started, Corelli. That was, I mean, they put on... This is the NRG that everybody expected at the start of the season. This is what the super team was hyped up to be. It doesn't have to be flashy all the time, but that dominant all the time, I think, is what people expected. We got it. We got it today. We got it yesterday as well. That was an impressive performance. And that's it for today. That's it for North America in the second regional. We're going to throw it back to Leaf and the guys to close out the day. NRG regional champs.
That's it. NRG regional champs, guys. That it's what we expected coming into this, unless you're a Gibbs. But I feel like he had nothing to lose at that point. Go for the long shot. But NRG is just they look good today, and there was no stopping them, James.
Really, no stopping them at all. Justin, just making plays that remind you how good he really is. This was the NRG, like Jorby said, that we were expecting, the super team, and they played like it in this finals. It was surgical. 2 overtimes at the start. You were a little worried how would they go, but they stepped up. NRG looked so confident, and as an NRG fan, I'm so proud of the team. I'm so happy for this moment, and this is a good day. This is a good day as an NRG fan.
We need to call a meeting with all North America. We need to vote NRG out. They are the imposters. They are back now. This is a problem for all of North America at this point, because NRG, they look dominant. Their first round versus XSET was their toughest task. After that, though, sure, these were all 1-goal games, so we want to give credit to Team Envy as well, 2 overtimes as well. But at the end of the day, the NRG was just too much to handle.
Yeah, NRG, so, they came out blazing early in the year with Turbo Pulse on the team, winning World Championship, obviously dropping Turbo Pulsa to now he's on Envy, which is what made this grand final so good. And they brought up Squishy Muffins from C9 at the beginning. A lot of people were like, hey, is this going to work? Obviously, Squishy's great in that, but how is it going to work for the team? And they did have a bit of a slower start than we would have expected. Still a great start, it was still good, but it wasn't that old NRG that we expected. We were wondering how long it would take. I figured it would take a bit, but now they're finally here. And the regional number 2, Gibbs, they are for sure in full stride now.
And that's the crazy part. Everyone's like, NRG, they began slow. They made grand finals of Regional 1. So it's not like they started all that slow. So now they do that. Now they come in first at this point. Now they got a dominant lead. And sure, the grid is really not going their way right now. But to them, those are $10,000 weeklies. And this is what matters. And they show up every single time.
Yeah, there's really no doubt.
Phenomenal performance from NRG. They're looking great right now, but let's take a look back at the journey that they took to get here. Let's take a recap. It was a 2-week experience over the last 2 weeks here for the North American Regional 2. We had stage 1 that was 2 groups. Let's take a look at Group A real quick, Gibbs. This is where it started with our 32 teams split up between these 2 groups.
And this is where we saw the top 4 of NA have some problems here. Space Station and G2 Esports both fell down. And KC Pioneers, this is where it all began for them. Their 3-0 run where they took down Space Station and G2. So hats off to them. And that's when we started to see, all right, they're for real. Plus the Peeps, they're still around. And we saw what happened with both those teams today.
Yeah, this was, again, the gauntlet starts at the beginning. A lot of teams are starting to make their names for themselves. You mentioned yourself, a lot of those teams like XSET and that make it all the way to the final. Group B, though, was also a difficult one. And this is where NRG made their start here, James.
And, they got a strong start, 9-0 through that 3 series victory path that they had. And it really was more of what we would expect. You even see Alpine and Envy both going 3-1. They had a very good tournament as well. This was a stacked group. And NRG, they're really even from the very beginning with Group B, there was no doubt that this was going to be a good tournament for them.
Well, absolutely. You start off with a 3-0 to get yourselves into Group C. That's a great start. of course, we got to talk about Group C. Stage number 2 happened the week after. That's where things can really start to change. You know, you do great in that first day, but can you carry that consistency over to next week? And of course, they did, with only dropping one game to get into that final bracket here, NRG, and that was, of course, to Jamal Jabari. And the Kansas City Pioneers also shook things up with a beautiful day, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0 as well, and getting themselves into those top 8. But overall, it was pretty expectant. Xset maybe taking a spot from Rogue that they would have liked. The Knights also dropping out. But beyond that, we got the teams we maybe would have expected into that top 8. Speaking of, that's what you guys saw today. The top 8 whittled down from 32 teams, and it was a fight all along. All of these matches in the first round, except for Space Station and the Peeps, went to a game number 5. So that final bracket was already off the bat in the quarterfinals, Gibbs. Just such a gauntlet.
Yeah, and not only that, Space Station Peeps, game 1 went 5 minutes. We had a Rule 1 go for 4 minutes, so it turned into a 2v2. So that series, sure, it was 3-1, but it was incredibly close. And again, all 5 games across the board besides that. And Xset, they almost took down Energy to start the day. That would have been insane. But we got what we expected from the top 4, except for KC Pioneers. They were the big surprise, and Space Station fell out. But that meant that everyone else throughout today can catch up to Space Station Gaming, who was number 1 from Regional 1.
James, looking at this final bracket, does this look like what you expected? Was it any out of the whack here? Obviously, KCP doing a good job there, but could you have seen it going any other way in any of these spots?
I mean, really, I think the surprising one for me was G2 losing early. I know Envy's a good team, but with the way I've been seeing G2 play recently, I was expecting them to make it a little bit deeper. And then also just how well Xset played, I think, is continuing to surprise me. So the result, not really surprising in terms of NRG getting the win, but how difficult it was for NRG was pretty surprising. But other than that, I think, this bracket played out the way you thought it would for the most part. So I'm excited to see NRG getting the win.
Well, again, NRG took it in dominating style, and to talk about that victory, Garrett G has decided to join us on the line from NRG. Garrett, congratulations on the victory today. That was quite the performance.
Yeah, it feels pretty good.
Yeah, I can see it in the smile, man. Let it all out there. I gotta take it a step back to those semifinals there when you guys swept over the Peeps. Now, you guys almost had, I think, probably one of the first perfect sweeps we would have had in an RLCS best of 7 here. But you ended it with a Brazil instead. Would you have preferred the perfect sweep, or do you think the Brazil was a nice cherry on the top?
No, I'm good. I'm good with the Brazil. I don't know. I feel like every time we do something that everyone's, is like, oh, this is history, we just lose afterwards. So it was better. It was better to have the Brazil, I guess.
Fair enough. Okay.
All right, so we have to talk about, there's a regional energy, then the grid energy. What is different when you do the grid? Do you guys just not care as much and make it more about scrim practice for the grid, or was it just you guys had to find your form here?
I think it's a couple things. Like, obviously we take the grid as serious as we can. Sometimes you can't fake like the pressure though. I mean, we have it every single week. We definitely view it as practice, but don't get me wrong. We've been trying to win one. It's not like we're losing on purpose or something, but it really is just a whole different atmosphere. I mean, it's kind of like how I would compare online to LAN. LAN atmosphere is way different. Obviously, this isn't as drastic, but it's just RLCS gameplay and the grid gameplay they're completely different. There's a lot less pressure. It doesn't feel like the same like super high stakes, but it's really good practice. So we definitely put our all every week for the grid. It just hasn't really worked out, I guess, in that part of the RLCS, but whatever.
And I've been watching those grid matches, Garrett. So I'm glad to see you guys get the win here. And I just want to ask you, do you think it's that added pressure that really got the best out of Squishy Muffins this weekend? And how are you feeling about having him perform like he did this weekend?
I mean, it's been tough just as a team, figuring things out, honestly. We had that little honeymoon period, and then we were kind of struggling a little bit. But I've told Squishy from day one, I've loved having him aboard. He's insanely good. As you saw, I think yesterday, he just absolutely low-key 1v3'd for us. So I don't know, it's been a lot of fun. Obviously, people are going to have really high expectations of us, so they're very critical, even when we get second. But it's been great. It's been great. I love having him on the team.
Now, I just want to talk, looking at the rest of the landscape of North America here, this honestly, what we saw from you guys today, to me, it looks like there's no one else that can take you down. Is there anyone else that you want to give a shout out to, another team that you think, or maybe two teams even that would give you that run for your money had it been someone else in the grand finals? Because honestly, I feel everyone you faced off against today stands no chance.
I mean, sure. I don't want to give the boring answer, but the top 4 in NA is really stacked. Like today, I guess this weekend was our weekend, but 2 weeks down the road, you know, we might be getting last place in grid again. I'm just kidding. But no, top 4 in NA, it really is stacked. Like this is the most competitive season. I think like really our hardest series was XSET. And that's a surprise. Like they were insane. You know, low experience. That was the first time we ever played them, and they almost took it. So NA is just stacked, but top 4 especially, it's really, really tough. I mean, I think we have a losing record versus a few of them still. So it really is just SSG, NV, and G2, to be honest.
Well, you got the dubs where it counted here in the North American Regional 2. One more regional for you, Garrett, until the end of this fall split. So thank you for giving us your time, and good luck going forward.
I appreciate it.
And there's Garrett G from NRG, just a dominating performance. I want to ask you guys kind of the same question here. A lot of people talked about a few special teams across the regions, you know, about being, you know, at their peak, they're the best. And G2 is another talk for that. Do you guys think, I'll start with you, Gibbs, that now NRG, that they've reached their full stride, is the best team and no one take them down? Or is G2 still at their full stride, one of those in talks?
Oh, for like maximum
potential.
I guess I would give it probably to G2 just because of what they do as a team compared to the plays from NRG that is more about who's going to pop off like a Squishy or Justin. But at the end of the day, like again, these teams are going to trade wins throughout the year.
Yeah.
We saw it with Space Station, didn't even make it past the quarterfinals. That could easily happen for NRG next time around. So it's anyone's game.
I don't know if you feel any differently. James, before we end off here.
So for me, I think the team that really has impressed me the most is probably Space Station. I think when they're playing to their potential, they're unbeatable with what I've seen from them. But recently we've seen just some stumbling from them out of the blocks. And when you talk about reliability and consistency, you think of NRG. So NRG to me is the team to beat. They are my team. I'm going to be rooting for them for every event. And I'm glad to see them get the win here today.
Well, with that win for NRG, that pushed them up into first place in the overall standings for North America. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboards for RLCSX points. Gibbs, it's a gauntlet to get all these points. It can still change going forward, but those tops are starting to look pretty locked in there.
And as you can see with the top 2, it pays to get first place. It really does help Space Station Gaming. Even though they went out through the quarterfinals, they still have a lead over Team Envy and NRG, obviously, at number 1. But top 16 will make the major. Right now, version 1, they're sitting in their spot. But I believe it's actually a 4-way tie for that spot right now. So it's going to be very interesting in Regional 3 because everyone wants to make that major, double the points there. So if you win that, you're getting 702 points. So that is absolutely huge.
That is a lot of points, but that is something we have to look forward to. We are done here with North American Regional number 2. Some final thoughts before we head off, guys. James, start me off.
Just want to say thank you, Psyonix, for returning the Merc hitbox to its rightful place. You know, it's coming from the heart. Thank you.
I'll stand with you on that one. Gibbs.
It's been a rough weekend for me. We're not going to talk about it too much. And there's been a fly flying around my room, so I'm going to keep my closing thoughts short because I'm afraid it's going to fly into my mouth. So I'm done.
That would be the cherry on top. And for me, I just got to say thank you to every single person that's joined us over these regionals. Of course, we're not done yet. Next week, Europe goes into their regional number 3. A reminder, it starts on Thursday now instead, a 4-day gauntlet, Thursday to Sunday. These teams will be playing in North America. Will do the same the week after. But then we finish off the fall split for Europe next week. On behalf of everyone here, we'll see you then, and thanks for watching.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35. The network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right. Only on Verizon.
They'll know how we do it. They'll never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible. I'll wear the smile